The Nissan Rogue takes hit after hit, punished under immense pressure, and exposed to excessive wear. Nissan, #1 in new vehicle quality. We put it through the worst, so you get its best.
Aha! I knew it! You are stealing my Jersey Mike's gig.
Danny, it's just because Jersey Mike's is an official sponsor of the NFL. I'm not taking your gig.
Now you're taking my look.
This is how I dress.
My glasses. I've been looking for those.
I wear glasses. I have astigmatism.
I'll give you astigmatism.
Ready for you on set, Eli?
I gotta go.
Oh. This ain't over, Manning.
Jersey Mike's, a sub above.
Hey, that's my line. A sub above.
The Supergirl Surf Festival is brought to you by Smoke Flower, OC Born, LA Built Apparel for your SoCal lifestyle, by Verizon. Stop by the Verizon booth to learn more about special discounts for military, veterans, and families. By Celsius, the official energy drink of the Supergirl Surf Festival series. To learn more, visit www.celsius.com.
Greetings and salutations to the people on the beach, as well as the folks that are watching on the webcast. Hello, good morning. Uncle E alongside Lindsay Jacobellis, two-time Olympic gold medalist in the sport of snowboard cross. Beautiful morning here in Oceanside, California. We're just south of the pier and way, way north of the Mexican border. We got a whole bunch of great surfing going on, known as the Nissan Supergirl Pro. Lindsay, what's one of your favorite things about this event?
I mean, I have to pick one. This is such an incredible event to be a part of, and every year it's getting bigger and better. We have so many events, we have so many sports, and it is the largest women's field ever. I believe we have around or over 700 athletes that are here in attendance in all different sports. So happening all weekend, pretty incredible. I mean, love being a part of the growth of women's in action sports and esports and just any endeavor in life.
Yeah, well put. Yeah, and Lindsay speaks volumes. She's been a professional athlete more than half of her life, growing up on the East Coast, got out of the cold, moved west, and jumped on the World Cup for snowboarding, became an Olympian at a young age, had some success, earned a silver medal in her first Olympics, and it took her 4 more to figure out how to win a gold. And it was 2 golds in a row in China that she walked away with in the sport of snowboard cross. I had the pleasure of being there to announce that live to the world in China, and it was a great moment in time. Speaking of moments in time, we transition now to all things surf. There's 4 Supergirls. We're not going to call them goddesses. We won't call them mermaids because this event title is the Supergirl Pro. It's been going for 18-plus years. Rick Bratman and the ASA Entertainment crew have put this thing together. His company started in 1994, and it's the longest-running action sport company in the business, and they put on phenomenal events, and we are now ready to rock and roll. Listen for the countdown. Here we go. What does that horn mean, Lindsay?
It means we have officially started Saturday, and we are in the round of 64. 64,
yep. I'd say that's half of 112, but that is wrong math. Today, for the surfers in the water and for your viewing pleasure on the beach, We have electronic priority. Colorful. There's no more switching of the wood, so that's good for the shoulders for our beach marshals, and we thank them very much for having that electronic one there.
Absolutely. A lot of moving parts that go into making this event possible. It's not just getting it here and setting it up, but we have, individuals from ASA Entertainment. We have volunteers that are helping everyone check in and experience everything that the Festival Village has to offer. And then we have WSL that is supporting this event and organizing the surfing aspect of it. So to have this event happen, there's so much happens behind the scenes that certain individuals might not be aware about. So big thank you to everyone that makes this event possible. We have ladies in the water in red.
Let's set it up.
We have Reid Van Wagoner in blue. We have Chelsea Ginwa in white, Maddie Stanton, and in green, Sophia Gamboa.
Yeah, let's set the stage for you here. 4 ladies in the water all day long until we get the round of 16. Then it will be Supergirl on Supergirl, but Reid Van Wagoner, she is here to see if she can win titles for shortboard and longboard. Reid is a local from Carlsbad, 16. She's had a fantastic year. We'll talk about her accomplishments in just a bit. Then we've got a Hawaiian by the name of Chesney Guinot, and she is also 16 years young, looking to claim her first red cape, the coveted red cape. Then we'll go to Encinitas, locally Maddie Stanton. Maddie is donning the white jersey out there, and she is all 17 years of age. We're looking forward to seeing her skills out there. And Sophia Gamboa coming from the other coast, Deerfield, Florida. Sophia's been a guest announcer up here a few times. Very well spoken. Loves the artistic impression that surfing has to offer, and she is out there in the green.
You've had opportunities having her in the booth with you, and I've had opportunities surfing in the lineup with her. She is all around just a wonderful young lady, very fun to be in the water with and just share magical moments with.
Yeah, well said. Yeah, she's got that zest. Her and Reid both have been up here at one point doing some commentary. I think we would be out of a job if they actually weren't surfing. They know the multi-dimensions of the water, and a lot of the young gals that they're surfing with know what's up. Here we go. First wave, looking at it. Here goes Sophia.
All right, taking off, going backside, getting a beautiful frontside hit, staying in that power source and maintaining her speed as she works her way to the inside. This is going to potentially give her a little runner and a nice section to finish off with, and rides out complete. Almost ran into the back of a wave that was in front, but she was able to maintain and started off strong. She'll get a good number started on the board for her in these first couple of minutes, and you can only go up from here.
Yep, just like you in time trials, when you're the first one across, that's the fastest time of the day. That right there is the best wave caught of the day. Here's Sophia on her back end. Just nice power.
You can see how she's kicking off her back foot and really pushing those fins and able to throw that water. It shows the judges' control, and it shows the strength behind the maneuver.
A goal of hers is to compete for Team USA in the next Olympic Games here in America, LA specifically. And where is that competition going to be held, Lindsay?
Lowers.
At Lowers, exactly. All these gals have at one point or another competed up at Lowers. Just about, for you folks watching online, Lowers is about 30 miles to the north of us here. We're just at the front end of San Diego County in Oceanside. That'll be called North County. And we've got a look at red there. And for you folks on the beach, welcome. Nice to have you here. Local time is just after 8 o'clock. We're going to go till we're done today. Get chopped through the round of 32 and probably get to the round of 16. And we're doing dual duty, so you folks that are watching from around the world, anybody who's watching in Deerfield Beach, rooting on Sophia Gamboa, we welcome you to the World Wide Web. You can find us at the WSL, Supergirl Pro, all that as well. And then you folks live on the beach, we're announcing to you, so we're doing dual duty. And this just in, all free surfers, please paddle a little more south. Use that furthest white Supergirl sugar cube as your line of demarcation. Thank you.
Yeah, occasionally we do see the free surfers accidentally float into the lineup, and it is because of the currents that are constantly changing and moving. You can see these ladies that have a gentle stroll as they are trying to position themselves a little further south where the sandbar is working, and, you know, just having to be aware of where you are in space and time. Free surfers, we would not want you to interfere with the ladies in the lineup.
True that. Hey, Sophia, 4.0. It's a nice grade point average, and it's a decent wave score. Best score of the day. Where do you go, Sophia? So Sophia came out in a few years back. 22 was her first voyage out here at Oceanside. Took 22nd, 81st and 65th, and 23. Last year she was at both events, 81 and a 33rd. So this is her 6th Supergirl Pro. She's a big fan of it, as all these girls are. That red cape is somewhat like the Stanley Cup for this event.
Absolutely. It means a lot to be involved in this event and to potentially even be surfing against your idols, your mentors. And imagine what that does to really just light that inner fire to push you to that next level.
Yeah, we have Alyssa Spencer coming up later, too. We have many Supergirls that have competed here before. We have a couple of Cape winners, but Alyssa, from these parts, we got a great story to tell when we get to her heat. We'd like to thank Golden Road Brewing. They're local brewers and a female-owned. We want to thank them for their support. We got a little something on the horizon, and Red's going to get a go at it. This is Reid Van Wagoner.
Positioning herself nicely on that takeoff, building up some speed, a nice, beautiful wrap to get things started. And again, working her way to that inside and kicking those fins loose. Unfortunately, losing her footing a little bit. I'm not sure that will be deemed a completion, but getting some scores on the board. We've got 12 minutes, 40 seconds left in this clock.
Well, let's talk about Reid's year. We'll have a look back at that replay most likely. Reid on the QS this year. That's a qualifying series. Pismo Beach, 2nd. Barbados, 2nd. Jackson Huntington Beach back in June 5th. Virginia Beach, 9th. And Outer Banks, 2nd. So she's frothing for that first QS win. She's had a great season thus far, and she's only 16, hailing from Carlsbad.
You know, she is there. She is in the mix. So on the inside again, Reid taking off, and out the back, Blue on a nice open face. Able to get one hit and then a nice little floater to kick those fins loose.
Yeah, that was Chesney Guinote, North Shore, Oahu, the 16-year-old. Winner of a under-12 event, the U.S. Surfing Championships back in 2021, where she got her first perfect 10. And she has been able to paddle into Waimea before when it was big. Very, very impressive if you've ever seen that wave when it's frothing. Here's a look back at Chesney for you folks at home.
She caught the wave that was a little deeper out the back.
Yep. Reid, your score, 3.5. Reid Van Wagoner, a 3.5. Here's a look back for you folks at home of Reid's 3.5. You see her looking down the line. That's towards the pier. And here's what you were talking about, Lindsay. She gets a little unstuck right there, not finishing the ride throughout.
And this was Blue's replay that was a little further out the back, getting that nice bottom turn into that great frontside hit and then right into the combo. So she was able to get that double, and then finish in control. So waiting on scores. First ride of Red at 3.50. We're still waiting on second ride of Red and first ride of Blue.
You know, the 7 to 8 o'clock hour when we arrived, Lindsay, there was a little bit more pulse coming through, very similar to yesterday. Right now it's moderate, but these waves are staying right about the same size all day long, maybe a little decrease in swell.
Yes, and that might just be, you know, reflecting on what the tide will be doing. We will see the tide continue to rise for about another hour or so, and then it will slowly be going down towards the afternoon. So when it's at its peak or when it's at its lowest, is tend to see those just channels of currents that pull the surfers north or south, and they constantly have to jockey themselves into position. But right now it is very manageable. And taking a look,
let's give some scores while they have
all
a
right.
look. Chesney, you are in with a 3.87, and second wave of Reid Van Wagoner, a 5.0. So situation, read it through for us after we watch Reid with her third wave.
All right, Reid taking off, and she's going to go left on her front side, goofy foot local, working her way down the line, getting into a nice little frontside hit, building up some speed.
Did you see the patience on
Yes.
takeoff? She looked left, she took right, she went north.
You know, the sandbars are constantly shifting, so it is possible with the direction of the swell coming that it could hit and potentially bank off, and it looks like it's going to be a left coming in, but then it immediately changes and goes right. So to catch the wave, have that moment to look left, look right, and then decide which way is going to work for you is a skill.
Here comes Maddie Stanton. All right, her first wave, and she digs that rail in and checked her speed just a bit. Similarly, and then a nice little whip around, and she's working this thing for all it's worth on the inside. Maddie Stanton completing her first run. Encinitas girl, put your hands together for Maddie. She earned a 9.0 yesterday on the highest wave of the day. What do you see out back?
Out the back, this is Sophia taking off, getting a nice little backside hit into a wrap, and then getting back into that power source. This wave is dying down a little bit, so it was not able to bring her all the way to the beach as her previous wave did. So she's looking to back up her 4.0.
Yeah, waiting for scores for...
Last ride of red, a 3.7, so that just improves your situation.
I know you're going to appreciate this. Reid Van Wagoner's biggest inspiration is her brother, Jack. They do a lot of surfing together. They've done a lot of brother-sister competitiveness, and you got a brother, Ben, who is very instrumental for your career as well.
I think it's wonderful that, you know, siblings get to be involved in sports and push each other and support each other. It was huge that my brother was always getting me involved in whatever sport he was really, whether it was football, whether it was baseball. You know, he was helping coach my little league teams, and whatever sport I was involved in, he definitely liked to be a part of it and liked to see how he could push me to that next level. Here's the replay of Reid in red, getting that nice wrap right in the beginning, showing her control, reading that wave, and nice little front side hit, and unfortunately just got a little behind that section as that just shut down for her. This is the replay of Maddie Stanton. Yes, she got a little bogged on that cutback. That rail just dug in for her, but on the inside it does stand up, and she's able to build her speed back up so quickly, and that is challenging to do on a wave that is smaller in stature. And this is the replay of Sophia.
Yeah, for you folks on the beach, we're having a call live to the webcast as well. Here's live action where Reid goes in and out. Let's give an update. Make sure this wave goes by. We'll give you the situation after this potential wave. We've got all four ears. Look at the white of Maddie Stanton looking like she might take it. Nope. Situation reads like this. Reid Van Wagoner, you're in the lead with a 5.0 and a 3.7. Sophia Gamboa, you're in second, looking to earn a 4.71 to overtake the lead. Maddie Stanton, surfer in white, you're in third. You need a 2.54. And Chesney Guinaut, surfer in blue, you need a 2.64. Priority is blue, green, white, red with 6:15 on the clock. The top two will move on from the round of 64 to the round of 32. We'll eventually get down to the round of 16 where we'll go Supergirl on Supergirl all the way throughout the finals, which will wrap up sometime Sunday around 3.
Yeah, the head-to-head is very exciting because
you know?
the exchange happens so quickly sometimes.
Did you know? I got some good information for you that we'll share in a minute, but I think someone's going to catch this. What do you see?
All right, blue up and riding. This is Chesney getting a nice open face turn on this wave, and it's going to run to the inside where she gets that nice hit and kicking those fins, get a little revert. Let's see if this reforms. This wave was producing for her, gave her some variation and different style turns and maneuvers, which the judges like to see. You give a different flow and speed and just show the control that you have on the wave.
Agreed. Nice job. Score coming in for Chesney. We'll give it to you in a minute. The longboard finals will be featured right here, south of the pier, before the shortboard finals tomorrow. So there's a break between semis and finals to give some rest, and that's going to happen tomorrow. What do you see score-wise?
Last ride for blue, a 4.50. So situation changes. Blue, you are in second. Now green, you are in third with a 4 and a 2.5. You need a 4.38 to advance. White, you are in fourth. You need a 4.4 4-1 to advance. Just under 5 minutes left on the clock.
A lot of sponsors make this come together. Nissan's been on board for quite some time. If you're here at the beach, go check out the new Armada. Great new sizable vehicle that can fit your whole tribe in there. And
that's where you can get your cape.
Oh, have you got a cape this year so far?
Not yet.
Your daughter needs one.
Aelan
needs one.
I know.
In time. And we're at the 4-minute mark. Also, Lindsay Jacobells, who's announcing out here. Great analyst, great surfer, great snowboarder, now a mother. Congratulations, Ayla, 3 months old, and I'm sure that's turned your world right side up.
Absolutely. It's been quite the experience. Nothing like I've really had the pleasure to, experience myself. I try to approach it as if I was a competitor. I don't really know how else to really approach anything in life. So just taking one day at a time, one heat at a time. So I'm just taking 1 hour at a time with a newborn.
I'm glad you're not like a professional personal trainer for a living, making your kid do this and that at 3 months. But I'm sure there's some good discipline put forth. Here comes some waves.
All right, live action. We might have a ride on the horizon as Sophia turns and looks. She has priority, and she is using it, going backside, getting that nice bottom turn. But unfortunately, she got a little hung up on that bottom turn, kind of killed her speed, so missed her timing. So unfortunately, she won't be wanting to put that into her score line. 3 minutes, 3 seconds left on the clock.
So for this year for Sophia, she's competed at Barbados, Virginia Beach, and Outer Banks, 33rd, 13th, and 33rd, respectively. Here we go with White. This is Maddie Stanton on her second wave.
White building some speed right away. There was a little texture on that wave, so she handled that beautifully, and it is giving her that energy to move to the inside as she was able to get some of the reform and have some fun on that whitewater. Out the back, Reid getting into nice speed on this and get to that section for a nice front side hit. See if that will help replace that 3.7.
And look at Green. Here we go. Found the right pocket. There you go for Sophia Gamboa. Says, you two want, I want some as well. She's looking to add to her scoreline right now. Get a little caught up in the foam, and off she goes. So 3 scores to come in. That'll change the game. A little over 2 minutes left. Stand by for scores, ladies.
It is very exciting when waves are available and we are seeing that back-to-back action. There's a lot that can be experienced from the beach. Also up where we're sitting, we have such a great vantage point to see all of the action, and we can even look through the pier and see some of the longboarders. So this is the replay of White Maddie getting that nice controlled, strong frontside hit. And you can see the wave shutting down a little, but she's able to maintain her speed and move to the inside and show that she can move and control the wave under her.
Here's Reid's replay. She got a little something going right here and then realized that's all that was shaken. So she is currently in the lead. Here's a look back at Sophia's as well. Nice strength on that rear foot, and she says that's about all I got on this one, but nice efforts there. We have something called the Island Biggest Wave, Big Wave of the Heat, and so far the 5.0 by Reid Van Wagoner. We're going to announce it every heat. Island Restaurants, one of our sponsors. We thank them for their support and their creativity in identifying best wave of the heat. Earlier, yesterday I should say, it was Maddie Stanton earned the highest wave of the day with a 9.0 on the Ripper scale, and we'll see how that shapes up. Lindsay, we're under a minute. Quick situation update. Reid Van Wagoner, you're in the lead. Chesney, you need a 4.21 to overtake her, but the top 2 move on. Maddie Stanton needs a 4.41. She's surfing on it right now. What does she have?
Right now, she is putting herself in a great position, and she is not giving up. She had a beautiful front side hit, got that board nice and vertical.
And Sophia Gamboa, you're going to need a 4.38 as we're down to 20 seconds left. Score coming in for Maddie needs to be greater than a 4.41 in order to get into the top 2.
Last ride at Green, a 2.77, so a little bit better, but we are counting things down.
And that doesn't score in for Maddie Stanton, a 3.87, not enough, so it looks like Reid Van Wagoner and Chesney Guinaut will be moving on. Here is the Island's biggest wave of the heat. This is Reid Van Wagoner with a halfway to 10, a 5.0 on the Reid ripping scale. Thanks, Islands, for your support. And we will get going with the next heat here live. But you folks on home, stick with us. We'll be right back.
Take this veil from off my eyes. My burning sun will someday rise.
LA is America, only sooner. Our culture, our style, our flavors set the tone for what's to come tomorrow. Where we're from, amazing days turn into even better nights. Because where we're from, good just isn't good enough. Our beers are a reflection of our community. So we know they can't just be good. They've got to be golden.
Marines are made for this. Made for the calling only warriors can answer. Made from an unshakable belief in our nation and a strength that comes from the determination to win together. But you'll have to earn your place among us. Because you don't join the Marines. You become one.
When you're dedicated to what you do, it's never just about the money. We work hard, just like you. Banking, lending, saving, planning. We are Front Wave.
The Supergirl Surf Festival is brought to you by the all-new 2025 Nissan Armada. Rugged design, adventure-ready tech. Shop NissanUSA.com. By Front Wave Credit Union. For banking, lending, saving, planning. Dream big. We got you. Visit FrontWaveCU.com to get started. By Owala, the water bottle that keeps things interesting.
Anytime out in the water.
Yeah, it was Marilyn Glob and Pua de Soto, green and white, respectively. Welcome back, World Wide Web viewers. We're in the midst, first few minutes of heat number 2 of a round of 64. It is Talia Swindoll in the red, Lucy Gerard in the blue, representing American Samoa, Pua de Soto from Hawaii in the white, and Marilyn Glob from South Florida in the green. So a true USA field, goes coast to coast, and then some, and American Samoa. Waiting for 2 scores to come in. Pua and Marilyn caught the same wave, headed a little north, and the judges are doing their thing now.
This is the replay of Marilyn. Able to run down that line really nicely and get a little floater on that backside to get things started. First ride of green, a 2.83. And this is the first ride of Pua de Soto. And she had a 3.33 on that. So showing some variation and some control and able to really kick out those fins on even a small wave with not the speed, but could show the power behind the movement. So that gave her a 3.33.
Okay, something on the horizon. Here we go again. Marilyn Glob will go south this time. Nice face to work with. And white again. Pua just to the north of her. They're lining up the same wave and good-looking dual maneuvers if I split my eyes. And Pua in the white finishing off her second ride as well as Marilyn. Nice work, ladies.
Yeah, they seem to be in sync with each other and have the same eye for the wave, and they are, finding both a shoulder to work with and keep running in that same direction without being in each other's way. So waiting for the second scores to drop. Last score of white, a 4.83. Last score of green, 2.33. So here is the replay of green. Nice low body position and kicking those fins out and finishing that turn, building back her speed again and getting that second front side hit. Not a full completion and controlled ride away. So this is the replay of Pua DeSoto. Nice backside hit using her entire body. That second maneuver strong as she comes to this third final whitewater backside hit. So getting those 3 out the back live action. This is Red. This is Talia. Nice wrap to get things started into a nice vertical frontside hit, getting that board almost absolutely vertical. So getting that speed and power and flow in that. She showed some variety with her maneuvers. 15 minutes, 5 seconds left in this heat.
Well, Talia took a victory in Barbados this year, took a 9th at Jack's back in June up at Huntington Beach in the qualifying. She's having a great year. Some moons ago, she won the Scholastic Surf Series in Manhattan Beach, and she has been doing this quite some time. All of 19 years young out of Malibu Beach, California. DeSoto is one of her life goals is to be like Duke. She wants to be an Olympic gold medalist. Duke won a couple in swimming way back in the 20s and 30s, even before that. And as we know, surfing is in the Olympics. She'd be more than happy to represent Hawaii in the Olympics. So Pua took 3rd place in Jacksonville in her maiden voyage here at the Supergirl. And right now we have a lull. Let's throw it down to Fuelie with Reid Van Wagoner.
Thank you very much, Chris. Reid, great way to start the day, but it's always very tough being first heat up. Tell us about the conditions.
Yeah, it was definitely a little slow out there. Went in the free surf, and it was kind of pumping. Got a lot of good ones, and then right when our heat started, it went flat for about 7 minutes, and stressing out a little bit. But just happy to get a few and catch a couple out there.
Did you have a plan, or how do you adapt in the moment to whatever's happening with the conditions and just around you?
Yeah, I think trusting yourself is a big part of it, like knowing you can get the job done even if the waves aren't what you had planned them to be. I actually got lucky and caught one on the paddle back out, and that's my best score, so I was lucky to catch that one. But, yeah, I just got the job done.
And you're competing in 2 different divisions here.
Yeah, I am. So I'll be hopping back and forth from north side to south side and longboard and shortboard, so should be a fun weekend.
Fantastic. And tell us a little bit about the experience you've had of this year as your career develops.
Yeah, this has been a great year for me. I've been traveling all around the world with my family and competing at the top level, so super happy about that. And I've been coming to Supergirl for a long time, so hopefully this one goes good and trying to get the Cape this year.
Fantastic. Well, always great to have you, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Great stuff, Fuelie, and all sorts of action going on the water. Presently, what you're seeing on your screen is Lucy Gerard nailing down her first wave. Some other waves to show you in just a minute with Glaub and Swindoll, but a lot of activity during that interview with Reid. So we'll get to that and give you scores. But Reid, yeah, staying extra busy, a very dynamic year for her with a lot of great results, and that just shows the determination, the training, and the focus that young lady has, both in longboard and shortboard. 12 minutes on the clock. We got lots of scores to delve out. Stand by as they come in. 2 more to drop. Hold tight. And White is taking a peek. Here's Pua. Got a nice little corner coming towards you folks on the pier. Digs that rail in a little too deep, but she's able to get right back into the pocket. Slide alongside. Oh, it throws out the board, and that's going to score quite nice. Looking to do away with a 3.33. Scores are coming in. What do you see, Lindsay?
Okay, last ride of Red, a 4.5, so that does move you into the lead. Red, you're in the lead with priority. And live action, Green is up and riding, getting a nice drawn-out frontside wrap, and now she's trying to run to that inside and get that wall and able to stick with it. She was able to lean back because she had enough speed as she hit that section that was closing out and just made a nice little pocket for her to lay back in. So she's looking to replace that 2.33. Let's see how that falls into her scoreline. Last ride of White, a 3.53. You are in second, White. You need a 5.85 to move into the lead. In third, Green, waiting for your last score, a 4.9. Green, last score, 4.9. You are in third. You need a 3.46. This is the replay of, oh no, this is live action.
Nope, replay. This is the replay of the 4.9 by Marilyn Glaub, and here's replay of Talia.
Talia is showing the control and strength behind that one maneuver. And this is Lucy Gerard's first ride, a 3.10. Able to get that backside hit and then revert to that little inside. So a little bit of a smaller wave, so that's why I think the judges weren't giving quite the higher score. Red up and riding live action. Nice quick wrap and into that section of layback. Kicking those fins. Is that deemed a completion? Not quite sure. Doesn't look like it, but she wants to improve that 4.50.
You know, sometimes I throw extra letters in people's names. I even spelled it out. It is Marlin. My apologies, not Marilyn. And I apologize. We always like to get the names correct. So Marlin, like the fish, Glaub from South Florida. All sorts of Eastern Surfing Association championships. U12, U4 season champ, Surfer of the Year some years ago. Caribbean Surf Connection, under 14s in the Dominican Republic, won a title there. And she's only 15. Just had a birthday last week. So, Marlin, keep up the good work. She has competed at the highest level for QS since 2022. Her first qualifying series event was in Jacksonville, where she took 33rd, and she's been there every year since. So, Marlin, you're currently in third place in green. You need a 3.46. Lucy Gerard, your one wave is a 3.1. You need a 5.26. 9 minutes left on the clock.
Calling all adventurers, stop by the Wet and Wild Adventure Company tent to talk all things travel. Check out their awesome branded gear and grab your raffle ticket for a chance to win a custom surfboard shaped by a pro surfer that you can then take on your travels.
Makes sense. Well, Lucy Gerard out there looking to catch her second wave. She's in that fourth position in the blue, representing the Samoa contingency and country as best as possible. That's what she's all about. She's now 23 years young. She's been competing here for quite some time. And here goes the red of Talia Swindoll.
Talia up and riding, building up some speed, able to get into this inside section. She has a face to work with and tries to get a little revert, kicking those fins loose and trying to spin around. Unfortunately, not able to keep her board under her. So she has her 6.17 and a 4.5. So she's having fun out there and trying to chip away and get just a little higher and just improve her situation. Priority is with white, blue, green.
On screen, we see Corey Lopez with his tribe. There you go. Corey, you're looking... Is it me or is Corey looking younger every year? I think the kids have definitely helped him stay young. So, Corey, long time ASP surfer, Association of Surfing Professionals, which is now the WSL. He competed just north of here for several years at the Boost Mobile Pro at Trestles that Fuley and I had the pleasure of putting on. So, Corey's got a family out here. We'll see Alana in the mix a little later on.
Green having a paddle, deciding which way, going backside, going left. Nice wrap. Able to stay in that power source, immediately into another backside hit, trying to stay ahead of that section to get one more, and she does. So she's looking to throw away that 2.83. So let's see if that improves her situation. 6 minutes, 52 seconds left on the board. Priority is with white, Pua de Soto. And so we have seen the ladies just in this heat transition from a little bit more south, now moving towards the pier. So the tide is starting to fill in. The sandbank is shifting a little bit. That is affecting how the waves are crashing. Red up and riding. You know, that takeoff was a little bit slower because that wasn't as steep of a wave. So she really has to position her body to get that speed. And you can see how well a seasoned surfer can do that. All of a sudden, they're standing still, and then they have like rocket boosters on them and get going really fast. And it is a skill to do in waves that can vary in all shapes and sizes. So look at the replay of green. Marlin, nice wrap. Immediately into that next backside hit, getting the combo and that variation, and then again getting that board nice and vertical and not letting that whitewater thrower off the board. So live action out the back, blue. This is Lucy getting her second ride, and the front side hit into the wrap. nice low and controlled, showing that speed, power, and flow, and getting that combo.
Yeah, nice patience. She was waiting about 10 minutes for her second wave, so
it was a smooth ride.
It was.
Start to finish. Not a lot of speed, but really just going with what the wave was providing. Green out the back.
Marlin.
Big front side wrap. This wave really kind of just shut down for her. Didn't quite give her the opportunity she was looking for. But last ride of Green, not the one we just saw, but that last ride was a 4.0. So that puts her into second. She needs a 5.78 to move into the lead. In third, White with priority. You're looking to replace that 3.53. You need a 4.08.
Let's look at Red and White right now, splitting that wave. There's the Red of Talia wrapping it around. White goes up and down. That was Pua. So good maneuvers on both. We'll see what the judges' scores are. Under 5 minutes. Girls, under 5 minutes. Next heat, heads up, Chayet, Hilly, Hightower, and Pinto. Excuse me. Next heat, Lima, Turner, Chayet, and Harris. I'm on yesterday, but yet it's today.
Four minutes.
Well, for
17
surfer
seconds.
Talia Swindoll, the qualifying series, there's also the next one up is a Challenger Series. Let's have a look back at this wave. That score is still coming in, but nice power and speed. Good flow on that one maneuver. And she's looking to do away with her 4.5. She does just that. One maneuver for Pua as well.
Last ride of Red, a 4.77. So judges really liked the amount of strength that was in that one maneuver and how she was able to so quickly transfer her weight to her front foot, so able to kick those fins loose and really slide out the board and then get it back under her as if it was never moved. So that is showing control, execution, and reading the wave very well. 3 minutes, 30 seconds left in this heat. This is heat 2 of the round 64.
Well, for current heat leader with the highest score, it's our island biggest wave of the heat, 6.17. Talia has done the qualifying series, as we mentioned, won the Barbados event earlier this year. She also took 5th place in the Challenger Series, which is the next level up before you get to the CT. And she took 5th place over in South Africa, the Belito Pro. So very impressive that she's working through the ranks.
Showcasing her skills on that Challenger Series and then bringing that same energy to Supergirl. It helps these younger ladies see the potential, see where they need to go to next. So it is wonderful that Talia is here as a role model, but as a competitor as well.
All right, situation reads as such. Surfer in red, you're in the lead. Talia, second place. Pua is white. You need a 6.12. Surfer in green, you need a 4.43. And surfer in blue, you need a 4.23. 2:30 on the clock. Priority is green, red, white, blue. Insert Pelicans. Oh, splitting the peak. There they go. This is the white of Pua going north. Headed south in the green is Glaub.
And our surf photographer having to get out of Marlin's way, but both ladies having a great ride as they split that peak. So situation for red, you are in the lead with a 6.17 and a 4.77. In second is white. White, you have a 4.83 and a 4.5. You need a 6.12 to move into the lead. In third, green, you are looking to improve a 4. You need a 4.43. In fourth, blue, you are looking to replace a 3.1. You need a 4.23. 1 minute, 30 seconds left on the clock. Priority is with red.
Approaching the 1 minute mark. Glaub, green, needing a 5.54. Gerard, blue, needing a 5.34. Again, our announcing today goes to the World Wide Web. It goes live to the beach, and our primary objective is to give information to the surfers. So we will hit them as much as possible based on what they ask. There's a replay for you folks at home on green of Glaub with her 4.67.
Yeah, she's getting much more comfortable with that layback finishing maneuver and able to show her control with that board. And this is Pua de Soto's last ride, the one that deemed her that 5.6. So the situation is, Pua, you are in second. You need a 5.35.
Lucy Gerard is looking for something and gets off the board. 20 seconds left. It's really all or nothing for Glaub and the green. Red and white are right next to each other, just finding the right place, right time. Here goes red for Talia.
Red really just doing a defensive move. She's just trying to keep her off that wave.
That horn ends that heat. We go to the 6.17 first wave caught by Talia Swindoll, and she was the heat winner with Pua in second. And we'll take a look at this island's biggest wave of the heat, a 6.17. Talia just wrapping around on that stealthy Darth Vader type blackboard, and just nice execution. Says, I'm moving on to the next round. Thanks, Islands, for the support and the love. We'll be back with heat number 3 of our round of 64.
Can the Nissan Frontier out-monster a monster truck? Not that you would, but you could. Nissan, #1 in new vehicle quality.
What if you got rewarded just for doing what you love? With the Verizon Visa card, you can get up to 4% in rewards. That's 4% when dining at your go-to spot, 4% when you swing by the grocery store, and 4% when you fill up your car. All those rewards can go towards your Verizon bill, and there's no annual fee. Plus, when you enroll in Verizon's AutoPay, you can unlock a discount on your Verizon bill. With the Verizon Visa card, get rewarded just for living life. Apply today.
The Supergirl Surf Festival is brought to you by Jersey Mike's A Sub Above, by Golden Road Brewing, your local craft brewery.
Welcome back, web viewers. The ocean is still here. The waves are producing. We got a little layer of fog slowly creeping in just at the end of the pier. Here's a look back at the only wave caught, Marlo Lee Harris from the San Clemente area. Putting together her best presentation thus far as the first wave caught. Score in 4.5. Marlo, you start the day with a 4.5. Again, just to the north of us, for you folks watching online, we are just a few miles away from one of the heavy training grounds for the Marines, Camp Pendleton, and we're in Oceanside, North San Diego County. A lot of activity looking as such in the water. White and red having a peek at the same wave. They're separated apart. White has it. What do you see, Linz?
White is racing down the line into that front section, getting that nice little reefer and kicking those fins loose. So able to get a front backside and then a frontside hit. Blue, deep bottom turn, using her full range of motion and getting that combo. Nice vertical hit. Able to use that full suspension on that re-entry. Showing a lot of strength there. So there's a lot of waves just caught there. We'll get some replays, get some scores out as things are happening. 16 minutes, 30 seconds left in this heat.
Yeah, blue, green, red, we're all on that same wave. Just a lot of activity. The judges got a little work cut out for them here as everyone's paddling back into position.
So they're in a race for priority now.
Yeah, get back out there. It's going to most likely be
the last
Marlo.
ride of blue. Bailey Turner at 5.67.
Yeah, hustling back into priority position. Looks like Marlo in the green will get it, but we'll see. Here's a look back at blue. That's Bailey Turner's 5.67. Nice snap on the top, showing commitment and follow through. Here's green.
This is green's last ride. That one strong hit, riding that vertical face, getting that board nice and straight up in the air, coming down, staying controlled, and red just further down the line, able to keep maneuvering and working her way to the inside. So last ride of white, a 3.83.
All right, scores coming in. Will look like we have a slight pause in the action. Let's throw it down to Fuely, who's with Talia.
Can you hear me, Chris? Okay, all right. It would help if we turned the microphone on. Here with Talia. Talia, great win there. Firstly, let's start with the board, because that board looks really lively.
Yeah, thank you. No, I'm riding Better Every Day. It's the ECT technology from Channel Islands, and board's magic.
Well, it looks really good. You're having a fantastic year, win in Barbados, 11th on the Challenger Series. What's that experience been like? Because we've seen you in Supergirl previously, but it just looks like you've got more confidence. You've got your preparation routine is down, and your surfing is really on point.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, it's been a good year. Still a lot left to go in the year, but I'm just enjoying every moment as it comes, and really just having fun with it all. You know, surfing's so fun, and it's pretty cool to do this for a living. So yeah, definitely day by day, heat by heat, contest by contest, but not taking anything for granted.
Well, it's always fun to watch you. You've had a 5th here at the Supergirl before. What would it mean to you to win the Cape?
Yeah, that'd be sick. At the end of the day, you're here to win. So, I mean, taking a win close to home right before a couple events coming up would mean a lot. So that's the goal.
Well, good luck in the next round.
Thank you. Thank you.
Back to you, Chris.
Congratulations, Talia. That was such an incredible heat, and it is wonderful to see her raise the bar every year, and she definitely has the potential to get on those steps, on Sunday. So look forward to her. Best of luck in the next round, and I think I need to get some of the specs on that board, because it does look pretty nice. Maybe it'd be magic under my feet.
The bed board, BED, Better Every Day. Channel Islands knows what's up.
Okay, first ride of red, a 4.40.
A little over 13 minutes, ladies. Situation as we take a peek back at the white of Zoe Chat's 3-point ride. I think that was. But the situation, Marlo Lee Harris here in the lead with 2 waves. A 7.93 is your total. Bailey Turner in blue, you need a 2.26 to overtake Marlo. Surfer in white, Zoe, you need a 1.85. Relatively easy task if that wave shows up. In the red, Malia Lima, 1.28. Lots of time on the clock. Priority is blue, red, green, white. Lima hails from Hawaii, Kauai specifically. She's 19 years of age, correction. She just had herself a birthday. She's competing in the Supergirl Pro for her 5th time. Her best finish, 9th place in Jacksonville last year. Bailey Turner out of Huntington Beach. The ripe age of 16, had quite a few accomplishments as well. Has been up against Talia Swindoll in many a heat as well. And she is on her 5th rendition version of the Supergirl Pro. Her best 5th here last year. It's nice to have her here. That's Bailey Turner, surfer in blue. Zoe Chet, Half Moon Bay, California, close to home of Mavericks. And Zoe is presently in the 3rd place position in the white, part of the USA Junior Surfing Team some years ago. And this is her 6th Supergirl Pro. She took a 7th here in Oceanside last year. And then rounding out her field, Marlo Harris from San Clemente, 16 years young. She's been the Grom of the week, and this is her 4th appearance at the Supergirl Pro. Her best finish 2 years ago at 49th. So a lot of seasoned young veterans out here.
Okay, White to the south.
White way far south. Here we go. Zoe
up and surfing. Decided to go left after she had a look to the right and saw that there was a little bit better face to be working a little bit north. 11 minutes, 5 seconds left on the clock. Priority is with blue. See how she was starting to go to the right and saw that that wave shut down, so she quickly decided, nope, headed north. Thank you.
Not gonna do it.
To be able to change so quickly and make that adjustment is a skill set, to be able to calm yourself, move at a slower pace, and then execute very quickly. It is, a learned skill. It does not happen overnight. These ladies spend just endless amount of time in the water to try to understand.
Zoe's having another peek at it, a little more on the inside, says, I'm going to pick it off while it's here. One snap, adding to her scoreline, looking to replace a 3.83.
So she was still on the inside, and that wave was a little bit smaller, but she had that nice, strong, low body position, was able to get speed immediately right off the bat and get that board nice and vertical. So she's looking to just exchange that 3.83 for something a little better, so just to improve her situation. 9 minutes, 50 seconds left on the clock. Priority is with blue.
Shout out to all the photographers with the big lenses, and even the ones with your iPhones. If you happen to do social media, tag at Supergirl Pro or hashtag Supergirl Pro. Supergirl Surf Pro works as well. And for you folks that don't have cameras and you want to see some great images, go to the Supergirl Pro site and learn a little bit more about this event. It's been around for nearly 20 years now. The green is coming at us on her backhand. What do you see?
Yes, the regular foot rider is going left, having a nice run to the inside, getting those combos, and
Marlo,
unfortunately not able to finish as strong as she would hope. Red out the back was having a look, decided not to paddle in. But Marlo was trying to improve that 3.43. It could come into her scoreline, but it's not looking like it because she didn't make that completion. But I stand corrected. She has a 4.27, so liking that variety. Last ride of green, a 4.27.
Yeah, she had a nice snap on that. It was very executed well, showed the commitment, and although she got unstuck, she stayed on. Who knows? It could be in the 6 range.
So, yes, she definitely knows she has room to improve and to even chip away and get some higher scores on that with even just that same execution. So situation is in the lead, green with a 4.5 and a 4.27. In second, white 4.13 and a 3.83. You need a 4.64 to move into the lead. In third, blue with priority, you have a 5.67. You need a 2.29. In fourth, red with a 4.4. You need a 3.56. 7 minutes, 55 seconds left on the clock. Priority is blue, white, red, green.
We see on screen there Sanoa Demfo'olin, the Canadian, who's having a banger season once again. We'll see her out here in the next heat along the likes with the likes of Olivia Storr, Kaya Howard, and Auburn Hilly. This is a round of 64. Welcome to Oceanside for you viewers that are just tuning in on the web. And if you're just walking on the pier, walking on the beach, welcome. We do dual duty conversation today, speaking to you folks live and the people on the web as well from around the globe tuning in, and we thank you. This is the 18th rendition of the Supergirl Surf Pro. It was off by a year yesterday.
Opportunity is on the horizon. We'll see if any of these ladies are able to get into a shoulder on the inside. Red scraping into a nice little section. Nice bottom turn. A lot of strength and power in that maneuver. That is Malia Lima. She's looking to back up that 4.4. She really only needs that 3.56 to get her back into the mix. So a very obtainable score for a surfer of her caliber. So no other rides were in that exchange, so just waiting for the last score of red.
Yeah, here's a little something. You got blue and white taking a look. Neither decide to chomp at the bit. From Malia Moana Lima from Kauai, Hawaii. It's nice to have her here once again. Back to her in a minute. Let's see what the white is. This is Zoe finding the foam to get into, and then a nice face to work with, racing down the line. Going to say, got something, put my board as vert as possible, and finish the ride. That's going to help her cause to change a 3.83. That's most likely the highest wave score for her thus far. Nice job, Zoe.
6 minutes left in the heat, ladies. Still waiting on scores to come in.
Yeah, here's a peek back at Zoe, who made a surf story movie about herself at 16, a film about love, and obviously there's a lot of surfing love for her, and that is a solid ride right there. Her eyes were looking forward and ahead as to where her next turn was going to be. Wherever the head goes, the body follows. As Lindsay, you will attest to, the heaviest bone in the body is the cranium. Wherever it goes, the body follows.
And I really liked how as soon as she was on her feet, she just accelerated. So that means she was really in the best takeoff position for that wave.
Situation coming through shortly. And here's the situation. Marlo Lee Harris, surfer in green. You have the lead, looking to improve upon a 4.27. Zoe Chait.
Last ride of white, a 5.73. Sorry, we had a little delay in our screens. Last ride of white, a 5.73. You are in the lead. In second, green. You are looking to improve a 4.27. You need a 5.37 to move into the lead. In third, red. You need to improve a 3.8. You need a 4.38 to advance. In fourth, blue. You have a 5.67. You need a 3.1. 4 minutes, 20 seconds left on the clock. Priority is green, blue, red, white.
Yeah, thank you for that catch. I was wondering where those two scores were, as Zoe's did come in higher than I was looking at. 5.73, so in the lead.
So the judges really did like that last ride of white, and she just showed how much speed she got. So her positioning on the wave, how she was able to accelerate right immediately and then find that pocket, can maintain the speed after that last backside hit, was able to then come in and get the revert and have a nice little cherry on top, finish things off.
A nice cherry on top. Love it. Big thanks goes out to the WSL, the judges, the staff, making this whole thing come together on the back end so we can enjoy the front end. Here's the blue of Bailey Turner, hungry for her second wave.
Blue headed southbound, getting those nice two backside floaters, and heading north on her backside is red.
Yeah, Malia Lima was pretty much up and down. Didn't like what she saw headed towards the pier, and said, I'm going to kick out. I got 3 minutes left. 3 minutes remaining. Dempful, Olin, Storr, Howard, Hilly are the next four.
Two 2 minutes, 45 seconds left on the clock, and Blue is trying to scrape into a nice little inside. She's able to be up and just a little behind that section. Unfortunately, that wave just kind of shut down on her, so she was not able to get that little inside hit.
Yeah, so Bailey's got a couple scores yet to come in.
But she does have that strong opening of that 5.6. She needs only a 3.1 to get in the mix, and it's very possible for her to do. Her last ride, still waiting on, but her previous ride of Blue was a 6.83, so the situation did change. Blue, you are in the lead. Still one more score for Blue to drop, but most likely will not factor in. So last ride of Blue is 6.83. You are in the lead. In second, White, you are looking to improve a 4.13. You need a 6.78. In third, with priority Green, you need to replace a 4.27. You need a 5.37 to advance. In fourth, Red, you're looking to improve a 3.8. You need a 5.47. Live action in the water is Green. Marlo.
Yeah, Marlowe, who's in third, needing a 5.37. Medium to tall order with what's going on out there. And chipping away at it. She's going to have to crank it back out there to get another one. Will that be a 5.37? Judges doing their work. A minute 15 left. For Marlowe, a 5.37, and Malia, a 5.47 on the requirements. Remember, the top two move on to the round of 32. Right now it's Bailey and Zoe, blue and white, who are in the top two spots. Under a minute. Score in 3.97 for Marlowe. Here's a look back for you folks at home as we go live for you folks here. Blue getting after it. Bailey Turner racing down the line. Lay back and holds on. Atta girl, nice strength. So Bailey, current heat leader, and Green is striking in striking distance. It says there's not a bunch left on that. She's doing everything she can with 20 seconds left. Marlowe still needing a 5.37. Malia Lima is still needing a 5.47. Priority Zoe Chet does just that. Holds on to her priority, takes it, and moves on through. Green racing down the line too. So Marlowe Lee Harris doing everything she can. Unstuck, counting it down. And it looks like Turner and Chet unofficially advancing on as the red of Malia Lima just has a little bit of a end lap there. Our heat is done. The island biggest wave of the heat, a 6.83 held by Bailey Turner. Here's a look back at it, all brought to you by Islands Restaurant. Great focus, one nice snap, finds another open face there, gets the board as vert to about 11 o'clock as she can, and that's Bailey Turner. And we'll be back with the next heat when we return to the webcast.
I knew it. You are stealing my Jersey Mike's gig.
Danny, it's just because Jersey Mike's is an official sponsor of the NFL. I'm not taking your gig.
Now you're taking my look.
This is how I dress.
My glasses. I've been looking for those.
I wear glasses. I have astigmatism.
I'll give you astigmatism.
Ready for you on set, Eli.
I gotta go.
Oh. This ain't over, Manning.
Jersey Mike's, a sub above.
Hey, that's my line. A sub above.
At Front Wave Credit Union, we're all in on you. You're not just a number, you're a member. And we're putting $350 behind what we believe in. Get started today. Dream big. We got you.
The Supergirl Surf Festival is brought to you by Nissan, a mid-size pickup built to keep up. Discover adventure in the 2025 Nissan Frontier. Shop nissanusa.com. By Revive, fuel your body and mind with all-natural elevated wellness. Rise stronger with SG Revive.
And welcome back, Supergirl Surf fans. We are in Oceanside at the Supergirl Surf Pro. We have the overview of the pier and ladies in the water. In red, Sanoa Dempfel Olin, the Canadian. In blue, Olivia Storr. In white, Kai Howard. In green, Auburn Hilly. So as some waves were ridden as we were on our commercial break, here's our replay of white. This is Howard having a nice little wrap. And back to live action. Green is up and riding, getting a nice full drawn-out frontside turn, working her way to the inside, building up some speed, wrapping back into the power source, and trying to get a nice little runner and finish things off strong. And while that was going on, red was right behind her.
Auburn Hilly with a very strong finish. The 14-year-old from New Smyrna Beach in Florida, and one of the rising stars coming out of the East Coast. 13th of the Outer Banks Pro this year, but only 14 years of age, and that ride was really strong. The finish, very dynamic, getting some air. There's a flurry of activity there, so we've got a number of scores to bring to you as soon as we can. Auburn Hilly, her first ride was a 4. We're waiting on Red Sanoa Denfle-Olin of Canada. She gets a 4.67, and we're waiting for Kaya Howard's score.
Correct, 4.17 on the last ride of Red, 4.17. Last ride of White, a 2.50. Here's the replay of Red. See, it was one hit, but it was a very strong hit. A nice bottom turn, spotting her landing with her head, and great low body position for execution.
Sanoa, 20 years of age, from Tofino in Canada, has represented Canada at the Olympic Games and is currently 4th on the QS rankings with a first at Pismo Beach and the Vans Jacks Pro at Huntington Beach at the start of the year. Looking up in the lineup there. Right now, let's go down to Chris Ernst, who is on the beach with the winner of that last heat, Bailey Turner.
Thank you. I'm with Bailey Turner. Bailey, you had yourself a nice opportunity out there. Little free surf in the morning. You caught one wave. It prepared you for taking the win out there. How are the conditions?
It's pretty fun. When the sets come, it's really fun, but it's a little slow, but it's still fun.
Yeah, exactly. There's waves, And anything you'd like to say to the fellow Supergirls out there that you're up against?
Yeah, good luck to everybody else, and let's just all surf good.
And what would a red cape mean to you, the young part of your life right now, the Supergirl cape?
It would mean a lot. I don't know. I just like to have fun in my heat, so try not to think about that too much, but just go surf all my heats and have fun.
There's a paddle out going on up at Huntington Beach today. Your family is up there. Anything you want to say on behalf of the paddle out?
Yeah. To Colby, we all love you and we all miss you, and you're the best person out there, and yeah.
Awesome. Big prayers for Colby. Good luck in your next heat. This is Bailey Turner, Huntington Beach, going on to the round of 32. Back up top to the action.
Thank you very much, Chris. And with 15 minutes and 5 seconds on the clock, Sanoa Denfle-Olin in red is in the lead with a 4.17 and a 0.5. Auburn Hilly green in second with a 4. Kaya Howard, the local girl, with a 2.5. And Liv Storer is in blue without a wave yet, but she does have priority. And the experience of the Olympian holding down the lead at the moment. Sanoa was the 2024 WSL World Junior Champion. Come out of that cold water up there in British Columbia. Makes them hardy. Sister Matea, older sister, used to compete. They turned up together here a few years ago. I recall they used to travel together.
Yes, and I would, there's something to be said to train your body to perform in colder temperatures. And, myself, I can experience the cold, but I'm dry. I'm not sitting in water, and, it's a different level of cold and chill that just gets right to the bone. So being able to keep your muscles loose and be able to still execute and fire your muscles, like to get that just power behind it. It's not easy to do. It's why a lot of people move to warmer climates. It's why we go to vacation on warmer climates, so we can not have that chill. So live action out in the water, blue and white splitting the peak. Blue getting a nice backside turn, and white running away with it and laying back into a nice front side. And all along for the ride as well is green getting that front side wrap, going left all the way almost to the pier. So waiting for scores to drop. 3 surfers on that one wave all found a nice little shoulder to work with.
Yeah, we've this morning we have different conditions to yesterday. Higher tide is pushing in. We've got about another hour. It's a much more broken up swell. Yesterday it was bigger, but it was coming in very straight. So today the opportunity is that there are a few more corners, certainly on the higher tide. And as you could see, one wave there, 3 different surfers. This was Liv Storer on her backhand, looking smooth.
Yeah, just getting into a nice little flow and maintain speed as she works her way to the inside, and then able to get that revert to finish things off. So waiting for her score to come in. Her first ride of blue with 3.50. Last ride of white, a 5.50. Last ride of green, a 2.50. So situation as it stands, white, you are in the lead. In second, green with a 4 and a 2.5. You need a 4.01 to move into the lead. In third, red with priority. You're looking to replace a 0.5. You need a 2.33. In fourth, blue, you are looking to back up your 3.5. You need a 3.01. This is the replay of white. This is her last ride, that 5.5. See the strength eyeing that section as it comes towards her. She's able to load up that weight and lay back into it and then be able to finish strong.
Yeah, Kai's just 16 from Encinitas, but she's really powerful surfer. In fact, she helped win the 2025 National Board Riders Championship for Encinitas with a 9.77 in the final. She also competed in Japan in the Stab High Ladybirds. So she's been around for a long time. She's been coming to this event as a young spectator initially and now as a competitor, and she's really been coming to her own in the last couple of years, but very, very powerful, has a full repertoire of manoeuvres, and right now she's leading with 11 minutes and 5 seconds to go. Great crowd starting to build up.
Already so early in the day on a Saturday. Welcome Oceanside. Plenty of activity happening today. We're not just a surf event. There's so much more to be had. We've got free concerts. We have the Festival Village opening soon. And live action in the water. Having a look is green. And she is going to go north. And unfortunately not able to complete that maneuver.
Well, looking for some air there, Auburn Hilly, the youngster from Florida. Clearly not scared to go big, as many of the up-and-coming young talent spends a lot of time in wave pools, honing their aerial craft up and riding. Now a split peak. Sanoa on the right, on her backhand, using her priority.
And blue working her way to the pier, getting a nice backside hit. That's Olivia Storr. She's looking to back up her 3.5. She only needs a 3.01 to get into the mix. 10 minutes left in this heat. Waiting on scores for red and blue. And here's the replay. Here's red getting a nice, beautiful wrap, getting back into that power source as the wave starts to stand up the inside. That nice finishing maneuver and a little revert floater. Finishing strong. And this is the replay of blue. She had to look to see where red was going, if she was going to interfere, and since she had a moment, she took it and ran with it.
Liv Storr there, 16 from Santa Cruz and 13th at Pismo Beach and the Jacks Pro this year. 9 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. Up and riding.
Green, this is
no.
Deciding not to go. Red up again. Nice loaded bottom turn, kicking those fins. Nice strong one maneuver, but very powerful. She's looking to improve a 4.17. So she wants to improve her situation. She's currently in the lead. Just under 9 minutes left in this heat. Waiting for scores to come in for green and red.
Well, after the last wave, Sanoa red is in the lead, a 5.5 and a 4.17. Kaya Howard white with priority. You need a 4.17 to regain the lead, and here she goes. Kaya Howard up and riding.
Up and heading on her front side, setting up for that section. Nice and vertical, showing strength, showing power and control as she comes down in that section. And live action with green, working her way towards the pier on her front side. Priority is with blue, 8 minutes, 20 seconds. Last ride of red, still waiting on a score, but her previous was a 4.83, so that does improve her situation. In second, white, still waiting on her last score. Last score for white, a 4.30, so no situation change, but you do need a 4.83 to move into the lead. This is the replay of white that gave her that 4.3. See that nice vertical snap. She was able to absorb that power but maintain control as she worked her way down. And this is the replay of Hilly in green.
Yeah, she's really looking for the big manoeuvre. Didn't really get the air that she wanted there, but was able to ride out and then another turn. So scores at the moment. Sanoa Red is in the lead, 7.5 minutes. Kaya Howard, you are in second. You need a 4.83 to take the lead. Liv Stora Blue, you have priority. You need a 5.9 to move up into the advancing. And Auburn Hilly, you need a 5.8. 7 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. It's a little bit of a foggier start here this morning. A few of the competitors have been saying this morning feels like the first morning at the end of this summer that we've had in California. The water stayed warmer a lot longer, and a couple are saying that the water feels a lot cooler this morning. So that would be part of what's causing this morning fog. It's the hot land, and then combined with the cooler water temperatures creates this inversion. There's one of our young fans at home and takes a big spill, doesn't care at all.
But in the Superman position.
Yeah, there we go. Give that kid a cape. You need a Supergirl cape. 6.5 minutes remaining. Hilly staying busy and up and riding on her forehand. Oh, and takes a board to the base. Looks like she's all right. Was able to get her hand up, but not scared to go for the big manoeuvres. The youngster from New Smyrna Beach in Florida.
Now, the judges were liking her previous ride, how she was showing that aggression and power and that flow. So she was trying to replicate that, and maybe her timing is a little off on her bottom turn. Not quite sure if that wave was just not vertical enough to keep her moving with the wave, but she is not giving up. She's staying active. 5 minutes, 45 seconds left in this heat.
Well, we're judged on speed, power, flow, innovation. But power is definitely scoring the big points at the moment. A little bit of a dig there for Stora. That wave not maintaining its power throughout the entire wave, but able to finish really strongly. She was looking for a 5.9 to move up into the second spot. First and second move through into the round of 32. And we'll get through another couple of rounds today and leave ourselves tomorrow with all of the final rounds and head-to-head competition.
All right, just at the 5 minute mark, priority is with Red. So pro athletes hydrate with Perfect Hydration alkaline water, super refreshing with electrolytes for taste, and not only with hydration, they are in sustainable bottles. So grab yours today at 7-Eleven, Extra Mile, CVS, Ralph's, Walmart, and more.
Very nicely said. 4.5 minutes. Hilly taking a look at this right-hander and up on her backhand. She's got a little wedgie inside her and not able to get round that section. So still looking for a 5.8. Liv Stora needs a 5.5.
White up and surfing on her front side. Let's see if this little section will stand up for her and have that speed. She was able to kick her fins, get that board vertical, staying in control. She's looking to improve that 4.3. She needs a 4.83 to move into the lead. And live action Green running down the line, getting that nice hit that she's been trying to get that combo. And she got that 2 back-to-back. So she's looking to improve that 2.97. 3 minutes, 30 seconds left on the clock. Ladies' priority is with Red. Here's that replay of Green getting that nice front side hit and a nice little floater at the end, keeping her speed, showing control. Still waiting on Green's last score.
Red holding priority.
That replay again.
So judges taking a look at this and looking to see if it's going to be enough to advance her.
Green needs a 5.8 to get into the mix 2 minutes, 40 seconds. Ladies.
And swing by the Clean Reserve booth to experience their cozy, fragrant skin. Let the soothing notes carry you away as you ride the waves and enjoy a complimentary sample and grab a $20 discount code while you're there.
Last ride of green, 4.17. 4.17 green. We need a 5.63 to advance. 2 minutes left on the clock. Priority is with red, blue, white, green.
Well, Sanoa being very patient, not wasting that priority. She has a 5.5 in her scoreline, as does Kaya Howard. And it's the 4.83 that's giving Sanoa the slight edge over the 4.3 of Kaya Howard. But Liv Storer and Auburn Hilly still within striking distance.
So you can see Sanoa working her way towards Olivia in blue. She's going to play a little defense if she needs to pull the priority card. She has it in her back pocket, so you can see.
Kaya is doing the same on Urban. Now Kaya has third priority, so Sanoa can block Olivia and Kaya can block Hilly. So there you get to see tactics straight out of the gate. We have 1 minute remaining, 1 minute. Auburn Hilly trying to get away from Kaya Howard. And this is where tactics can maintain your position or win the day. Will all the surfers come together in the last 45 seconds?
And will a wave appear in 45 seconds to see how this might go down?
Well, Kaya and Sanoa do get to surf a lot together, so no doubt. Compare tactics, but blue up and riding. Liv Storer gets a chance here. Can she get the 5.5? Kaya Howard used her priority more towards the pier. But there is a chance here for Auburn Hilly. Up and riding, late takeoff. Oh, you can see the frustration there. 10 seconds remaining.
Still waiting on scores to drop, but that wraps up our Heat 4, the round of 64. Congrats, ladies.
And we had a tie for the Island Big Wave of the Heat, and it was both Sanoa and Kaya, both with 5.5s. Kaya Howard, the local girl, ends up in second position. But with powerful surfing like this and a strong tactical finish. But Sanoa Demfleolen of Canada takes the victory and moves into the round of 32. The Olympic representative, we'll see her coming up next.
The Nissan Rogue takes head after head. Punished under immense pressure. And exposed to excessive wear. Nissan, #1 in new vehicle quality. We put it through the worst, so you get its best.
Mango Cart from Golden Road Brewing. The wheat beer brewed with real mango. Crisp, refreshing, and always perfectly balanced.
Marines are made for this. Made for the calling only warriors can answer. Made from an unshakable belief in our nation and a strength that comes from the determination to win together. But you'll have to earn your place among us. Because you don't join the Marines. You become one.
The Supergirl Surf Festival is brought to you by Smoke Flower, OC Born, LA Built Apparel for your SoCal lifestyle, by Jersey Mike's A Sub Above, by Front Wave Credit Union. For banking, lending, saving, planning, dream big. We got you. Visit frontwavecu.com to get started.
Welcome back to the 2025 Nissan Supergirl Pro. Coming to you live here from Oceanside in California. I'm Mark Fuel here with Lindsay Jacobellis. Lindsay, welcome back. We're in the round of 64. We are into Heat 5, and this was Osea Green on her backhand on her first ride.
Getting that combo, showing a nice pace, consistent movement. And this is White. They were splitting that wave. One went north, one went south. White, strong backside. You could see she was trying to see maybe something would form on the inside. So live action in the water. This is Red. This is Kiara Gould.
Well, Kiara's very smooth surfer. As we got to see last year, made it all the way through from the beginning all the way through to the final. Still only 15 years of age and representing France and Tahiti. Was recently at the World Surfing Games. They're competing for France. And she opened up the season really strongly with a fourth at the Toa Pro over there in Tahiti. So she's had a great season, and she had a great year here last year at the Supergirl Pro, just being edged out by local girl Eden Walla in the end. So here she is, her first appearance. She got seeded all the way straight into this round today. There's 16 minutes and 16 and a half minutes remaining in this heat. Waiting for scores to come in, and we'll let everybody know. 20-minute heats. First, top two scores count. Maximum score of 10 out of each wave. And we had 9 yesterday. Today, highest score in the 6s. So scores are in for Zoe Zeitz, a 4.5 for your opening ride, but a 6.17 for Kiara Gould, and a 5 for Osea Green, and a 2.5 for Kira Huntress. So priority is with blue, followed by green, white and red, but our leader is red, Kiara Gould, second, Osea Green. Zoe Zeitz, you need a 0.51.
So this is the replay of blue, Zoe Zeitz. Nice vertical backhand, able to still maintain speed after doing such an aggressive maneuver. And that's not always easy because you are stalling yourself. You're showing the control that you can be in that pocket, then get your board back under you, and then get that movement, that propulsion to keep going down the wave. Now this is the replay of red. This is Kiara. Nice wrap, eyeing that section, kicking those fins, showing that weight distribution and control from front foot to back foot. Executed well. 15 minutes left in this heat. First ride of red, a 6.17. First ride of blue, 4.5. First ride of white, 2.5. First ride of green, 5.0.
And looking down there, Kiara having a look at that wave. Another wave behind it. Looks like this might have a potentially peak to it. No, just pushing in. Will Kiara be able to get it? She is. She is up and riding. And you can see, taking her time on that bottom turn. Nice sweeping cutback. Looking for the wrap. Looking for the finish now, which she does. So just super casual style. She just looks so comfortable.
Absolutely. That big, deep bottom turn helps her delay that time so the wave can catch up and she can be in the steepest part of the wave. So while we are waiting for more action in the water, let's throw it down to Uncle E with our previous heat winner, Sanoa Dempel-Olin.
Always a pleasure to be in the presence of a Canadian, and Sanoa Dempel-Olin, one of two sisters that love surfing up in the Tofino area. Must be nice coming down this way, a little warmer water. You're a veteran of the Supergirl Pro. How'd it go out there for you?
Yeah, it was definitely not the prettiest heat, but a win's a win, and my first heat win in a while, so I'm super stoked about it. And yeah, definitely a lot warmer than the conditions are at home right now. We had like a super hot, beautiful late summer, but it's right before I left on this trip, it definitely got much more fall winter like, so this is a treat for sure.
You've had a couple of victories in the QSs so far this year, so you're staying consistent with your surfing. Are you doing anything new, or are you just sticking to the game plan that works for you?
Yeah, definitely kind of just trying to stick to the same formula that has helped me throughout the last year. But yeah, you can, I don't know, every heat's different. The conditions are always changing, so just trying to make it happen however it is.
Yep, soft, subtle, spoken. Anything you want to say to the young Supergirls that are listening online or listening at the beach that are looking to realize their dreams, so to speak? Do you remember when you were a young girl and had some people to look up to?
For sure, yeah. I've had so many amazing people to look up to, and even all the girls who have won and been in this event throughout the year. So it's super fun to be here now, like later in my career. And yeah, to any of the girls out there, just stick with it and have fun. As cliche as that is, having fun's what counts.
That is it. Her name is Sanoa Demfa-Olin from Canada, the pride of Canada's surfing. Good luck in your next heat.
Thank you, E. And absolutely, having fun is the name of the game. It's what keeps you motivated, it keeps you hungry, it keeps you that love of the sport and growing to help you get to that next level, to see what you are capable of, and we are capable of so much. So last ride of red, a 6.0. So situation is red. You are in the lead. In second, green, you need a 7.17 to move into the lead. Blue, you're in third. You have priority. You have a 4.5. You need a 0.51 to advance. In fourth, white, you have a 2.5. You need a 2.51 to advance. 11 minutes, 50 seconds left on the clock. Tide's still coming up a little bit. We are seeing how the sandbars are being affected by this, so the ladies are constantly shifting to get into those little pockets. This is green. Osea, nice bottom turn, nice, slow and controlled. Seems like she has all the time in the world to spot that lip and get that board around. Unfortunately, not coming away with a controlled finish. Her first ride of 5.0. She needs a 7.17 to move into the lead. She's in a great position right now, still plenty of time. Her last ride, a 4.0. So the judges did like how fluid she was on that wave and how well she could carry her momentum, and it seemed so controlled the entire time. That could have been a little bit higher if she had a little stronger finish. But out the back, live action, blue. This is Zoe. Nice backside aggressive hit, but not able to get in front of that wave. That wave sometimes can break really fast on that sandbar, so it can close out and kind of shut down her ride a little sooner than she would have liked. 10 minutes, 35 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, and Zoe's only looking for a 4.51, and that first turn set it up well, but there just wasn't anything offering on that wave. Still just 10.5 minutes here, so we're only halfway through this heat. But you can see here on the turn, this first one really sharp, but then the wave just ran away, and so there wasn't anything else that she could do with that. Kiara Gould right now is really running away with this heat with a 6.17 and a 6 in her scoreline. She's keeping it super relaxed. She's done, even though she's only competed here once before, she's had plenty of heats because she made it all the way through into the final, and very experienced. So
the last ride of blue, a 3.93. You need a 4.51 to advance. Priority is with white. 9 minutes, 36 seconds left on the clock.
It's probably a good time for breakfast, right?
Absolutely. So Beach Break Cafe in South Oceanside, where every meal feels like home. Enjoy delicious food, friendly faces, and service with a smile. Great food, great friends, great service. That's the Beach Break way.
We're definitely seeing longer lulls this morning. Swell not quite as strong as it was yesterday. But maybe slightly better angle. It was coming in very straight. There's last year's winner there, Eden Walla. getting ready for upcoming heat up against Ella McCaffray, Alana Lopez and Caden Persidock. That'll be a great heat. So this is the first time this year we'll get to see Eden Walla in action.
She's new to the Challenger Series this year, and she got a 9th in the Burton Automotive in Newcastle.
All right, now,
live action in the water, White up and riding. This is Kira Huntress getting a nice wrap, staying back into the power source and kicking those fins out just for fun.
Yeah, the 15-year-old from Santa Cruz. Used to some cold water up there, part of the USA junior team. So a strong finish to that ride, but she's looking for a 6.5 to advance right now. Looking down the beach, this is Zoe Z's not able to get into that ride with 7 minutes and 45 seconds to go. Swell's pushing in, nobody in position for this one.
Red may be able to chip into that shoulder. She is able to get that backside first wrap and then a back snap to get things started. Will that improve her 6.0 and increase her lead? We'll see. Still waiting on scores for White. 7 minutes, 20 seconds left in this heat. Wind staying still fairly low, not much texture on the water, which is nice. Wind's a little out of the west-northwest. We'll see that usually increase throughout the day. This is the replay of White Kira Huntress ripping down that line, wrapping back, using her head to maneuver and get herself back into that position and finishing strong with that frontside snap. And then the replay of Kira.
Yeah, and she's looking to improve on a 6 here, and you just see just taking her time, just a beautiful style, but we know she's also very strong in the air. Kira Huntress having another look here, staying busy.
Absolutely, and similar to yesterday, she did catch a lot of waves, and she worked her way through those 2 rounds. Out the back, Green, nice, beautiful wrap. Red having to give way as Green makes her way on her front side. Beautiful finishing turn. Osea is looking to improve her 4.0. She needs a 7.17 to move into the lead. She's currently in second. 6 minutes, 8 seconds left in this heat. Waiting on scores for Red, Green, and White.
Well, Osea, another one of our Canadian representatives, also from Tofino, up there. Some sets starting to push in here. That's one of the biggest sets that we've seen so far today. And a couple of scores still to come in. We're
on out her front side turns her, and she can take that time to spot where the pocket is going to be, and then she can quickly adjust and hit that back foot hard to then kick that those fins free.
And Osea Green, a very strong finish, giving her a 4.6 for her last ride. So in the lead with priority, Kiara Gould with 5 minutes remaining. Your low score is a 6. Osea Green, you need a 7.17 to move up into the lead. Kira Huntress now in third, needs a 5.2 to advance up into the second spot. And Zoe Zeitz needs a 5.1 to move up into that second position and advance through into the next round. 4 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Some great surfing happening this morning.
Absolutely. Love seeing the level of ladies surfing just get bigger and better every year, and the crowd that comes and supports this event is incredible. But not only is surfing happening, we've got shortboard and longboard. We have currently happening on the beach on the north side of the pier is the beach soccer 18 plus and 30 plus tournaments. We have women's flag football 14 and under division tournament starting, and we've got beach volleyball, and the gold stage will be opening at 10 a.m. along with the Festival Village. So a lot of things happening. And as I cruised through yesterday, there was also a roller rink that was set up that anyone can grab a pair and go for a nice cruise. And I just thought that was so incredible.
3 minutes and 35 seconds remaining Lindsay, I'm interested in what you're seeing on the training side. As a professional athlete, you put a lot of time, into training and preparation. What are you seeing in what the surfers are doing now with their training?
Well, when I was 12 years old, I had a coach that actually started pushing me into structured training, and that was just more so body awareness, not pushing a lot of weight, but just actually getting familiar with my body and getting myself in the gym. So it was a lot of just body conditioning, body awareness, and basic strength training. Nothing like plyometrics or hypertrophy or what we're seeing at any caliber now. But we are seeing the benefits of athletes starting to have those basic training skills, so then they are able to step up that level and that higher intensity as they come into their young teens and young 20s. So that last ride of White, that is Kiera Huntress, staying active, staying busy. She needs to replace that 4.3. She needs a 5.2 to advance. 2 minutes, 25 seconds left in this heat. This is the replay of Kiera. Building up her speed, able to get to that inside section and kick those fins free. She has that maneuver dialed. Out the back, live action. This is Blue. This is Zoe. Really showing her aggression and strength as she moves down this wave all the way to the inside, using her entire body to finish that snap. And out the back, Osea getting a beautiful backside hit, a big, deep bottom turn into that nice vertical snaps. What the judges like to see. That is a high-risk maneuver for a first hit. It's too bad that wave shut down, because it would have been lovely to see her continue to the inside. So still waiting on scores. Priority is with red. 1 minute, 35 seconds left in this heat.
So that's an important exchange there, because Zoe Zeitz was looking for a 5.1 to move up into the second position. So that's the score to keep an eye on at the moment. Kiera Huntress also looking for a 5.2. Didn't have the length of ride that Zoe's ride did there. You can see Zoe paddling out. If you're watching at home on your screen, a surfer in blue, Zoe Zeitz, just over a minute remaining here. Score has come in. The scores have come in. And it has remained the same. Kiara Gould in front with priority. Osea Green in second. Zoe Zeitz, you now need a 4.53 to advance. And Kiera Huntress, you still require a 5.2. Kiara Gould using her priority. A nice looking wave in front of her.
Oh, beautiful open face to work with. Seems like she has all the time in the world. Unfortunately getting hung up on the lip on that last one, but not leaving anything out.
24 seconds. Zoe Zeitz taking a look at that, knowing that she still needs a 4.53. Osea Green holding down second.
White using her priority, and Green just a little further south, hitting that nice front side, laying back into it, and able to stand up. That's the end of this heat. Heat 5, round of the 64, waiting on scores to drop for Green and White. This is the replay of Blue that gave her that 5.0.
And this was the last ride here. Osea Green laying back in the foam and using her priority to maintain the position. A valiant effort by Kiera Huntress, but at the end it was not enough as Kiara Gould takes victory here at the Supergirl Pro for 2025.
My burning sun will someday rise.
What if you got rewarded just for doing what you love? With the Verizon Visa card, you can get up to 4% in rewards. That's 4% when dining at your go-to spot, 4% when you swing by the grocery store, and 4% when you fill up your car. All those rewards can go towards your Verizon bill, and there's no annual fee. Plus, when you enroll in Verizon's AutoPay, you can unlock a discount on your Verizon bill. With the Verizon Visa card, get rewarded just for living life. Apply today.
The Supergirl Surf Festival is brought to you by Revive. Fuel your body and mind with all-natural, elevated wellness. Rise stronger with SG Revive. By the United States Marine Corps. The fight for the future starts now. By Bright brings style and quality event rentals together to make every event feel elevated and unforgettable.
Seated straight into today. And welcome back here to Oceanside for the 2025 Nissan Supergirl Pro. And this was defending champion Eden Walla getting off to a strong start. Lindsay.
Absolutely, just showing some great speed, able to ride that high line so she could carry that all the way to the inside. And this is the replay of blue Ella McCaffray showing great control, getting a nice turn and a finishing snap to get things started. We're still waiting on those scores. Ella's fresh off a win from the Virginia Beach Pro this season, as well as a second at Jack's surfboard competition. She's a couple years on the Challenger Series as well, so she has been accumulating these points on the QS to get to that next level. Then ultimately the goal is to get on the championship tour. That is what you must do to work yourself through the ranks, put in the time. And while we take a break in the action in the water, let's kick it down to Uncle E with our previous heat winner.
Well, it gives me great pleasure to hang out with this young lady, Kiara Gold. Last year's second place showed up and just devastated us all, along with Eden Walla and the rest of the young Barracudas out there. Kiara, first heat, round of 64. How you feeling out there?
I'm feeling pretty good, excited, and yeah, I'm stoked to be back.
Anything you'd like to say to your dad, your OG sponsor, who's here on the beach, and the family that may be watching at home?
Well, yeah, thank you, Dad, for supporting me and all my family back home. Thank you so much, you guys.
So in the last year, your first QS was here. You show up, you get second place. Probably no expectations. How has this last year been? Have you developed any new tactics that you would like to share with us, or are you just still focused on the fun?
Well, I'm trying to have fun, but for sure I'll develop a lot of new things, like heat strategies and just getting my technique even better. So, yeah.
Yeah, she's got a big future ahead of her. Her name's Kiara Gold. Go get some rest. We'll see you in the round of 32.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris. And a really strong start here for a lot of surfers. This is Ella McCaffray up and alive now on a backhand. Nice series of turns. That'll be her second ride. Eden Walla has had 3 or 4 waves. We also saw a very strong ride from Alana Lopez. For those of you at home, we'll bring you those replays. And Caden Persidoc yet to have a wave ridden for her. But there was almost like synchronized surfing happening there. I think it was Eden Walla and Alana Lopez on the same wave, virtually doing the same turns.
It is quite incredible to see how these ladies are able to read these sections. And sometimes we do have that presentation where there are a couple of pockets on that same wave, so they can share without interfering with one another, and therefore we are able to make the judges have to work double time, have to replay and look at waves to make sure that they are scoring them appropriately. So last ride of blue, a 4.17, so you actually have 2 waves with a 4.17. This is the replay of red.
And that was Ella.
That was the most recent wave ridden, so she's able to really lay back and just slide into that after kicking those spins loose. So this is Aelan Lopez building so much speed and basically having that same style. It was basically a rebuttal moment there. Still waiting on White's first ride, but looking like it's going to come in and be in the mix with others. Eden Walla's first ride, a 6.67, following up with a 5.33. Still waiting on another score to drop of red, and White's first ride, a 6.0. So the judges loved the speed that she got right off the bat, ripped down the line, and then really laid into that front section, showing the control that she was able to unload all of that weight, but then stand right back up and ride away in a controlled manner. So 13 minutes, 55 seconds left on the clock. Priority is with green.
Yeah, we are seeing the trend in the scores of power turns being rewarded. For Kiara Gold, it was also combined with really nice flow and control. But this heat, we've got a 6.67 for Eden Walla, a 6 for Aelan Lopez, and both those waves involved a very, very powerful, very strong turn. The backup of Eden Walla, 5.33, keeps her in the lead. 13 minutes and 15 seconds remaining, and we're going to welcome back in Uncle E shortly. He's going to come back and join us. And look at this set. And Aelan Lopez, beautiful looking ride.
Oh, just taking her time with that wrap as then she's getting back, just looking like she's having a blast on this wave and just finishing off with a nice floater for fun. So just really showing how she can execute that entire open face. So she's wanting to back up her 6.0. She needs a 2.34 to be in the advancing position. 12 minutes, 40 seconds left on the clock. We are in heat 6 of the round of 64. This round has 16 heats. Each heat is 20 minutes long today. And welcoming back soon will be Uncle E joining me in the booth. This is the replay you're seeing at home of Aelan Lopez, just upping the speed and flow of that last ride. Still waiting on score for Aelan Lopez. Their judges are taking their time. They really want to value. And last ride of White, a 5.50, so that moves you into second. You need a 6.01 to move into the lead. Now Blue, you are in third. You need a 7.33 to advance. You're looking to improve a 4.17. And Caden in green, you have priority. You need an 11.50.
Yeah, thank you, Lindsay. Lindsay's been hammering away heat after heat. The two-time Olympic gold medalist in snowboard cross will take a respite right now. We'll hear some interviews with the next heat winters as Fulie and I will take over for a few heats. Greetings and salutations, y'all. Aloha if you're watching in Hawaii. Right now, let's surf in red. Eden Walla, last year's champ, lighting it up. Boom! And sticking to it. Nice. Like Velcro on them feet right there. Put your hands together for last year's Supergirl, Eden Walla. And we back that up with Ella McCaffray, legend of these parts. She puts the answer to the call of what was just thrown down from Eden. Nice job. We got ourselves a stacked one right here, Fulie. Caden, Alana, Ella, and Eden. This is the heat, stacked heat of the day, and they're just firing right now. Here's Caden with her first wave. She goes right and decides to go left, or vice versa, depending on which way you're looking at it. Caden drops off. So a plethora of scores yet to come in with over 10 minutes left in this packed heat. This is heat number 6 of a round of 64. Firing up next will be Leota, Kaina, Wagaster, and Miller. And we will get the scores. Supergirls, when they come through, hold on, lots to drop yet. Great day for surfing out here. Nice. Got a foggy marine layer. It's supposed to burn off around the noon o'clock hour. Having them peek back here. Here's Walla on the replay. She just gets that tail loose, gets jiggy with it, so to speak, and then maintains her composure riding it out. Here's a peek back for you folks at home on the replay. The blue of Ella McCaffray, super bottom turn, sends those fins to the south and regroups it, rides it out. Fuely, what do you see on the green? Oh, up and down was Caden.
So Caden not able to make the most of that ride as well. Currently sitting on a 2.33, but we've got 3 local girls in this heat and then Alana. So this is Caden here. And you could just see the wave just faded out, didn't really give her anything, but plenty of experience here. Put in some fantastic surfing performances yesterday out of the USA junior national team.
And Fuely scores coming in. Highest score of the day thrown out there. Eden Walla, 7.73. 7.73 for Eden. That sets the benchmark up there for today. I'm sure we'll see something close, if not bigger than that, down the line. But let's set the situation for you. Eden Walla, you're in the lead with a 7.73 and a 6.67. Alana Lopez, surfer in white. You have a 6.0 and a 5.5. You need an 8.4 to overtake the lead. In third, in blue, Ella McCaffray, needing a 5.41. Your low score is a 4.17. In green, Caden Persidoc, 2 waves caught. You need a 9.17 to get into that transfer spot. Top 2 move on in these 20-minute heats. Round of 64. We'll stick with that format till we get to the round of 16.
We see Eva Wagster getting ready for her next heat. That will be coming up shortly. 20-minute heats today. But Eden Walla really demonstrating why she was the champion here last year, the youngest champion ever in history at just 15 years of age. And that's 7.73 in her scoreline with a 6.67. Puts her way out in front. Alana Lopez with priority, currently sitting in second. She needs an 8.4 to take the lead. Ella McCaffray is looking really strong here today as well, needing a 5.91, and Caden Persidoc needs a 9.17. So the battle for second right now, Alana Lopez and Ella McCaffray. Alana Lopez from Florida. She won the Outer Banks Pro this year, just 16 years of age, 5th in Virginia Beach. And she's competed in 5 Supergirl Pros on both coasts, with a 33rd here last year, but 9th at the US Air Force Pro over there in Jack. So a very competitive, a very experienced competitor here in these Supergirl Pros, and proudly representing, flying the flag for the East Coast. Here she is. She's taking a look at this. She does have priority. She's going to use it.
And this is Alana Lopez. You got green, white, and red to the north, so that wave is getting all sorts of opportunities for scoring. And look at Lopez.
Wow.
Yummy.
That was a very strong last turn there. Getting radical, getting loose, and fully committed to that turn. And that's what the judges like to see. Full commitment, a lot of speed going into it. 6 minutes and 15 seconds. Will that be the 8.4 that she needs to take the lead?
Will it, you ask? Eden Walla had a nice representation on that same wave, just a little north of there. Not as many maneuvers, but another solid slash for Eden. Here's a peek back at Caden on that same wave. And she gets one and done.
Yeah, just a quick hit. But this was Alana Lopez, and she sets it up, gets some speed. She's looking down the line. Watch this. Bang!
Oh.
Tail is loose. Stands straight up. Super agile. And this was Eden Walla, who was even further down the beach. Nice re-entry.
Yep.
Not as strong as her other waves likely. And scores waiting to drop. Eden Walla, her low score is 6.67. And Alana Lopez gets a 6.4. So Alana Lopez is extending her second position. Now Ella McCaffray needs a 6.8 and Caden Persidoc needs a 9.07. Eden Wallace still one score yet to come in. it doesn't look like it's going to change her situation. So Alana Lopez now needs an 8 to move up into the lead.
We're under the 5-minute mark. Girls, under the 5-minute mark. They're spaced out rather well, except for red and white, our top two. Eden Walla in the red in the lead, Alana Lopez in second. McCaffrey has had a heck of a season. A couple of first place at Virginia Beach, and took 3 third places so far this year and a second at the Jacks in Huntington. So Ella McCaffrey, all of 21 years of age. She's the elder stateswoman in this group of 16-year-olds. And Ella started around that age with the Supergirl Pro in 2021. She's a veteran of this series. We know that her family is in the mix here, coming from Seaside Surf in Encinitas area. Hello, McCaffrey tribe. Hello to the Lopez crew and the Parasadox and the Walla family, the moms, the dads, the aunts, the uncles, the OG sponsors in the mix.
Yep. Of course, Alana from the very famous Lopez family, as we know.
Do you remember the cards we made for the Boost Mobile Pro? Those playing cards? Corey had such a caricature face on that. I still laugh. It's probably the best gift that we've ever given. I can only speak for our tour that we are stop, right? But we had an artist that created these caricature drawings of all 43?
At the time,
45.
At the time, I think it was 45 on the World Tour. So I'll bring those cards down tomorrow.
Yeah, please do. And it was, I'm sure Corey still have a stack of those. They're very unique playing cards with each one of the athletes on the men's pro tour. Really neat. And he's here with his family, and just had a nice chat with Alana before she rolled out there, and she said, "This is a stacked heat. You know, they're all stacked, but this one's
been very competitive. Ella McCaffrey's been surfing really well. Caden Perstock hasn't really got the waves that she'd like. We're just under 3 minutes here, but there's still a chance for all our surfers because Ella needs a 6.8. For Caden Perstock, she needs a 9.07. That's obviously a big score, but we've already seen a 9 in this competition so far. And 2.5 minutes, arguably, if the waves cooperated, you could maybe get 2. But right now, not a lot that is happening out there in the water. Chris, I wanted to ask you, been in this game a long time. One of, I think, the observations I've had is just the professionalism of the young surfers coming up. Their ability to speak has really progressed dramatically from the early days of surfing and sport in general. What have been your observations of the development in women's surfing and these youngsters coming up?
They're the younger girls, because they're girls, they've paid attention to their seniors, so to speak. They're listening. They're attentive. They're following social media. They have a tool set that we didn't have. And I think Lindsay could speak to that as well. Like Lindsay learned as she went along. She was on the U.S. Snowboard team. They have media training with the U.S. Team. There's media training available this day and age. If you don't have access to it, a lot of these girls are watching other interviews online and saying, hey, if this is how my personal brand is going to excel, I'm going to start paying attention. Reid Van Wagoner, Vaihitimahana, Moana Jones, Sophia Gamboa, those are 4 that stand out in my mind that really, they speak to others. And when you're concerned about others out there, it sounds different. You're not just speaking about me, I. And that's a big difference. They're in it for the whole greater good of the sport.
Yeah, great ambassadors. And as you mentioned, it is about building your personal brand. And if you look across the world of media now, and particularly surf media, it is no longer the magazines that hold the sway. You look at Jamie O'Brien and his YouTube channel, he has about double what Red Bull have globally. And so now surfers can make their careers through their sport, but also through being great ambassadors for their sport and sharing what they're doing around the world with 30 seconds to go.
Yeah, well said, Mark. Yeah, we've got some time left in this heat, not much. Ella McCaffrey needs a 6.8. We've seen buzzer beaters before. What's Mother Ocean going to provide, if anything? And Caden Parasadoc just never really got out of the gates. We know both of those two Supergirls, McCaffrey and Parasadoc, at the mercy of Mother Ocean. Here comes the countdown, and it looks like Walla and Lopez will advance out of this one. Well, here's our island big wave. This is Eden Walla, last year's champ. On that bright pink underneath board, she gets loose and then keeps it all together. Thanks, Islands, fine burgers and drinks. That's the island biggest wave of the last heat. We'll be back for you folks online when we return with our next heat of the round of 64.
Can the Nissan Frontier out-monster a monster truck? Not that you would, but you could. Nissan, #1 in new vehicle quality.
LA is America, only sooner. Our culture, our style, our flavors set the tone for what's to come tomorrow. Where we're from, amazing days turn into even better nights. Because where we're from, good just isn't good enough. Our beers are a reflection of our community. So we know they can't just be good. They've got to be golden.
At Front Wave Credit Union, we're all in on you. You're not just a number, you're a member. And we're putting $350 behind what we believe in. Get started today. Dream big. We got you.
The Supergirl Surf Festival is brought to you by the United States Marine Corps. The fight for the future starts now. By Smoke Flower, OC Born, LA built apparel for your SoCal lifestyle. By Owala, the water bottle that keeps things interesting.
Welcome back, World Wide Web viewers. Oceanside's the location, heat number 7 of a round of 64. You're going to have a look back at Nora Leota right out of the gates. In the first minute, she unleashes this 4.33 and took the board right to the face. She's okay. Here goes green, present time, Kiana Miller. Representing Santa Cruz, attending college in San Luis Obispo presently, whipping that board and that ponytail around and executing a good ride. What do you see out back, Mark, with red?
Well, this is Leota once again and has a really good line on this wave and finishing off very crisp and sharp. So that'll definitely put her into the lead because she already has, her first ride was a 4.33. For Zoe Kayana as well, her first ride a 4.33 also, but Leota with that second wave. So right now, Ava Wagster is holding priority. Just have a look at that ride there. Kiana Miller, we have a score yet to come in. The youngster in this field is Zoe Kayana from Hawaii, but very experienced even at such a young age. Let's take a look here at Zoe on her backhand. Nice turn. It's got a really composed style for somebody of her age and whipping it there in the pocket and then finishing off really clean. So tiny little girl, but really sharp. And this is Kiana Miller. And working back, just looking for the power on this wave. Now it stands up, gets onto the inside and finishes off cleanly. This was Leota's second ride. Again, kind of a sweeping cutback to start, looking for the power and finishing off cleanly. And she gets a 5.83 for that ride. So Leota in the lead, 16 minutes to go. And another competitive heat here, Chris.
Indeed. And Zoe Kayana, your score for that wave, a 4.33. Kiana Miller, a 3.73. So it's Leota in the lead, Kayana in second, Miller in third, Wagster. You have priority, and you're waiting for your first wave. While we wait for Mother Ocean to provide, we'll throw it down to Lindsay, who is with last year's champ, Eden Walla.
Thanks, E. Congratulations, Eden Walla. on winning that last heat. Absolutely amazing. As defending Supergirl champion from last year, our youngest winner ever, how are you mentally preparing yourself as you progress through the heats today?
Yeah, I'm just excited to be here and happy to be back, but I think there's also a little bit more pressure that comes with being the past champion, but then there's also confidence that comes. So I'm just trying to channel the confidence and have fun.
Absolutely. There is a balance to having both of those, and it can be something that propels you forward, but also can be in the back of your mind. So have you been preparing yourself differently over the last year, changing up your board shape or preparation in the gym?
Yeah, I'm just trying to continue growing with my surfing and also all the things I'm doing outside of the water.
Awesome. Well, congrats and best of luck in your next round.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Lindsay. Thank you, Eden. Mark, I ask you this. Has there been a repeat champion back-to-back here in Oceanside?
Ooh, in the entire history.
Only in Oceanside.
It could only be Coco or Sage.
And the answer is no.
It is not. No one's gone. No one's gone back-to-back, and no one has won East Coast Supergirl Pro and West Coast in the same year, right?
That is correct. Yeah, so Sage has 2 victories. Coco has 3.
Yeah.
And Caroline has 2.
Yeah.
And Alyssa has 2 on both those last
coasts.
2 on both coasts, but not the same year.
Yeah.
Yeah. So a lot of champs. Carissa Moore's been in the mix. Courtney Conologue, Samantha Sibley, Katie Simmers, and Lakey Peterson during COVID year. As we mentioned, Sawyer Lindblad in the mix. Caroline Marks. So
Malia Manuel, a former champion as well. Carissa Moore, of course.
Courtney Conologue, by the way, she actually won it twice in 2009 and 2017. So talk about some royalty rolling through, huh?
Yeah, I think one year that Courtney won, it was massive here. It was huge.
It was.
And the waves were just washing through the pier. And I do remember her taking off on just a giant wave and pulling the biggest backhand re-entry you've ever seen on a massive closeout. And so certainly been some great moments here in history. Kira Pinkerton could make history this year if she were to win here because, no, it's not in the same year.
Yeah.
So, but it's kind of back-to-back. Sort of. Sort of, because she did win the last Supergirl Pro that was in Jacksonville.
All of them are back-to-back if you really look at it, you know?
Yeah.
That's it.
It's great to see our return competitors every year, though. Fresh faces every year, but also, we kind of we get to grow up with our competitors.
Yeah, speaking of growing up, that was Peter Kenworthy on screen just a moment ago getting ready. Younger sister of Bella, daughter of legend Jeff, and we'll talk more about that when we get there. Let's look at green and blue eyeballing the same wave. Blue has higher priority. Green will bow out to not interfere, and blue does what blue does. That's Zoe Kina with her second wave.
Yeah, Zoe just has this presence, about her as a competitor. And at 14, last year she had 4 fifths and a second on the QS, 13 years of age. And here she is, another year under her belt, a win at Pismo Beach, junior event, and also won the Jax Air Show, and a 5th at the Live Like Xander Pro Junior over there in Barbados. So, and a 3rd on the QS this year. So really, really experienced, currently holding down that second position at 2.83 for her second ride.
At 14.
14.
Yeah, 14, Zoe. Yeah, here's a look at it. She's got kind of Moana. She's been referred to as a cartoon character for Moana. She's got in a very complimentary way. She could easily surf as a character in a movie for sure. She's gonna be a world champ someday. That's a quote. And if you can conceive it, you can achieve it. I've heard that one before. Just like we mentioned yesterday, a goal without a plan is just a dream. So set out on your plans to realize those goals.
And heat leader, then we get to see Malia Ward coming ready. Chris Ward, superstar, Trestles legend.
Wardo.
There on the beach. But Nora Leota holding down the lead here. And Nora Leota also representing Hawaii. Grew up in Colorado, But her parents met surfing and they moved to Maui in 2015. Good move, parents.
Yeah, makes sense to me. You know what her first surf comp was?
Was it Ian Walsh's little Grom contest?
That was, I think Zoe's might have been that one. I know it was Nora's first event. And let's talk green right now. Oh, the foot just said, I'm not going to stay on this board. And it did not. That was Kiana Miller slipping. Yeah, Ian Walsh has this Menehune Mayhem at Hokipa every year. We'll talk about that in a minute. But here, you see kind of getting ahead of herself, and the board foot just
slipped off
to the front. But Ian, big wave charger, he's from that neck of the woods, great human being, and giving back to the youngsters. This Mayhem, Menehune Mayhem at Hokipa every year. When she was 11, we're talking Nora Leota, Noodle, the 21-year-old who's out in the water in the red, current heat leader. That was her first event, and she was instantly hooked.
Second place, I think she got there. But this is Zoe Kaena, fellow Hawaiian, up and riding. Nice little set-up turn there. Has some white water coming towards her, pushes it hard, and gets a rebound. So a nice combination. Ava Wagster looking for a 7.16. Nice re-entry there for Ava. Very critical turn. And keeping it tight in the pocket.
Yeah, for Wagster, this is her 6th edition of the Supergirl Pro. Best finish is 17th in Jacksonville and 23rd this year. A 9th in Virginia Beach. As we mentioned yesterday, that Virginia Beach event, formerly known as the East Coast Surfing Championship, is the longest continually running event in the world now. And here's a replay for you folks at home. The white Ava, holding on strong right there. That's going to help her out. Ava, that score is a 5.43, a 5.43. Zoe Kaena, your last wave is a 5.0. Mark, why don't you tell us the situation?
So situation, priority with red. Nora Leota is in the lead, a low score of a 4.33. Zoe Kaena in second. You need a 5.17 to move up into the lead. Ava Wagster, now you only need a 3.9. And Kiana Miller, you need a 5.6. So a 3.9 for Ava, a 5.6 for Kiana to move up into advancing situation. And if Zoe would like to take that lead off Nora, she needs a 5.17. Priority is with red, followed by green and white. 7 minutes and 55 on the clock.
If you're hankering for a little grub, we'll tell you where to go in a minute, but we're here to watch surfing. So let's get going with Ava Wagster. She's looking down the line. And green is as well. They're going to share this wave, Mark. Got my eyes on both. Wagster finishes up hers. The green on the inside is Kiana Miller, and she's able to ride it out. Put your hands together on the beach for those two.
Yeah, Kiana Miller there, arguably, probably got the better of the exchange there. Ava's wave just didn't have a lot of power in it. She was searching for it to give her something, but Kiana Miller got that inside section, ran a little bit more. So we'll see what the scores are as they come in. This is Kiana here, and this wave just set up nicely. Just a set up turn, a little bit of a dig there, but then when she hit the inside section, it just steepened up and was able to finish off strongly with that backhand re-entry. For Ava, she was searching for the power on that wave, and then the finishing manoeuvre not really as strong as she would have liked. So scores are in. For Ava, it's a 2.83, and for Kiana, it's a 3.83. So Ava needing a 3.9, and Kiana needing a 5.5.
Here goes Kiana Miller, a little open face to work with and a lot of foam, and she says, no thanks. Red taking a peek to the south. Nora Leota, nope.
Choosing to hold her priority. Second priority now is with Zoe, with the surfer in blue. 6 minutes, 5 seconds remaining here.
Our goal today is to get through the round of 32. We're almost halfway through the round of 64. If you're just watching and tuning in on the webcast, welcome. We are looking at surfing in the water. Ava Wagster on her third wave. Looking for something of worth and value, and she comes off. Looking to ditch a 2.83. It's going to be in a similar range, I have a feeling.
Yeah, and really looking for that 3.9, but staying busy. This had potential. Nice turn and a little rebound there. So that was a nice flowing turn there for Ava Wagster. But out the back, red. This is Nora Leota up and riding. Our heat leader. Nice turn. Backs it up. Quick succession. Now gets the inside. Maybe a little bit of rock and roll.
And Zoe Kaina to the north, headed you folks on the pier. She made the most of that. Raced down the line to generate speed. A nice maneuver. You folks at home, we should see a replay of that.
And as we hit the 5-minute mark with Leota and Kaina taking that wave, this now will give an opportunity for priority for Wagster and Miller. And looking at the replay, Leota, just a couple of nice turns, quick succession. And we'll see if she improves on her low score of a 4.33. Same with Kaina. And this was nice sweeping cut back there. Beautiful turn. And again, such a relaxed style. Work through onto the inside and a strong finish there for Zoe Kaina.
Both scores yet to come on through. So Kaina and Leota, the top two in this heat. And that changes the situation just a little bit. Hold tight. And here it is. Nora Leota score in 6.33. Zoe Kaina 5.77. Here's the new situation. Nora Leota, you are in the lead. Low score of 5.83. Second in blue. Now needing a 6.39. Your low score is a 5. Ava Wagster in white, you need a 5.35. And Kiana Miller in green, you need a 6.94. You're in fourth. Our priority reads green, red, white, blue with 3:30 on the clock.
Okay, so the opportunity now for Miller, and Miller with priority needs that 6.94. It's a big score. It would be the highest wave of the heat so far. But we've seen how she can surf when she gets the opportunity. And so definitely within the realms of possibility. Ava Wagster needs that 5.35. Has third priority right now behind Nora Leota, holding down the lead. Just under 3 minutes here. And this is where it can get stressful. Doesn't matter whether you're in the lead or you're chasing the score. It's stressful in either case. So it's where tactics can also happen. For Kiana Miller, she has the pick of whatever she wants. Looks like Zoe Kaina moving herself further south.
Yep, spreading out a bit.
And Nora Leota keeping an eye on Ava Wagster.
On deck, Alyssa Spencer, Malia Ward, Peta Kenworthy, Kendall Dimmick. Another stacked heat. Two-time Supergirl and local Alyssa Spencer taking to the water. Excited to see her and the rest of the crew out here. But we're not done with this one. Just under 2 minutes remaining. Nora Leota and Zoe Kaina have a brief handle on the situation while Ava Wagster and Kiana Miller, white and green respectively. Here goes red. This is Nora Leota coming towards you folks on the pier.
Chooses to use her priority. And with 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining here, Kiana Miller still holds that number 1 priority spot. Ava Wagster in white now has second priority. And Zoe Kaina in third. Last score did not change the scoreline. Leota in front, Kaina in second.
Blue, Kaina. Second place, up and out. White, Wagster. Probably her last effort here. She's going to look down, see what is in front of her, and the wave as it doubles up does not do much for her. Will not be a 5.35.
So Kiana Miller, though, still has a chance. She needs a 6.94. Is this going to be the wave? 40 seconds remaining.
And that is a priority change, so that knocks Kiana's priority out to Nora Leota with red. Puts Kiana Miller in third priority. So priority is red, blue, green. Red, blue, green. Under 20 seconds. Wagster says, I got something on the inside. What's it going to be? She races towards the pier, throws it up vert, regroups, and out the back as we're going to count this one down. Wagster finishes green. Here goes Miller. These two need everything they can get. White and green waves will count, and it is Miller who's got a little bit more to work with on the inside. Will this be enough? She needs, again, a 6.94. It's up to the judges, and we'll let you know. That is not the start of the next heat. Stand by. Stand by, next heat. You folks at home, there's Kiana Miller's final wave we're looking at one more time. The judges are doing their thing. Actually, they have put the score in. It does not look like it's enough. So Nora and Zoe. And the island's biggest wave of the heat is a 6.33 held by Nora Leota. Here it is. It was her third wave caught. She was patient getting through the foam. Looked down the line. Good vision. Good focus. Makes you want to have a burger and a drink at Islands. Nice job, Nora. We'll be back after this with two-time defending champ Alyssa.
I knew it. You are stealing my Jersey Mike's gig.
Danny, it's just because Jersey Mike's is an official sponsor of the NFL. I'm not taking your gig.
Now you're taking my look.
This is how I dress.
My glasses. I've been looking for those.
I wear glasses. I have astigmatism.
I'll give you astigmatism.
Ready for you on set, Eli.
I gotta go.
This ain't over, Manning.
Jersey Mike's, a sub above.
Hey, that's my line. A sub above.
The Supergirl Surf Festival is brought to you by Golden Road Brewing, your local craft brewery, by Celsius, the official energy drink of the Supergirl Surf Festival series. To learn more, visit www.celsius.com.
And streaking down the line. And just a couple of turns there. So Malia Ward, her second ride. And now looks like Peter Kenworthy up and riding on a backhand. Looks like double overhead wave for this youngster. Working through, looking for the strong finishing maneuver. And she finds it.
Oh, while you were calling that one live, I was looking at the screen. Alyssa Spencer just put down the wave of the day. She just put down. We'll get a replay of that, but that was in the good to excellent range right there. I missed the tail end whether she surfed it out, but this is the first wave of Alyssa. So we have 7 scores yet to come in. So hold tight, everybody. That's Alyssa's first wave. And just lots to look at here. And going back, this is what you saw. This is Kendall. Actually, that was her first wave.
That was her first ride, and this was Malia Ward's first ride. Look at that sweeping, smooth style there, Malia Ward.
You can tell it's her first because her hair is still dry, and now her hair is wet, so here's her second wave.
And this was a nice one as well. Just looking super stylish and relaxed this morning.
Yeah, nice and comfortable. Here goes the second wave for Kendall Dimmick. A little more substance to it, and she gets the fins released and rides that one out. Now look at this beauty. Look at Spencer. Loads it up, throws it around, regroups, gets into the power pocket. Watch this turn right here. Huh! Whammo! I got it. And I'm going to step off and take my, I'm going to say 733.
There we go. All right, so let's see. That's a lot of scores. And Peter Kenworthy also, we've got 2 scores yet to come in. And we have 16 minutes left. So let's hope it...
Yeah, so I threw out 733 just randomly, right? I was off by 1. 8.33 for Alyssa Spencer on her second wave. First wave, 5.67. Commanding it and demanding it, loving the way that red cape feels around her neck. Other scores coming in, stand by. And the judges doing a great job of calculating 7 waves in less than 3 minutes.
Yeah.
So they get a chance to look back on the review. We want to thank Jeff and web team for getting the rewind and making it all possible. We stand by, ladies. We have scores. One more yet to drop.
Well, while we wait for that to come in, let's take a look at Alyssa Spencer's found another nice right-hander here. A long wall in front of her. She's just got such a good style. Gets vertical. Throws the spray. Alyssa Spencer showing the form that took her to victory here in 2023. Already has an 8.33. Her low score is a 5.67. We'll see if that increases. Malia Ward, a 4.23 and a 3.27. Kendall Dimmick. We're just looking at the replay on the screen here, though, Chris. Just such good style.
Yeah.
For Alyssa Spencer.
Yeah.
And she gets a 5.67.
Yeah, poised to strike. That was actually your third wave, so we don't have a score on that one. We'll get to an interview in a second. Let's give some scores as they come across. Alyssa, your last wave is a 6.83, so let's break it down for you while we have a lull. Alyssa Spencer, you're in the lead, 8.33, 6.83. Nice job. Peter Kenworthy, you're in second. Low score is a 4. You're already comboed. Dimmick, you are in third place with a 4.86 needed. You have a 3.77 and a 3.87. Peter Malia Ward, you are in fourth with a 4.23 and a 3.27, needing a 4.51. Great surfing right out of the gates. Let's go back in time and talk to Nora Leota with Lindsay Jacobellis.
Thanks, E. Congratulations, Nora. What an incredible start to your day. We were talking a little bit as we were waiting, and you were telling me you've been in the South Pacific and spending a lot of time down there as you prepare for your season. How has that helped you today?
Oh, it was so much fun, and it was great to just be able to train and just be like surfing all day, every day. I was like in Indonesia and then Fiji, and I just got here a couple days ago. It's a little bit different, like the, I don't know, the atmosphere. It's really cold, but it's good to be back in California.
Absolutely, but having that back-to-back consistency definitely can keep your spirits high and keep you moving forward as you work towards your next heats. Are you in a different mental mindset now as you are a seasoned Supergirl, and how do you want to finish out today?
I'd like to finish today heading into tomorrow. But yeah, definitely this feels very comfortable coming here after being in this contest for so many years and seeing so many familiar faces. So I hope to, be competing tomorrow and that we get some fun waves later today.
Well, we love that you're here supporting this event year after year, and we know you have some family here supporting you as well. So big shout out to them, and best of luck in your next round.
Thank you.
Well, welcome back. And Alyssa Spencer is in the lead right now on the screen there. That is a 12-year-old, Peter Kenworthy, and she is sitting in second position. She has a 4.4 and a 4.73. She is ahead of Kendall Dimmick, who needs a 4.86 to move up into that second spot, and Malia Ward, who needs a 4.5 to move up into that second spot. But Alyssa Spencer, an 8.33 in her scoreline. And Chris, it's going to be tough to unseat that as the island's big wave score of this heat, that's for sure. 6.83 is her low score, and this is Kendall Dimmick taking a look, looking for a 4.86.
She heads towards the pier, gets a little cattywampus, but maintains that composure. And as far as consistent flow on that, it could have used a little something. Here goes Alyssa Spencer swinging for the fence and falling off stick. Uncharacteristic, but she is human.
Well, just keeping busy there and just taking every opportunity. Alyssa does tend to just find her own space in the lineup. You know, keeps herself busy, always gets a solid score. This was Kendall Dimmick, and nice turn there. She's looking for a 4.86, and this was Alyssa's wave, just going for one turn, and not able to complete that, so won't come into a scoreline. 10 minutes and 40 seconds.
I want to tell the story, Mark. Yeah. I think I've got it down to 30 seconds. Here's how Alyssa Spencer rose to greatness. She showed up here, got an autograph from Coco Ho, put that picture by her bedside, said, I want to be a pro surfer someday. Fast forward a decade, and she beat Coco Ho in the semifinals. She didn't win the event here that year. Fast forward a couple more years, she walked away with a red Supergirl cape in Jacksonville, and then a couple years ago won it here. So she is one of two people that have won dual capes, and she set her sights on greatness. So little girls that are here right now, when she comes out, get a picture with her and get an autograph, and someday you may become a Supergirl as well.
Well, it's happened here many times before that we've seen, you know, youngsters who come up, they come to meet their heroes or to get some inspiration, and then they end up winning this competition. It's happened a number of times. This is it's a training ground. It's a hotbed of talent. But more importantly, it's a festival of encouragement, of female empowerment.
I like that.
It doesn't matter, you know, whether it's gaming, DJing, surfing, longboarding, whatever it is. For many, many years, the Supergirl Pro has been, you know, just this sort of comfortable, inspirational training ground, you know, for stars of the future.
Yeah.
And thanks to the entire team, Rick and the entire team over there at ASA Entertainment.
Yeah, not to mention roller skating this year, BMX. There's longboard competition that's going on right now north of the pier. The finals will be here right before the shortboard finals tomorrow. There's women empowerment seminars. There's gaming. It goes on and on. Whatever's been brought to the table, Rick and his crew look at it, evaluate it, and say, how can we make this fit in this 3-day window? Hey, look who that is.
That is Miss Pinkerton, winner of the Jacksonville Supergirl Pro last year. A 10 in the semi. Was it a 10 in the semi or the final? I think it was in the semi.
It was the semi.
Yeah, so it's the only perfect 10 in Supergirl history.
That is correct. I claimed it wrong when we were there. I said it was the first 10 ever in Supergirl history. Carissa had one here, so I stand corrected. I have to make that amend. Yeah. And I think we saw Father Jim, who was pushing Kira into waves at like age 3, a fellow employee of ours. And good to see you out here, Jim. Way to do it with your kids.
Yeah.
Awesome.
A competitor in Pipe Masters back in the day himself.
That's right.
Yeah. Taking a look here, though, with 8 minutes to go. Dimmick up and riding. She is looking for a 4.86. Hits it off the top. And that wave just shuts down. Priority is with White. This is Malia Ward. Nice wave. Good first turn. Gets it back up into the lip for Malia. Can she get round the section? Yes, she does, but the wave didn't offer her anything. So priority is with Kenworthy. Currently holding that second position. Is still within striking distance of the other competitors, though. So she'll be looking to improve on her 4. And she's going to use her priority here, Peter Kenworthy, a 12-year-old. First slash.
Using those long legs for the reach. I love it. One of 5 siblings. Many times Grom of the Week when she was single digits, a San Clemente goofy footer. Coming up on her 13th birthday in about 2 weeks. Speaking of birthdays, it is Malia Ward's birthday today.
Happy birthday.
That's right, 27, actually now 28 years of age, if my math is correct. One of the few that was born in the 90s in this competition. Here's the blue of Malia Ward right now. If you watch The Ultimate Surfer a few years back, she was one of the featured surfers in there. What a great show. Here's the white of Peter Kenworthy.
A good first slash, but just wasn't able to set up anything else on that ride. So the score has come in. It's only a 2.7, so it has not changed the situation. Peter Kenworthy needing a combination of 15.16 to move into the lead.
Yeah, that was Wardo on the screen right there. Dad, Chris Ward, pro for a long time. Mom, Jacqueline, fitness model. Not only a model, but very fit. And Malia definitely took a page from that, staying fit. Yes, Kendall, here's the situation with 5:50 left. Malia Ward, you're in fourth place, need a 4.51. Kendall, you're in third, needing a 4.86. Peter Kenworthy in white. Your combo, you're in second place. And Alyssa Spencer, you're in the lead from the beginning with an 8.33 and a 6.83. Priority is red, green, white, blue. 5:20 on the clock.
So Kendall needing that 4.86 and Malia Ward needing the 4.51. The battle is the battle for the second spot to qualify for the next round. Alyssa Spencer very safely out in front thanks to that 8.33 and a 6.83. 5 minutes remaining. Just 1/4 of this heat left. And coming up next, Kira Pinkerton, Brianna Cope, Daya McCart, and Tegan Metzer. And Brianna, we've seen surfing here many times in the past. Great to see her again.
She's one of the longest standing athletes, along with McGonigal and Chelsea Tuwak competing in this comp. We'll talk a lot about that in the next heat. We want to thank the Marines just north of here. If you're watching online, this is close to Camp Pendleton, where our Marines train. They get all the valuable training to help defend our country. Put your hands together, make a little noise on the beach for the Marines and all the members of our military. Thank you for your service.
Four minutes and 5 seconds. Alyssa Spencer has that priority, and she has the lead. So in a great position just to defend at the moment. Doesn't need to paddle for anything in particular, but for the other surfers, that is where the battle is happening for that second spot. And it's a 12-year-old who's currently holding it. But Kendall Dimmick has a better priority. She does have the priority over Peter and Malia Ward. 3 minutes and 20. And Alyssa Spencer is just leaving the rest of the competitors to it, letting them battle it up.
Priority, the visual is down right now, so reiterating. Again, red, green, white is priority. Thank you, Mr. Kenworthy, for that heads up. Priority is red, green, white. One thing about electronics is sometimes they can shut off. We have a backup of wood panels that are coming into play. They kind of look like modified cornhole games. Working on the specific details, making sure we got all the logistics in place. Thanks for tuning in. If you're watching on the World Wide Web, this is the 8th heat of 16 of our round of 64. We'll go to the end of 32 today, so for all intents and purposes, we have 16 heats yet to go today. I'm Uncle E alongside Mark Fuley, and we have Lindsay Jacobellis, Olympic gold medalist in the sport of snowboard cross, mixing in here and there, a recent mother as well, and we're watching the likes of Alyssa Spencer, two-time Supergirl on both coasts, Jacksonville back in 21, and in 23 she walked away with the title here in her home turf. Peter Kenworthy, the 12-year-old sensation, who is in the white, who's second place. Kendall Dimmick in green, presently out of Jacksonville Beach, Florida. She's in third, needing a 4.86. Rounding out her field is Malia Ward from the San Clemente area, needing a 4.51.
Kendall taking a look at this one with 1:20 to go. Wave just pushing under. Looking for that 4.86, and Malia Ward needing a 4.51. Just over a minute remaining. Let's hope that all of these competitors get an opportunity. And has Alyssa seen something? She has top priority. And it looks like, is she going to take it? Yes, she is. Kendall's going to take the right further down. Big, giant re-entry for Alyssa Spencer. Kendall Dimmick using the opportunity on the right.
And the blue of Malia Ward has a peak, but white, Peter Kenworthy uses her priority and jumps off wisely. Was not a lot there. Would have beaten her down if she tried to get that open face. But Alyssa Spencer had a beautiful one hit. Was able to maintain composure throughout. I don't know if that's going to replace her 6.83. We'll let the judges come up with that.
That was a big turn. 15 seconds remaining. It was a very, very big turn in a critical part of the wave.
Yep.
And
that wraps up the heat. Unofficially, Alyssa and Peta advancing on. Stand by for the official, but for you folks at home, we will watch the 8.33 on the Ripper scale by Alyssa Spencer. That was a replay by Alyssa. Here's a replay. That was not the start of the heat. Again, that was not the start of the heat. Stand by next heat. Three scores yet to come in, but there's another look for you folks at home of Alyssa Spencer riding out that one powerful hit on her final wave in the last minute. And that was an 8.17 for Alyssa Spencer. 8.17. So she's the two highest scores of the day in the same heat. Here's the island's fine burger and drinks, biggest wave of the heat. Whoop-bap. This is right out of the gates. Her 8.33 in the first couple of minutes. And look at this powerhouse turn. That's why she's got a couple of capes. One in Oceanside, one in Jacksonville. Alyssa Spencer, way to slay it. Stepping off the air for a minute, folks. We'll be back in just a bit with the next heat.
The Nissan Rogue takes hit after hit. Punished under immense pressure. And exposed to excessive wear. Nissan, #1 in new vehicle quality. We put it through the worst, so you get its best.
Mango Cart from Golden Road Brewing. The wheat beer brewed with real mango. Crisp, refreshing, and always perfectly balanced.
Marines are made for this. Made for the calling only warriors can answer. Made from an unshakable belief in our nation and a strength that comes from the determination to win together. But you'll have to earn your place among us, because you don't join the Marines. You become one.
The Supergirl Surf Festival is brought to you by Revive. Fuel your body and mind with all-natural, elevated wellness. Rise stronger with SG Revive. By the United States Marine Corps. The fight for the future starts now.
We need to give them the situation and the information. We also are speaking to a World Wide Web audience that we welcome back right now. And in the water, we like to set the stage. Here's the first wave caught for you folks at home. This is the Hawaiian from Kauai, Brianna Cope. Her first wave, nice basic wraparound, getting comfortable in the pocket here at Oceanside, earns a 3.33. My name's Uncle E. I'm alongside two-time Olympic gold medalist, Miss Lindsay Jacobellis. Here goes our second wave. What do you see, Linz?
Live action out in the water. This is green. This is Tegan Mesa getting a nice run on her left. That backhand looking really smooth, able to connect a bunch of variations of movements. So we'll see how that falls into her score line. Brianna right now with the only score on the board with a 3.33. This heat is just kicking off. We've got 17 minutes, 10 seconds left in this heat.
Yeah, and Kira Pinkerton in the red walked away victorious in Jacksonville last year with a Supergirl title, a cape, and a perfect 10. The first one in Jacksonville history. Here's a replay of Surfer in White. It's Daya McCart. This earned her a 2.0. While Green out live right now is up and riding. Tegan Mesa on her second wave. Bringing the knees up like pistons to her chest. That helps generate a little bit more speed. Her second wave. Tegan, your first wave is a 4.67. Mesa, multiple NSSA Western Championship titles. 8 of them specifically. NSSA National Champ 5 times. Dad's a skater. Mom's a surfer. Part of the USA Performance Team, all at the age of 13.
Here's the replay on Green. A nice frontside hit into this beautiful wrap. You see how she pulls her legs under her directly, and that's able to help her finish that turn more quickly. And live action out the back, that was red. That was Kira's first ride.
Yeah, look to get her feet underneath her. Here goes the likes of Brianna Cope on her second wave. Similar look, a little more girth to this wave than the previous one. A lot of scoring opportunity here. She slashes that one quick, sees an open face, and then whips it around and rounds it off quite nice. Well done, Brianna.
Yes, absolutely. That was a nice open face that Brianna had to work with, so there was a lot of scoring potential there, so we'll see how that falls. First ride of red, a 3.77. Priority is with white.
Cool day. Definitely cooler temps than yesterday. A little marine layer pushing in, keeping it cool. Not a lot of wind, keeping it glassy.
This is the replay of blue. Nice, beautiful bottom, strong bottom turn into that nice wrap. Loading that rail, working her way to the inside, building some speed. And a nice French side hit as she comes into that pocket. So she's looking to back up. That last ride of blue, a 5.33. So Brianna in blue, you are in the lead. In second is Green with a 4.67 and a 3.17. You need a 4 to move into the lead. Red, you are in third. You have a 3.77. You need a 4.
And Red's getting that.
0.08.
Kira's got one going right now towards you folks on the pier and just comes unstuck. Very uncharacteristic, but as we saw with Alyssa, accidents happen. Nobody's perfect.
Yeah, timing was a little off on that with her bottom turn, so that wave was already just breaking a little too much for her to be able to finish that backside maneuver. Here's the replay of white Damacart. Nice opening wrap, nice and smooth. And again, frontside hit. Was able to sneak in one more towards the end into that pocket, leaning back into it and showing complete control as she finished that. 14 minutes left in this heat. This is heat 9 of the round 64.
That score was a 5.67. Kira, yours is nothing worth, well, it's going to be about a 1 right there. But right now, while we let the ocean provide some more in a minute, let's toss it down to Fuelie with Supergirl, Alyssa Spencer.
Thank you very much. I feel very fortunate to have interviewed Alyssa about 100 times in the last few years. So, Alyssa, firstly, congratulations. A pair of 8s. What is your secret to finding great waves out there?
I don't really know what the secret is, but I definitely always try to go out with some sort of a game plan. And in that heat, there had been a couple slow heats before mine, so I was like, okay, hopefully there's going to be a couple sets in our heat, and just wait for 2 set waves that you can hopefully get 1 or 2 turns on. And I got lucky and found that.
Well, more than lucky, you had the skill to back it up. You're not only a great champion, you've been a great ambassador, and you're a great supporter of other young up-and-coming talent. Who have you been impressed by, and what are you seeing that's coming out of these youngsters that are coming into this competition and into the sport?
Yeah, it's amazing to see where the sport of women's surfing is, and even in this event, from every heat from round 1, I'm sure all the way through the finals, there's going to be fireworks in every heat. And even in that last heat, I had Peter Kenworthy, who's 12 years old, and she's just absolutely ripping. So, it's hard to say which girls exactly stand out, but I think there's a lot of them that are surfing really, really well.
Well, you certainly can never let your guard down, and it's great to see you here again. Quarterfinal last year, a former champion, and looking forward to seeing you progress through the event.
Thank you so much.
Back to you guys.
Thanks, Fuely. They're in media training. When you do broadcast journalism, they teach you, one of the arts they teach you is smile when you talk, right? So you can hear it in your inflection. Alyssa, if you folks didn't see that interview that are here live, she smiles when she talks, and you can hear it in her voice. It's just got that. It's been that way since we've known her, and it's just great to see. All right, situation. Read it off for us.
All right, situation, 11 minutes, 40 seconds left on the clock. Brianna in blue, you are in the lead. In second, green with priority. You need to replace a 3.17. You need a 4.0. In third, white, you are looking to improve a 2. You need a 2.17 to advance. In fourth, red, you need to replace a 1. You need a 4.08 to advance. There's still plenty of time. We have some opportunities out there.
Yeah, for the people that have never been to a surf event, we'll give you the basic 1, 2, 3 of how this works. It can be confusing with the numbers being thrown around. We know a lot of you are very well versed, but we like to educate. Here goes red. This is Kira Pinkerton.
Up and riding, not wasting any time, immediately into that bottom turn. Is she going to shoot the pier? She's going to revert and get that little front side hit and a nice front wrap and keep attacking as she works the inside section. It gets a little full on that little corner towards the pier, so the wave kind of dissolves underneath, but she was able to get a few hits even in that white foam, so that will most likely be replacing that 1.0. She needs a 4.08 to get her back into the mix, so she's going to just get on that little conveyor belt and work her way back out. So here's that replay for Kira.
Yeah, great looking backhand that she's working towards.
A nice, strong, punchy popping at the end and crisp maneuvering of her board, showing the control and variation.
Yeah, last year during the interview, she said she really worked on her fitness, and it shows right there as a quick replay of Dea McCart. Fitness is a huge part of any sport and what have you, but you work on a certain type of lower body. Separating lower from upper body really pays dividends, as you can tell in her powerful surfing right there.
Absolutely. And a sport such as surfing or skateboarding or snowboarding, it is a very asymmetric sport. So a lot of the times in the off season, you are looking to balance out that asymmetry, because you don't need to be, off balance from left to right, because overall it starts to do some wear and tear to your body. So bringing that awareness, understanding what's happening in your body is huge, so you can correct that, therefore bringing more power back into your sport.
Yeah,
White up and riding. Dea on a run, getting some speed and getting that board nice and vertical. She wants to replace that 2.0. She needs a 2.99. Green is up. Tegan getting a nice crack at the lip and getting the 2 combos right there, riding away in control. She wants to improve that 3.17. She needs a 4.0 to move into the advancing position. 8 minutes, 35 seconds left in this heat. Here's the replay.
Dea on her 4th wave, looking to ditch at 2.0. That will do just that. Here's the green of Tegan Meza. He approaches the pier, gets on that bottom turn, and then whips it around, finds an opportunity to get back into that power pocket, and that will score quite nice for her.
So scores in for White. Last ride of White, 4.97. Last ride of Green, 4.93. So situation is in the lead. White, Dea McCart. In second, Kira in red. You need a 4.71 to move into the lead. And in third, Green, you're looking to improve a 4.67. You need a 4.78. In fourth, with priority, Blue, Brianna, you want to improve a 3.33. You need a 4.38. 7 minutes, 35 seconds left in this heat. Priority is with Blue.
I want to thank all our sponsors making this come to life. Celsius is the official energy drink of the Supergirl Surf Pro. Stop by the Celsius Club Playa to refuel with a refreshing ice-cold complimentary can of essential energy. Thank you, Celsius.
And brought to you by Golden Road Brewing, female-founded, locally brewed, enjoyed everywhere. Proud partner of the Supergirl Surf Pro.
Revive, something new is launching right here. Supergirl Survive is the all-natural healthy beverage making its debut at the Supergirl Surf Festival. Thank you, Revive.
And brought to you by Mango Cart Wheat Ale, perfectly balanced, deliciously refreshing, made with real mango. Proud partner of Supergirl Surf Pro. Enjoy responsibly.
That's it. And as we've been talking about...
You're so responsible.
I am. Enjoy a taste of paradise at Islands with gourmet burgers, fresh cut French fries, the coldest beer in town, Mai Tais, and the Aloha Spirit. Islands, new to us this year, and the island biggest wave of each heat is announced. The biggest wave thus far, score-wise, was Alyssa Spencer in the last heat. Next up in the next round is going to be Chelsea Tuwak, Sky Swit, Rachel Aguirre, and Mia Moore, followed by McGonigal, Mons, Frere, and McGill. So a lot of surfing yet to go today. Little lull out in the ocean. Top two surfers move on to the next round. We take the two highest scores that each surfer has, and the top two highest scores move on. A lot of shifting. Green. Here goes Tegan Meza.
Tegan on one in a great position. Unfortunately got hung up at the lip and was not able to continue. So she is paddling back out, trying to reposition herself in the lineup. Priority is with Blue, Red, White. 5 minutes, 40 seconds left.
Yeah, so Tegan Meza was nowhere near... well, she was close to being born when Brianna Cope started her first Supergirl campaign. So Cope is 30, Tegan is 13. 2013 was the first year that Cope stepped in. So not able to walk yet was Tegan while Cope was in the water. As you know, that's that wonderful program known as The Ultimate Surfer. Brianna Cope had some success with that and helped her career quite a bit. She's competed in, this is her 13th Supergirl Pro, her best finish, a whole bunch of 17ths. Her parents have owned the Hawaiian Trading Post over in Kauai for over 40 years. Love having you here, Brianna. You're a staple of this event. She is in the blue.
Is there something to be said to be on the competitive tour and going against ladies that are, on the younger side? Some of them, haven't been around as long as you've been competing, and I can definitely share that testament.
Yes.
And, there's hard days when you just are feeling like, everything's a little bit more challenging, hard to get it out of bed, hard to get training, but then you have that motivation. The younger girls can keep you, firing and pushing yourself, and you're in the mix, and, you are not, out to pasture yet. You still have so much to offer the sport, and Brianna is one of those athletes that you can learn so much from. I've actually enjoyed time out in the water surfing with her. She's taught me a few insights and helped improve my surfing, and it's just always wonderful. And that was even before I met her at Supergirl. Yeah. So it was incredible to have that exchange and to get into somebody else's world in their space and experience something new. 3 minutes, 33 seconds left on this clock. Priorities with Blue.
What is the most valuable commodity on Earth?
Time.
You got it. You know what time represents?
This I must earn.
You got it, baby. There's an acronym for this I must earn. For Brianna, she's earned the right to be here. She's got much more experience and knowledge than the youngsters. And it does not mean that the time being spent out there by the youngsters is not as valuable, but they're earning their right to be a Supergirl. So we're under the 3-minute mark out here. Hope you're enjoying your time here at Oceanside. If you folks are just watching online, a lot more surfing yet to come. Wherever you are around the world, we hope you're having a great Saturday as we are approaching the end of the summer season. The fall is upon us, starting Monday. Based on the amount of pine cones I've been seeing eaten by the squirrels in the mountains, it's going to be a big winter, Lindsay.
Is that your farmer's almanac telling us that?
Well, also Wayne Wong, a legendary freestyle skier, he grows his hair out. He says, when my hair is fluffy in the fall, that means it's a big winter. So that's what I'm going off
Big hair, big winter.
Big hair, big winter.
All right.
Yep. Always want a
I'd
big
love
winter.
to see the statistics on that.
Yeah. Again, we're talking surfing here, but the voice you're listening to online, and if you never follow snowboarding, you're listening to a 2-time Olympic gold medalist, Lindsay Jacobellis. We'll talk about that in a minute. Right now, surfing in the water. Here goes Brianna Cope.
All right, Brianna, into this little section. She's able to try to see if she could find something to work on that inside and kind of replace that 3.33. Unfortunately, she did not see an opportunity, so she does not want to waste any time. She can catch a wave in the last few seconds. As long as she's up before the buzzer, she can get into something. If it's there, she will find it.
We're around the 11 o'clock hour locally. Again, webcast viewers, we are speaking to the beach, and beach, we're speaking to the webcast. So our voices here live on the beach and around the globe. If you want friends and family to tune in, go to supergirlpro.com or the WSL site to watch it live on your phone, your tablet, or even your TV. Computer, obviously. Through the years, we've seen buzzer beaters, meaning someone in third or fourth catches a wave at the last second, stands up, and moves on, so you never count it till the last second. Again, Meza needing a 4.78. That's a surfer in green. Brianna Cope in blue needing a 4.38. Priority is with red, then white. Red's taking that priority. Blue is to the north. That's Brianna Cope looking at something. Here goes our current second place, Kira Pinkerton in his heat. She's got a lot of face to work with here. Hop, hop, and then one last open face. Delivers what she can. Nice job, Kira. And here comes the countdown. Blue not up in time. That was Cope. Just missing it by a second. That run will not count.
This is the replay of Kira Pinkerton able to get that back leg just with so much power on that double combo backside turn. Working her way to that inside and kicking those fins loose. You can see as she was working her way on the inside, she had to change her positioning with her feet. She put them a little closer together, therefore she's able to pick up her speed. And before that last maneuver, had to, widen her stance more to regain balance to be able to maneuver the board that way. So a lot of changing, a lot of maneuvering has to happen to, make those quick movements happen.
Yeah, put your hands together for all the surfers in that heat, but specifically Brianna Cope, our seasoned veteran in Supergirl, advancing on Kira Pinkerton. Counting down the next heat. Stand by. And for you folks at home, that buzzer starts the heat. This is Kira Pinkerton with the island's big wave of the heat. Nice job, Kira, going for a West Coast Supergirl cape. We'll have more surfing when we come back.
Aha! I knew it! You are stealing my Jersey Mike's gig.
Danny, it's just because Jersey Mike's is an official sponsor of the NFL. I'm not taking your gig.
Now you're taking my look.
This is how I dress.
My glasses. I've been looking for those.
I wear glasses. I have astigmatism.
I'll give you astigmatism.
Ready for you on set, Eli.
I gotta go.
This ain't over, Manning.
Jersey Mike's, a sub above.
Hey, that's my line. A sub above.
Take this veil from off my eyes. My burning sun will someday rise.
It's a new era in women's sports. The Sports Illustrated Women's Games. Over 100 world, Olympic, and national champions competing from more than 25 countries. Tickets are on sale now.
The Supergirl Surf Festival is brought to you by Nissan, a total design to fit your vibe. This is the reimagined Nissan Kicks. Shop nissanusa.com. By Front Wave Credit Union. For banking, lending, saving, planning. Dream big. We got you. Visit frontwavecu.com to get started.
Welcome back, surf fans. This is Supergirl Surf Pro in Oceanside, California. The beach is filling in, and the surfers are in the water. In red, Chelsea Tuak. In blue, Sky Suit. In white, Rachel Aguirre. And in green, Mia Moore. First ride by blue, a 2.0. This is the replay of white. Still waiting on scores for Rachel.
Looking at blue, this is real time. Sky Suit with her second wave. Looking to add to it, gets unstuck there, but lots of time left. 20-minute heats. Welcome back for you World Wide Web viewers. Uncle Lee alongside Lindsay Jacobellis. We'll hear from Fuely in a minute. Talk to Kira Pinkerton, who was the winner of that last heat. And we welcome Chelsea Tuak from Barbados in the red, Sky Suit from Hawaii in the blue, Rachel Guerra white, and Mia Moore in the green from Laguna Beach. She has a birthday today as well. Well, Chelsea Tuak, she is waiting to catch her first wave. She's trying to find the right position. Let's talk about Rachel Aguirre. As we look back now at Sky Suit, here's a look for you folks at home. This is her second wave, which is a 3.0, up and out. Green, well, this is actually her second wave, which is a 3.0. And live red now, Chelsea Tuak has something to work with, the Barbados native. And been competing here since 2012, out the back with the blues. Sky, what do you see, Linz?
Out the back.
Oh, green too.
Green and blue heading towards one another.
And green had priority in that situation. Blue wisely stepped off. Here goes white towards you folks on the pier. That's Rachel Aguirre. Costa Rica getting a nice smash and defends herself against those pylons. She knows exactly where she's at. And wisely avoids those. So a lot of scores yet to come in.
It's the first ride of white, a 4.5. Still waiting for another to drop. So we'll give the situation in a few moments' time. 15 minutes, 35 seconds left on this clock.
Yeah, Mia waiting for her first birthday wave coming in here. Chelsea Tuak, she's got one to come through, but Chelsea Soup Bowls is her home turf. Bridgetown is where she was born in Barbados, and she's been here since 2012. She's had a fifth place 5 times. She's taken fifth place 5 times throughout this event and over in Jacksonville as well. And she's always just such a friendly, formidable competitor out here, and sure would love to see her earn a cape. She is our second eldest. She is approaching 30 on December 2nd. So great to have Chelsea here.
Here's the replay of Chelsea Tuak getting a beautiful frontside turn and kicking those fins loose, and then getting that combo as she works to her inside and finishing really strong. And out the back, the replay after Chelsea caught that wave. We had a ride by Sky Suit and then heading towards the pier. This is Rachel Aguirre finishing strong and avoiding those pylons, choosing not to shoot the pier. The wave was pretty much shut down and already broken, so it doesn't really benefit her to try to go through with all the white water and potentially have an issue against the pylons. So she's able to finish that, get on her feet, get back out to the lineup. 14 minutes left in this heat. Priority is with blue, green, red, white.
Here's Mia Moore's replay for you folks at home. That earned a 4.43. And speaking of Rachel Aguirre, at the age of 11, she was awarded a scholarship with the ISA at the age of 11 there. Scores in 4.5, 4.93. Rachel, you're in the lead. Chelsea Tuak, one wave, 6.67. Sky Suit, you need a 3.68. You're in third. Mia Moore, you need a 2.25. So much time on the clock that we are going to go to an interview right now with Fuely and Kira Pinkerton.
Very much, Chris. Kira, a really strong finish to that heat, on that left-hander, but you came into this event quite fresh.
Yeah, I think surfing, you're wanting to be in the water consistently and always kind of feeling the flow, and I wasn't surfing much the last few weeks. I've been kind of just hanging out with family and traveling around, so I got in the water a few days ago and felt a little funky, so I'm just slowly catching my rhythm, and I'm glad I ended that heat strong so that I build my momentum for the next one.
Well, you've also got the momentum of coming into this event, winning the Supergirl Pro over there in Jacksonville last year in spectacular fashion. What did that mean to you?
Yeah, that event was probably my favorite event I've ever won, and to be a part of. Just the love and the kind of camaraderie of all the young surfers up and coming and all the young girls, just to kind of be around them and feel that stoke that I once was a part of, and to be that person they look up to. And I'd love to go back to back, so taking up this event is definitely my goal, and momentum going into the Challengers too.
And you mentioned you yourself were one of the young girls looking for inspiration. Tell, for the people at home, share when you first started coming to this event and what that was like and what the journey's been.
Yeah, I don't even remember what year it was, but it was a long time ago. I was probably 9 years old, and I got a picture with Tatiana Weston Webb and Dax McGill, and they were my two favorite surfers ever. And then 2 years later, I was 11, and I did the event, and I've been doing it ever since.
Well, Dax is here again this year, so maybe we can get another photo, but good luck in the next round.
Yeah, a little fast forward, I guess, so yeah.
All right, well, thanks very much. We'll see you in the next round. Back to you guys.
Very nice, Fuely. That was 2012 that she was referring to, because she competed first here in 2014. And so, Kira, always a slice to have you here, that's for sure. What did we miss when we were gone?
So last few waves, situation right now, white, you are in the lead. In second, red, you are looking to improve a 1.6. You need a 2.76 to move into the lead. In third, blue, sky, you are looking to improve a 3. You need a 3.25. And in fourth, green, with priority, Mia, you are looking to back up your 4.43. You need a 3.85. 10 minutes, 50 seconds left on the clock. Priority is green, white, red, blue.
Well, we're going to talk records here. The most fifth places in the history of the event is held by Chelsea Tuak. 6 fifth places. That's it. She's hungry for a cape. I'm sending the good love out there. She's been at every Supergirl for the last few years as well. Situation out there in the white. Rachel Aguirre, nothing's changed. You're in the lead. 10 minutes left. Priority is green, white, red, blue. Tuak, you need a 2.76. Blue, Suit, you need a 3.25. More, you need a 3.85. That's the rundown. I recall back in the 2012, 13, 14 with Chelsea, she had her coach Jimmy Hogan here, and Jimmy was really giving her good guides. He'd sit right below the announce tower. They'd line up. She'd look in, and she'd figured out her ebb and her flow. Literally figured that out. And through the years, her media and her interviews got so much better, and she's able to really eloquently speak about what surfing means to her, where she's been, where she's going, and talking to the youth as well. So that's one of our 3 longtime veterans, Chelsea Tuak, out in the water, a journeyman of the surfing world, and obviously for this event as well. Big props.
Absolutely. The common denominator seems to be these ladies that have been in the mix of Supergirl really kind of test and share that appreciation of what this event means, because they've all started at that very, very young age and aspired and looked up to the surfers ahead of them. And now they are returning the favor and sharing the stoke and giving the inspiration to those younger girls while they're still, in the mix and showcasing their skills. 8 minutes, 55 seconds left on the clock. Priority is green, white, red, blue.
Sky Suit has a look. She is in that third place position, hankering for a 3.25, 15 years young. Took third this year in the Tahiti Tau Pro. So since she's from Hawaii, there's a whole different region, right? They've got a bunch of qualifying series events. Not many, actually. They have more coming up in the fall. They have the Tahiti Tau Pro. She took a third in that. She's competed in Brazil, El Salvador, and been to the Stab High Wave Pool. And she's got a couple of Supergirls under her belt. Last year, 17th at Jacksonville. That's Sky Suit in the blue. Mia Moore with the birthday. Yeah, Mia. We've got a 4.43, and she's earned a 5th and a 9th last year at the ECSC and OBX events this season in the QS. She's done Pismo and Huntington Beach, and this is her 7th rendition of the Supergirl Pro. So welcome back, Mia, on your birthday. According to my math, she's 20 years old today. Next up, McGonigal, Linnea Mons, Sarah Frayer, Dax McGill. Thanks to our sponsors, Perfect Hydration, Big Energy, and grab yours today to drive all the call to action. Perfect Hydration.
And it's almost lunchtime, so check out the taco stand. Get your Tijuana-style tacos. Then they've landed in Oceanside. The taco stand is now open, serving up tacos and burritos on handmade tortillas alongside fresh guac, churros, and carne asada fries.
Surfing.
Find us on Coast Highway. Live action in the water. Surfers splitting the peak, red and green, going north and southbound, front side. Red having a little bit of more of a run, finishing out strong.
Yeah, that's going to add to our scoreline. Mia Moore jumps off, but that's her second birthday wave, and it's going to help Tuak right there. That she needs a 2.76 to overtake the lead. I think that will be at least that.
Yeah, she is happy to ditch that 1.6, and Mia's looking to just back up her 4.43. She needs a 3.85. It's looking like it's going to come in strong. Second ride of green, 5.93. Still waiting for red. Red score a 4.77. So situation is Chelsea Tuak in red. You are in the lead. Green, Mia, you are in second. You need a 5.53 to move into the lead. In third, white with priority. Rachel, you're looking to improve a 4.5. You need a 5.44. In fourth, blue, you need to improve a 3. You need a 5.34.
Simple as that. Chelsea Tuak, that replay we just watched online was her 4.77. Married with a 6.67, puts her in the lead. A little over 5 minutes remaining. Thanks to Ubatuba. Fuel your day with the healthy way with Ubatuba Acai. From classic bowls to pitaya blends and tropical toppings, they've got the perfect pick-me-up between heats. Thank you for supporting the Supergirl Pro.
All right, we see something on the horizon. Green having a look. Mia, birthday girl, up and surfing on her front side, going left. A nice, strong hit. She wants to now improve that 4.43. we'll see how that can affect her score. 4 minutes, 55 seconds left on the time. Priority is with white.
Welcome again to everybody on the pier and everyone watching online. We are speaking to both of you. We have a webcast and we're speaking live to the beach. Our main priority is to the surfers. When you see hands in the air, they want to know what the situation is. We have a colored priority board that tells who is has priority. We have a time clock that they can see out there. Most of these ladies wear watches as well. They start it when the heat begins, or 20-minute heats. The top 2 from each heat move on to the next round. We started today with a round of 64. We'll cut it in half and go to 32. At the end of the day, we'll finish our round of 32 and leave us with tomorrow's start of a round of 16. That's the objective here at the Nissan Supergirl Pro, a 19th annual affair. It started in Pacific Beach, then it went to Huntington, and in 2011 it came here to the shores of Oceanside.
It is just about 11:30, so that means the female DJ showcase will be getting started in the Festival Village, and at noon the longboard round of 32 will be getting started, and cheer on San Diego Extreme Performance and inline skating jam session as well. So a lot is happening in the Festival Village coming up. Live action in the water is green and blue splitting the peak, both going backside. Blue getting vertical, and the rebuttal with green getting vertical on her backside hit as well. So we'll see how those scores will affect their overall.
Yeah, that was good double vision you had there. Nice way to set one eye on one on the other. Good move here, as you can see for you folks at home. That's the green of Mia Moore, our birthday girl, on her fourth wave. Here goes the blue of Sky Suit. A look back.
As comparing these two surfers on this wave, Sky had a little bit more punch and aggression, where green, Mia Moore, had this smooth, fluid motion. So we'll see how the judges will break that down. So we're still waiting on scores. Priority is with white, 2 minutes, 30 seconds. Last ride of blue, Sky. A 6.0, and blue is up and riding again. Foot got a little wobbly on the board, but she was able to recover, still stay in the power source. But you know, her 2 rides, a 5.03 and a 6.0, sitting in second. She is now waiting for another score. Not sure that will come into play here. 2 minutes, 5 seconds left. Red, you are in the lead.
And Sky, you're in second now. Sky's in second. Mia Moore in green, you need a 5.11. Rachel Aguero with priority in white, you need a 6.1. Again, Surfer in green, you need a 5.11. Rachel Aguero in white, you need a 6.1. Priority is white, red, green. White, red, green. Minute 35 left on the clock.
All right, as the situation is 1 minute, 25 seconds. Red, you are in the lead. In second, blue with a 6 and a 5.03. You need a 5.45 to move into the lead. In third, green with a 5.93 and a 4.47. You need a 5.11 to advance. In fourth, white in priority. You need to improve a 4.5. You need a 6.10 to advance. 55 seconds left on the clock, ladies. This is heat 10 of the round of 64. As the ladies are paddling, trying to bring some strategy into play. Who has priority? Who has to block? Who has to defend?
Yeah, well, Rachel Aguero has priority in white, and she is up against the ropes, needs a 6-1. And red is going to snug up as best as possible to her. But Chelsea's got a pretty darn good lead, but you never know. These buzzer beaters. We're down to 10 seconds. Listen for the count. Blue is up. This will count. This is Sky Soot, who is presently in second place, so a modified second place victory lap, along with Chelsea Suet.
2 snappy backside hits as she was able to work her way more to the inside and finish things off and right to the beach. She is also heading to the next round. Congrats, Chelsea Tuak and Sky Soot. Here's the replay of Blue. Watch this quick bottom turn into that backside hit, and again, immediately quick, punchy, carrying speed, a nice little wrap on the backside.
Yeah, nice work. Nice work, Sky. Here's a countdown for the next heat. That's the start of the next heat. We'll let you know who it is. Here's a look back for you folks at home. The Island Fine Burger and Drinks biggest wave. This is Chelsea Tuak from Barbados. Lighten it up with the wave of the heat. The veteran shows up and says, I'm going on to the round of 32. We'll be back with the next heat when we return.
Can the Nissan Frontier out-monster a monster truck? Not that you would, but you could. Nissan, #1 in new vehicle quality.
LA is America, only sooner. Our culture, our style, our flavors set the tone for what's to come tomorrow. Where we're from, amazing days turn into even better nights. Because where we're from, good just isn't good enough. Our beers are a reflection of our community. So we know they can't just be good. They've got to be golden.
At Front Wave Credit Union, we're all in on you. You're not just a number, you're a member. And we're putting $350 behind what we believe in. Get started today. Dream big. We got you.
The Supergirl Surf Festival is brought to you by Jersey Mike's A Sub Above, by the United States Marine Corps. The fight for the future starts now. By Islands Restaurants, Southern California's home of the beach vibes with gourmet burgers, fresh cut fries, and great happy hour deals.
Making it work for all it's worth on the inside. Welcome back, World Wide Web viewers. This is the Nissan Supergirl Pro 2025 edition. We got 4 ladies in the water. Here's Leilani McGonigal, named by Lisa Anderson years ago, Legrami McGromigal, and she is a super girl indeed. Look at her go. She starts things off. Welcome from Costa Rica. Pavone is one of the best lefts in the world. And she calls that home with mom and dad and brother Noemar. If you're ever down that way, swing on by their bed and breakfast. Anyway, welcome back. Uncle Lee alongside Lindsay Jacobellis. Here's a look at Dax McGill's second wave, which earned a 2.5. So she has 2 waves on the score line as we wait for Leilani's score to come in. Here you go. What do you see here, Lindsay?
All right, this is the replay of Leilani. Beautiful sweeping backside turns and then getting that board nice and loose in that last hit. Still waiting on Red's last score. 16 minutes, 50 seconds left in this heat. Scores coming in.
Yeah, going to hover around the mid-range there. Good way to start off. For you folks watching online, there's a view of the beach. Kind of an overcast day because, boy, yesterday was hot. The sun will break through in about an hour, they're forecasting. Temperatures hovering around the high 70s. Bright tail end of summer sunshine beaten down.
The last ride of Red, a 5.50. So that moves you into the lead. Now Blue up and riding. Linnea Mons getting those 2 front side maneuvers. The goofy foot rider.
And here goes White. This is Sarah Frere from Huntington Beach.
Beautiful bottom turn.
Oh, yeah.
into a nice hit. That wave had a funky lineup to it, so she had to readjust and didn't get the backside hit she was looking for, I suspect, but that first bottom turn was gorgeous. Now, ladies are trying to position themselves back out into the lineup as we're waiting for some scores to come in. 15 minutes, 38 seconds left on the clock. Green is paddling and up. She's going to go left on her front side, work her way into this inside section, and she will shoot the pier.
There you go, Dax. Yeah. Nice job.
She wants to improve that .83. She's currently in second. She needs a 3.01 to move into the lead.
Dax she's been surfing quite some time. She's 27 years young. We'll talk about her in a minute. There's Linnea Mullins. She's waiting for her first wave, but really well executed, thoroughly ridden throughout. And there's Sarah Freyer as we wait for her score from her first wave, just kind of an in and out. So give you the scores when we have them, but while the scores come in, let's throw it down to Fuelie with Chelsea Tuak.
Thank you very much. Down here with Chelsea, we're having a good chat. So much history here, Chelsea. I think, if I count correctly, 16 Supergirl pros.
Yeah, it's unbelievable to think about. This was my first ever WSL QS event that I did here in 2012, I think it was, and still my favorite event. I love coming back every year. I love seeing all the younger girls. Every year there's new faces and competition gets steeper and steeper, so I gotta keep up with them.
What does keep you going? What keeps driving you? Because 2012, you've been competing in the QS, you've been coming back to the Supergirl Pros, you've been on the Challengers Series, you've been in World Tour events. What is it that continues to drive you with this sport?
I really love competing, and I like having a goal, because I think if I stopped competing, I was just surfing, maybe I wouldn't keep getting better and better every year. But I love that when I'm free surfing, I've got a goal in mind. This is the next event, and I just love it. I mean, it's what I do for a career, but it's also what I love to do on the weekends with friends. I'm always at the beach and the ocean, and I love competing against these girls, and seeing them over the years. Like Dax McGill, I used to compete with her in the junior series. She's here with her 2 kids, and it's just amazing stories. It's a beautiful sport, and I love the Supergirl. So yeah, gonna keep going.
And obviously you want a cape, you want to win here. Has your strategy changed? Like, how do you adapt? Really, really strong opener today. So how do you keep that adaptation going?
I think it's just to keep it simple, not be nervous. I mean, I don't have anything to be nervous for anymore. I've done these events before. I know what to expect. So eliminating all the, unnecessary, smaller waves, and just making sure I'm on the best waves and doing the best surfing and uncomplicated heat strategy, really.
Well, you did that. Well done. It's always a pleasure to have you here, and good luck in the next round.
Thanks so much.
Incredible insight, and congrats to Chelsea Tuak. She was in our previous heat. A lot of waves just ridden, and a lot of exchanges just went down. So gives the situation here. Right now, Blue, you are in the lead with a 4.83 and a 2.83. In second, White with a 3.83 and a 3.50. You need a 3.84 to move into the lead. In third, Red with a 5.0 and a 0.70. You need a 1.83 to advance. In fourth, Green with priority, you have a 2.63 and a 2.5. You need a 4.70. 12 minutes left on the clock, ladies. You see, as the tide is shifting a bit, the ladies are a little bit closer to the pier, but we do have some texture on the horizon, a little shoulder, and chipping into it is Linnea, the young gun from Jacksonville, getting a sharp backside hit. She's looking to improve that 2.83. She wants to throw that away and just increase her lead. The priority is green, red, white, blue.
A whole lot more surfing yet to come today. Vilamative, Kohai Fierro, Brindley Beckman, Kaikora Naumberg. Next up.
So still waiting on a score for blue. Linnea Mons this year getting a second at the Virginia Beach Pro. So just red is up and surfing on her backhand, the goofy foot rider, Leilani McGonigal. She wants to improve that .70. Certainly a capable surfer, able to do so. We'll see how that improves her score. 10 minutes, 20 seconds left on the clock. Still waiting on scores for blue and red. Here's the replay of blue kicking those fins absolutely out of the water, and live action in the water green. This is Dax having a nice open face to work with, getting in that power source of the wave, keeping her speed as she works her way from south to north all the way to the pier. 9 minutes, 40 seconds left. Still waiting on scores for red and green. Blue, your last ride, a 6.67, so you are in the lead. Last ride of red, a 3.07. Red, you are in second. You need a 6.01. This is replay of Dax McGill getting a beautiful, nice little wrap, working her way to the inside. Nice little floater, staying active out there. She's looking to replace that 2.50, and she did with a 3.30, so that improves her situation. She still needs a 5.28. 9 minutes left on the clock. Priority is with white.
Yeah, lots of time left. Lots of experience with these Supergirls. Waves are still around. Red having a peek. Blue taking a peek. Leilani says no. The blue of Linnea Mons, current heat leader, says yes, and she has something to work with here. One nice smack, another one, and holds on, rides it out. Nice effort. That's going to help Linnea's cause, looking to get rid of a 4-point or improve upon a 4.83. Here goes Leilani.
Leilani getting a nice frontside hit and having a nice little pocket to just have a frontside snap to work with. So she had the little combo. She is chipping away and just wanting to keep improving her score. She wants to replace that 3.07 now. She needs a 6.01. 8 minutes on the clock.
There's a
out the back. White. Sarah Ferrer is up and riding. Beautiful backside turn. Bottom setup turn into that nice vertical snap. Great completion. Let's see if that will replace that 3.5. She needs a 4.75 to move into the advancing position. 7 minutes, 45 seconds left on the clock. Priority is with green. Here's the replay of blue. Linnea, the young gun from Jacksonville. She is no stranger to these beach breaks, so everything has to be a quick tempo. The replay of Leilani. Great tempo, beautiful flow. That 2 combo back-to-back. Still waiting on scores for blue. Last score of blue, 6.83.
Yeah, Linnea. Nice. 6.83 and a 6.67 has her in the lead. McGonigal, you're in second. Your last score is a 5.77. Well done, Linnea. Yeah, charging from Atlantic Beach, in the Atlantic Beach in Florida, close to Jacksonville. Shows up every year. Took a third at the ECSC and the winner of OBX Outer Banks last year. And situation red. Leilani, the time is 6:45 left on the clock. Linnea, you're in the lead with 6.67 is your lowest score. Leilani, you have a 5.5 and a 5.77. You're in second, needing a 7.73. Sarah Ferrer in white, you need a 5.97. And Dax McGill in green, you need a 7.97. Priority is green, red, blue, white.
All right, red, you are looking to improve a 5.5. You need a 7.73. White, Your low score, a 3.83. You need a 5.97. And green, you're looking to improve a 2.63. You need a 7.97. Priority is with green, red, blue, white. 6 minutes left on the clock. This is heat 11, round of the 64.
Here we go, McGonigal. And green going towards you folks on the pier. We'll keep an eye on the camera with the green. You folks live on the beach, keep your eyes on both. There's McGonigal with an open face, and both of them finishing around the same time. Judges will do their work now. So McGonigal looking to improve upon a 5.5, whilst Dax McGill looking to needs a 7.97.
So Dax's wave to me had a beautiful flow and a nice continuous motion as she worked her way to the pier, where Leilani had punch and power as she worked her way south on her backside. Here's that replay. A nice backside turn, nice and snappy, and immediately into the second one, and then nice punchy finish right at the end. See the replay of green and live action out in the back. Blue, this is Liana.
The Linnea gets gobbled up, yep. And for you folks at home, that's the replay.
A lot of L's in this heat.
Yeah,
I keep getting. I'll stick with colors.
Yeah.
Okay, last ride of green, 4.0. So you're improving your situation. You are looking to replace a 3.30. You need a 7.27. Still waiting on scores for blue. Last ride of red didn't factor in. Priority is with white, blue.
Yeah, waiting for Linnea's last score. That's not going to change anything. You'll stay in that position. Getting under the 5-minute mark. Well, Leilani, who's presently in second, she's eyeballing something right now. Here she comes, straight on shore, middle of the field. And she has a lot to work with on this one. Watch the power of her legs, bringing those knees to the chest, and the eyes are down the line, snaps off the top, and that's a beautiful ride.
Yes,
nice job.
Beautiful frontside wraps, combinations. Leilani really executed that ride well. Out the back, this is white. Sarah, nice frontside wrap, bottom turn into that vertical situation.
Oh, nice.
And riding away strong. Cool, calm, and collected. She is looking to replace that 3.83. She needs a 5.97. Let's see if that changes anything for her. Priority is with blue. Linnea, you are in the lead. Priority is with blue.
Here's a look back at last powerhouse wave right there by Leilani, and that was really pleasant, and I think that's going to do better than her previous two. It did indeed. 7.67, Leilani. 7.67 with your 5.77. Still has you in second. Needing a 5.83 to overtake current heat leader Linnea Mons, who has priority. Blue-green right now.
And still waiting on...
Dax's score is in with a 4.
Yeah.
Yep.
Red's last ride had such beautiful, long, drawn-out turns. Really, really smooth. So definitely that's why it was rewarded that 5.93. 2 minutes, 35 seconds left in this heat. Priority is with blue.
All right, little strategy time. Priority is blue, green, red. Blue, green, red. And red and blue will go over towards the other servers to do a little protection on white. A little bit of defense, a little bit of strategy going on.
As you see, Linnea is moving towards Leilani. She has priority, so she is trying to be strategic. And as the surfers settle themselves back a little further south.
Yeah, well, for Leilani, she's got third priority, where Sarah, who's in third, has fourth priority. So right now what Leilani's going to do is try to protect her second place position, where Linnea is like, I'm comfortable in the lead right now. I've got priority. I can take what I want where I want it. Time call, 1:20. 1:20 on the clock. Red, white, and blue just fishing around out there for it. Leilani McGonigal is the only competitor that's done a CT, a Challenger, a QS, the Junior Tour, and a men's qualifying series event. She's very well established in this surf world at the age of 25.
Yeah, that was back in 2014.
Yeah, way back. All right, we're down to 40 seconds. Again, McGill needs a 9.44 at Surfer and Green. It's a tall order. Sarah Freyer in white needs a 7.52. McGonigal in red, she's in second. Where Linnea Mullins in blue has priority. She's in the lead. Yellow taking a paddle, which is green. Up.
Dax attacking the backside. Unfortunately, that wave just shut down and stopped her to have another opportunity. Out the back, blue, a nice beautiful backside sweeping turn, again with a nice quick hit. Linnea is trying to ditch that. 6.67, not sure if that will come into play, but waiting on some scores, but unofficially moving on to the next round. Linnea Mons in blue and in red, Leilani McGonigal.
That's right, and the Islands Heat, our biggest wave of the heat is coming up, 7.67, held by Leilani. We'll see that in a minute for you folks at home. And the next heat's coming up shortly. Stand by. And that's that. Here's the Islands big wave of the heat. That's Leilani McGonigal from Costa Rica, just saying, I got this. I'll show you what's up, wave. Pacific Ocean, I'm familiar with you. 767, nice job, Islands. We'll be back with more surfing when we return here to Oceanside.
Take this veil from off my eyes. My burning sun will someday rise.
What if you got rewarded just for doing what you love? With the Verizon Visa card, you can get up to 4% in rewards. That's 4% when dining at your go-to spot, 4% when you swing by the grocery store, and 4% when you fill up your car. All those rewards can go towards your Verizon bill, and there's no annual fee. Plus, when you enroll in Verizon's AutoPay, you can unlock a discount on your Verizon bill. With the Verizon Visa card, get rewarded just for living life. Apply today.
The Supergirl Surf Festival is brought to you by Golden Road Brewing Mango Cart Wheat Ale. Perfectly balanced, deliciously refreshing. By SI Women's Games coming to Oceanside, October 28th to November 2nd at Front Wave Arena.
Welcome back to Oceanside, California for the Supergirl Pro for 2025. Proudly brought to you by Nissan. And as we get set up for this heat, the heat has started. We are underway. In white, Brinley Beckman is in the lead at the moment. Vela Mativ is in red, and this was Brinley's first ride. And just getting a score on the board. 16 minutes and 43 seconds remaining. Vaihitimahana in red. Kohai Fierro from Tahiti is in blue. And Keikora Nauenberg is in green. And we have a very special guest with us for this heat. And welcome to you, Alison Witherspoon.
Thank you.
CMO of Nissan. Now, that is a big gig. So great to have you here as somebody who loves and appreciates marketing. It's always fantastic to meet somebody that's had a storied career, and you're one of Ad Age's 2025 CMOs to watch.
Yes, I guess I am.
So
it keeps me out of trouble, to be honest.
Well, that's a great answer. We're going to double duty here. So
Okay.
as we look at Kohai Fierro, they're just wrapping up that ride, getting her first ride underway. I would love to hear from you, Alison, your journey, into your career here at Nissan as one of the great brands of the world. You've been there 8.5 years, so there's got to be something special going on.
Yeah, I mean, I think I've when I first started talking to people at the company, I just realized that there's this spirit that's there. And then when you think about some of the incredible Nissans over the years, the GTR, the Z, the Xterra, the Z was actually, I think that was my first love. It wasn't a boy. It was actually a Z. And so I think that was what really inspired me, and just talking to a lot of the engineering team and talking to the leadership. There's just so much that's going on at the company and always has been. And I really liked that intersection of innovation and design and really kind of daring to push ourselves. And so that's what brought me into the company. And I've taken on a few different roles. I've been in Japan. I've lived and worked at our global headquarters for 4 years in Japan. So it's given me a lot of opportunities as well to see different parts of the world and understand how the brand lives and breathes in different parts and different countries.
Yeah, it's great to have an international career, whether you're a surfer or you are an executive. Great turn there by Keikora, getting her score on the board. 14.5 minutes remaining in this heat. As soon as the scores come through, we'll give you the update. We do have some scores yet to drop. Plenty of waves coming in here as we look at this heat. But yeah, so do you speak Japanese?
I have what they call taxi Japanese,
Okay.
so I can get myself home in Japanese, but it's pretty limited.
For the young ladies who might be at home watching this, who would like to have a professional career in marketing or as an executive, do you have any tips for them?
Go for it. I think the biggest thing is just get out there and start doing things. And I think that's what I really like about this event as well, and Supergirl. And it's really just about kind of pushing what you're doing, whether if it's in sports or if it's in marketing or creative or advertising or engineering. I think just getting out there and getting experience and trying to get outside of your comfort zone. I think that's when I've seen people across different industries, that's what's really been kind of a common thing that I've seen.
Great advice. Get out of your comfort zone.
Oh yeah.
And have a go. So let's go down it right now for an interview with the winner of the last heat.
Okay, thank you very much. We're with Linnea Mons. Linnea, great heat out there. You're able to rise up above the rest. Any thoughts out there for what you need to do to continue on to get the red cape?
Yeah, I mean, the waves are super fun. Like, I'm so grateful that there's waves for this contest because last year was rough. But I feel like just taking every heat one heat at a time and catching, just trying to put myself on the good waves and playing a good game and, yeah, having fun.
You're out there with a veteran Leilani McGonigal, who's been doing this quite some time. Around the time that you were just learning to walk, Leilani was in the driver's seat here. What would you like to say to some of the elders that you've looked up to through the years?
Yeah, I think that's the coolest part of this event is getting to compete against like people you looked up to and like being like when they did this comp in Jacksonville for the first time, I was like one of the little kids on the beach getting autographs. So it's cool to be able to surf against the older girls because you just learn so much from competing with them because they're so smart in the heats. So yeah, shout out to all the older girls that we're competing against.
Yeah, that's it. Linnea, big smile. You're out of the round at 32. Good luck. Go get some food, and we'll see you a little later on. Cheers. Back up to you guys.
Great. Thank you very much, Chris. And as we see Keikora there on her second scoring ride, and that's Kohai live. We also had a replay of Vaihitimahana before. So A lot of waves going ridden. As soon as those scores come in, we'll give you an update. There's 11 minutes and 44 seconds remaining, but I'm here with Alison Witherspoon, who's the CMO of Nissan. Alison, you mentioned before you were drawn to the company. We'll just have a look at a quick replay here.
Wow.
Firstly, what do you think of the surfing that goes on here at the Nissan Supergirl Pro?
I mean, I've just been so inspired by it. I've been coming here for a few years. I was in Japan the last two, so I've been missing this event, but it's great to be back. And I think I'm just always so inspired and see what they're able to do. It's just, I mean, it's, who doesn't love, first of all, this location, but it's such a great sport, and I really like to see these women, you know, kind of getting out there and showing their skills.
And each year they get younger and more talented. And you mentioned that you know, one of the appeals to you was coming into the Nissan is the vehicle. For me, growing up, some of my earlier experiences exploring remote beaches in Australia, surfing, we're in a Nissan, so I can.
Oh, nice.
I can very much appreciate that. But you're based in Nashville now.
Based in Nashville, yep. Not a lot of surf there, but that's okay.
Yeah, okay.
That's okay.
But you're there at head office, you know, and what are you seeing that's coming out that is exciting you and is living up to, as all great brands have, they have a brand purpose.
Yeah.
And your brand purpose is a very important one. What are you seeing that is important to that mission?
Well, I mean, the company was founded on this spirit of dare to do what others don't. And so I think that's something that we all really feel as employees and as team members. It's really kind of pushing the boundaries, whether it's technology or innovation or engineering or design or marketing or even sales. I think it's really around kind of daring. And I think that's what we're seeing. We have a huge product offensive that's coming. We have 20 models that are being launched in 20 months.
Wow.
And so we have so many exciting products that are going to be coming. The all-new Leaf, the next generation Leaf is coming. I was able to test it over the last weekend, and it's just it's absolutely incredible. It's so easy. It's so intuitive. The design is chic and stylish, but it's also really accessible, and I think that's what we've been about as a brand. We want to make sure that we have great technology, great design, great engineering, but it's all coming in a package that is very accessible for consumers.
And how is the brand values aligned with the Supergirl Pro as an event?
Well, I think, the spirit of daring to do what others don't, I think that perfectly aligns. I think, Supergirl is all around energy and confidence and breaking barriers, and I think that's how we feel as a company as well. And I think that's why we've been, such strong supporters of Supergirl over the years. I think those values perfectly align with us.
Yeah, well, it's been fantastic to have you involved. We'll just give an update here to the surfers with 8 minutes and 55. This is Vaihitimahana, our highest-ranked surfer, and showing why she is the highest-ranked surfer. Right now, she's sitting in 4th position. Kohai Fierro, you are in the lead. Brinley Beckman on this wave right now is in 2nd. She used her priority to catch this wave, and she's looking for a 4.77 to advance up into that 2nd spot. Priority now with the surfer in blue, Kohai Fierro, a 4.83 and a 4.8. Keikora Nauenberg currently in 2nd. We do have a couple of scores to come in. You need a 4.8 to advance into 1st position. Brinley Beckman, you're looking for a 4.77, and Vaihitimahana 4.57. This is Vaila's last wave, and didn't get quite enough of the score. She now needs a 4.54, and for Brinley, she's looking for a 4.77 on this ride that we're replaying on the screen. We'll wait till the judges come in, but priority is blue, green, red, and then white. Brinley, you did not get the score. You still need a 4.77. Vaila, you need a 4.54. And Keikora, you need a 4.8. There's 7.5 minutes remaining. Alison, for you personally, I always felt that when you're in marketing, one of the great parts of it is you do get to go to some pretty cool stuff. Having a decent marketing budget allows you to do that. For you personally, what has this event meant to you?
I mean, I talked to the team that was managing this, and they gave me the date several months ago, and I was like, yes, I definitely want to come. I mean, I think, one, I'm always inspired by seeing, women going out and kind of pushing things, whether, if it's in their sport or if it's in other areas. So I really enjoy that personally, to see that, and I want to empower that. And so it's important to me because I feel like I'm a woman in a heavily male-dominated industry. It's not easy. Kind of same thing, especially in sports as well. And so that's something that I really connect with. It's great to get out here and talk to consumers and see how they're engaging with the vehicles. We have a great booth that's set up behind here where we have several vehicles, and it's just great to see consumers walking around asking questions and kind of, it's always good to hear that. Sometimes at HQ you don't always get that opportunity, so that's what I enjoy about this as well. And obviously Oceanside, California, I mean,
it can't be too bad, can it? Situation. Priority is with blue. There's 6 minutes remaining. Keikora, you need a 4.8 to take the lead. Red, you need a 4.54 to move up into second, and Brindley Beckman, you need a 4.77. There's 5 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. Alison, you do mention that traditionally automotive has been a kind of a male dominated industry. A little bit of competitiveness too there in your personality, which is always fantastic to see. What has it?
You picked up on that.
Yeah, I did but what has it that has allowed you to succeed in the face of competition or adversity?
I mean, I think it's. I don't take no very often, or I don't take it so well, I guess maybe. I love this industry. I love automotive, and I love this company. Again, like I said, my very first love was the Z, and so I felt connected to it even when I was a kid. And I think I was also raised by a single dad, and I have a twin brother, and my dad never put us into gender roles. And so he always kind of taught me that I can do whatever I wanted, whether or not it was within kind of female norms. And so I just have kind of carried that throughout my entire life. And I never really saw, well, this is male dominated and maybe I can't be successful. I just saw I love this, so I'm going to go for it.
Yeah, fantastic. And I think that's where the sport of surfing really has gone as well. There's such incredible equality now. This is an incredible festival, a celebration of female empowerment.
Absolutely. And I love seeing, women and girls and men, everyone's wearing the capes, and it's really kind of, it's a bit emotional sometimes to see it, and you just see that red cape really symbolizes something, and it's great to see everyone celebrating that.
Yeah, it is. And as somebody who, has a goddaughter and many friends with young daughters who are competing and things, it is quite an emotional journey, but it's one very grateful to be part of it. And there is a bunch of waves being ridden out there, and this is Vaihitimahana. She's currently in third. She needs a 4.54. There's 3 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. Kohai Fierro and Keikora Nauenberg have another ride, as does Vela, 3 minutes 40. As soon as that score drops, and also Brindley also had a wave. We'll give you the situation as we get into these final moments. For Keikora, you are still in second. A 3.8 was your last ride. That doesn't change the situation. Now just looking at the replay here for Vela, working this onto the inside. She's looking for a 4.54 on this ride. A little bit of a rock and roll re-entry there at the end. Scores yet to drop for her and for Brindley. Kohai Fierro gets a 1.13 on her last ride. Brindley Beckman, nice ride for her. Waiting on scores. 2 minutes and 50 seconds to go. We'll give you that situation as soon as we know. Priority is with blue and green. Blue and green have priority. Judges taking a look at those waves. Waiting for the scores to drop in. We'll give it to you as soon as we have it. Vaihitimahana, that was not enough. You still need a 4.54. And Brindley, you still need a 4.77. There's 2 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Alison, what other brand activations do you have coming up with Nissan?
Yeah, so I think we have right now where college football is obviously kind of, that kicked off a few weeks ago. And so we have our Nissan Heisman House. So that's been out there. We've kind of switched things up a little bit this year. We have obviously we have our Heisman legends. Typically we have them in-house, and it's all about those hijinks. But we thought maybe this year we should give them a road trip. So you're going to see them taking a road trip, throughout the college football season. So that's been great, and we have some activations around that. We're going to have the Texas State Fair, which is big. Obviously, that's going to be big for a lot of our products like Frontier and Armada. So it's going to be exciting to get that out in Texas. And then we have the LA Auto Show, which is coming up in November. So we have quite a few things that are coming up, some big things. And in the meantime, we're going to continue to launch all this great product. So it's definitely a busy time, but it's a really exciting time.
Yeah, 20 new products. That is quite something in 20 months.
20 months.
Yeah, it's certainly going to keep you busy. 1 minute and 15 seconds remaining. Kohai Fierro and Brynley Beckman both with scores. Vaihitimahana here. She's looking for that 4.54. 1 minute remaining. 1 minute. And you must have quite a team to keep all of that together.
I have an incredible team. My team is incredible, and I think it's, they do so much of the heavy lifting. They're incredibly creative. They're always kind of pushing themselves. And so I think, so shout out to them in Nashville and kind of around the country. We have incredible agency partners that we work with. And so I think it's, I'm very proud, and I feel very lucky to be able to work with the people that I get to work with.
Yeah, that's a fantastic feeling. Stay with us as we close down this heat, though. 20 seconds remaining. Still waiting on a score for Vaihitimahana to come in. If it comes in, it's not enough. You still need a 4.54. With 10 seconds remaining, Kohai Fierro and Kokora Nauenberg are in the lead. And that will close out that Heat 12 in the round of 64. Kohai Fierro from Tahiti taking the victory. And we'll count down for the next heat. And the island's big wave of the heat, we had 2 4.8 waves, and it was Kohai Fierro on her backhand. Really radical turns there. And Keikora on her forehand, keeping that board busy, getting the tail loose. Fantastic results. It is. Fierro and Nauenberg move through. We'll be right back after this quick break.
The Nissan Rogue takes hit after hit. Punished under immense pressure. And exposed to excessive wear. Nissan, #1 in new vehicle quality. We put it through the worst, so you get its best.
Mango Card from Golden Road Brewing. The wheat beer brewed with real mango. Crisp, refreshing, and always perfectly balanced.
The Supergirl Surf Festival is brought to you by Owala, the water bottle that keeps things interesting. By Mission Pacific, award-winning beachfront resort and travel plus Leisure World's best awards. Mission Pacific Beach Resort offers an unforgettable stay at one of the best resorts in California.
And welcome back to the Nissan Supergirl Pro for 2025 here at Oceanside, California. We just had a fantastic guest, Alison Witherspoon, CMO of Nissan. Great to have her here for that last heat, and thank you to Nissan for their incredible support over many years. They are wonderful partners to have, and incredible vehicles to empower all your adventures in life. Great brand values. We're 3 minutes into this heat, and this is a great heat. Ellie Brown, this was her first ride. It was a 3.33. And getting a right-hander onto the inside. And a good opening turn for her. Vaihitimahana Inso, really strong surfer. We've seen her over a bunch of years here at the Supergirl Pro. And Avery McDonald, who's been putting in some strong performances. And Sol Aguirre, who has really been quite a revelation here from the opening round of 112. But she is an Olympian, so we shouldn't be surprised. And so she opened up with a 6.17 for Sol Aguirre of Lima, Peru, just 22 years of age. Vaihitimahana Inso, a 5. For Vaihitimahana, a 4.5 for Avery, and Ellie Brown with priority of 3.33. But right now, let's go down to Chris Ernst, who's with the winner of the last heat.
Thank you. Thanks, Bewley. With Kohai Fierro. Kohai, challenging conditions out there? Talk to us.
Yeah, it was really tricky with that low tide, and just the waves were a bit dying on this. But yeah, I'm super stoked I got a couple wiggles, and yeah.
A few wiggles out there. Yeah, a little difference in some of the big waves from Tahiti out there, but everyone's got to go against the same waves, correct?
Yeah, that's true. Everybody has the same conditions here, and it's very tricky, but we have to deal with it. So yeah, we're doing great, I think.
Yeah, you're one of three sisters. Your other two are over in France. You're going to go join them over there. Talk to us about that.
Yeah, that's right. Right now they're in France for the Quicksilver Festival. So after this contest, I'll be joining them then, and I'm super excited.
To all the young ladies that are watching, the young girls here on the beach and at home, what do you have to say to those that may want to follow in your footsteps as a young surfer?
Just to come on here and have fun and just throw yourself out there. It's really fun, and yeah.
Yep. Her name is Kohai Fierro. She's on to the round at 32. Get some food. We'll see you later on. Good luck on your way to a red cape.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Chris. Always great to see Kohai, always smiling. And this is Ellie Brown on her second scoring ride, and Red now up and riding as well. This is Vaihitimahana Inso, and welcome back to you, Lindsay Jacobellis, Olympic gold medalist, and Vahiti's been one of the superstars here in the last few years.
Yes, very powerful surfer. She has great body awareness, can really, transfer her weight effectively from rail to rail as she just rips down the line. It's very exciting to see her, out in the water, just producing wave after wave, up and riding right now. This is Avery McDonald getting a beautiful vertical backside hit to finish things off nice and strong. And out the back, white, this is Sol Aguirre. Her first ride is 6.17, so let's see how she gets into how she backs that up. Right now she's in the lead. That's a really strong opening wave, so it's really great to get that rhythm started right off the bat, and then it makes it just easier to compound that. And even if your next wave isn't as great, you're like, I got a great starter. Now I can just keep improving. So always great to have a opener. First ride of green, a 4.50. So situation as it is right now, 13 minutes, 16 seconds left in this heat. White, you are in the lead. In second, red with a 5. You need a 1.78 to move into the lead. In third, green with a 4.5. You need a 0.5. Scores just came in. Now heat leader, currently blue. And white, you are in second with a 6.1 and a 6.17 and a 0.60. You need scores.
Well, let's just change it again. Yeah.
Let's let the waves settle. Let's let the scores finish coming in.
Yeah, let's look at this as we see Sol Aguirre here on a backhand. Wow, very radical.
I loved how that backside turn actually was just not a vertical snap, but there was a turn and finished with a revert. It was just, I loved how she transferred all of that weight and energy from that heel, that backside rail onto her toe side. So that was incredible. Look at the replay of red. This is Vaihitimahana. Beautiful wrap, using her entire body, getting into the flow, getting the speed, and getting a nice snap at the end. So as the waves settle and the surfers make their way back out to the lineup, everyone is above the water before I read out any info.
Yeah, we're still waiting on scores to come in. We do have 11 minutes 45 remaining. So hang tight while there's 3 scores yet to come in.
Last ride of red in 8.33. Still waiting on scores for white and green. So we'll give the rundown once those come in. That last ride of red in 8.33.
Yeah, that was a beautiful ride there by Vaihitimahana Inso, and it had all of the elements, speed, power, and flow. Okay, scores are in. Vaihitimahana Inso, you are in the lead in second. Sol Aguirre, a 6.17 and a 5.5. Vahiti, your low score is a 5, so you are in the lead. In third position, Avery McDonald, you need a 5.82, a 5.82. And Ellie Brown, you have priority. You need a 7.37. There's 10 minutes and 50 seconds. Priority is blue, red, green. So that was a very busy period there, Lindsay, and some big scores. 8.33 for Vahiti, a 6.17 and a 5.57 for Sol, and a 5.93, Avery's top score.
Absolutely. I mean, Vaihitimahana Inso is showing her strength in the water and how much she can put together and fit in one wave. And she does have the variation. We saw the strength and the power. Then we could see her quickly get up to speed, run down the line, then slow it down and prepare for the finishing maneuver. So changing up her speed shows the judges that she has control on the wave and then has plenty of time to execute. You know, this year she won the locomotion surf into summer. So she is off to a great start, the 17-year-old. Her birthday is tomorrow.
All right, yeah, she'll be 18.
Yeah.
So that's a big birthday in many countries. Let's have a look. Sol Aguirre here, the Peruvian, looking for a 7.17 to take the lead. Big vertical backhand re-entry, but is only able to get one turn back to Vahiti, who's 18 tomorrow. Also, 2024 ISA World Junior champion. So she's really had quite an incredible career, was a former under-12.
Yeah, down in El Salvador. Here's the replay of white Sol. They're hitting that beautiful backside vertical snap. Absolutely high noon, and then you're having to transfer your weight really rapidly to come back in. You have to completely unload yourself and get that light front foot to get that board vertical, but then you have to throw down. You have to throw that front shoulder down so you can get weight back on it so you can actually finish the maneuver, and it has to happen so quickly. 8 minutes, 45 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, the physics of surfing are often are quite incredible when you look and see the positions that people put themselves in, the recovery, but all the while the canvas is moving, the water's moving, the surface of the conditions, the foam. And so there are many things that the surfers need to deal with to react in the moment. There's 8 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. That last ride for Sol Aguirre did not change the situation. You still need a 7.17. But this canvas is always moving. Surfers always having to react as part of what makes this sport so exciting. With 8 minutes remaining, priority is with Ellie Brown. You have priority. Red, second priority, looking to drop her 5 as the low score. Third priority, Avery McDonald, who is looking for a 5.82. Sol Aguirre still looking for that 7.17 to move up into the lead. I feel like today is going very fast as it does with these 20-minute heats, but we'll get all the way through to the end of the round of 32 today.
Absolutely. We do have a little break in the sun. Yesterday we had that afternoon glare. It made it a little challenging to spot the women in the water. We have a lot of spotters and everyone up here to make sure that no wave goes by without being seen, scored, but it does make it challenging. So having this overcast actually makes things very easy to spot, and probably a little bit easier on the surfers in the water as well, because they are looking the same direction and trying to spot those peaks coming in. So a little texture on the water also can help because it builds some more shadow. So maybe you are able to spot that peak and where the shoulder is going to be a little bit more easily. So ladies in the water, 6 minutes, 45 seconds left on the clock. Priority is with blue.
And we just saw on the screen there Zoe Panettiere, the 14-year-old, getting ready, up and riding though. White here. This is Solagere looking for that 7.17. What can she do? Lining it up, hits it hard, layback slash, and that board just flicking out. Looks like she might be using one of the carbon composite boards there. We're seeing that a lot because they give the boards a lot of lightness, a lot of liveliness. As we see here, the black is usually a sign of a carbon-based.
Well, there's a lot of reinforced structure also with the carbon. That also transfers over into the snowboard world as well. When we are building boards, we have layers of carbon fiber within the structure. So bringing it into the surf world as well makes total sense. These ladies are loading a lot of pressure on those rails. You want it responsive. You want that rebound. So you also don't want it breaking under your feet. Yeah. You want to be able to trust your board, but you also want to be able to push your equipment as far as it possibly can go. So a lot of the times, in between their competitive season, they're trying out new technology and they're seeing what works in what conditions and how they want to really design their board, because it is very specific to them.
Score is in for Seoul. It's a 1.23, so it does not change. 5 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. Vaihitimahana Inso, still your low score of 5. Solagere needing a 7.17. Avery McDonald needing a 5.82. And Ellie Brown with priority needing a 7.37. That is Aelan Vaast of Tahiti on the screen, getting ready for her next heat. We did get flow, beautiful slashing turn. First turn, back off the bottom again, carving in the pocket right in front of her competitor, and then lines it up for a strong finish. Vaihitimahana Inso, an 8.33, takes the win and moves into the next round at the Nissan Supergirl Pro. We'll be back.
Aha! I knew it! You are stealing my Jersey Mike's gig.
Danny, it's just because Jersey Mike's is an official sponsor of the NFL. I'm not taking your gig.
Now you're taking my look.
This is how I dress.
My glasses. I've been looking for those.
I wear glasses. I have astigmatism.
I'll give you astigmatism.
Ready for you on set, Eli.
I gotta go.
This ain't over, Manning.
Jersey Mike's, a sub above.
Hey, that's my line. A sub above.
Veil from off my eyes. My burning sun will someday rise.
It's a new era in women's sports. The Sports Illustrated Women's Games. Over 100 world, Olympic, and national champions competing from more than 25 countries. Tickets are on sale now.
The Supergirl Surf Festival is brought to you by Nissan, a total design to fit your vibe. This is the reimagined Nissan Kicks. Shop nissanusa.com. By Front Wave Credit Union. For banking, lending, saving, planning, dream big. We got you. Visit frontwavecu.com to get started.
And we are back at the Nissan Supergirl Pro in Oceanside for 2025. And we already have a ride here by Zoe Panettiere from the East Coast, 14 years of age, and starts off strong with a 4. So gets a wave straight in the first minute of this heat. We've got 17 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. And Zoe's ride is the first score. We have 2 Zoes in this heat. Zoe Benedetto, multiple-time competitor here, is in the red. Havana Cabrero of Puerto Rico in the blue. And Aelan Vaast of Tahiti is in the white. Lindsay Jacobellis, Olympic gold medalist, joining me again. Another great heat. Every heat has been strong and exciting today.
Absolutely. What we've seen throughout the last few years, especially in these ladies surfing, that the level is getting exponentially higher and higher, and we are seeing more stacked heats earlier on. We are still in the round of 64, and we are seeing some incredible surfing. Live action out in the water. This is Zoe Panettiere. Her first ride of 4.0. She's getting some speed working down the line, staying in that pocket to generate some speed and finishing things off strong. So she's looking to back up her first score of a 4.0.
Well, good move by her. She got a wave right at the start, went straight out to the same spot, got a second ride. And white now, this is Vaast up and riding on her backhand. Big, oh my God, that was a huge turn.
Absolutely. What I felt made the difference there was how high she stayed on the wave and created that line. Got that speed up really fast, really quick, so she was able to take a lot of power into that backside hit. So let's see. Last score of green, 4.67. Here's the replay of Vaast. Nice and snappy. Look at how vertical that backside hit was. 15 minutes, 55 seconds left on the clock. Ladies still waiting on White's last ride.
And it was just the speed and the decisiveness and the crispness of that turn. And Vasta's, she's just come, I think she came straight here from El Salvador. She was part of Team France down there at the ISA World Surfing Games. Was down there with her brother, an Olympic champion, Cowley, put in a great performance down there as well. So obviously she's in good form, and she gets a 6.33, moves her up into that second position. All right, now let's go down with Chris Ernst, who is with Vaihitimahana.
We're just smiling. We're laughing. It's so good to see her. She's got a birthday tomorrow. She walked away victorious in this heat. It's got to make you happy, huh?
Yeah, no, just to be able to surf out there and, with all those girls. It was honestly like a stacked heat when I was looking at it, so I was just excited to go out. And it was a little slow, but when they came, they were really fun. I was watching it all morning and cheering on some of my friends in the earlier heat, so it's just, it's the Supergirl Pro. It's the best vibes down here.
That's it. When we met you a few years back, it was nothing but smiles. We needed to have you up in the booth. Just had such positive energy. You're still carrying on. What have been some of your best learnings in the last year or two as you're stepping into the next series of competition?
Oh, yeah, this is my first year on Challenger, and it's probably the biggest learning curve for sure. I'm still trying to learn what it is and figure it out and, go through the motions. But events like this kind of I think just brings me back, reminds me why I love surfing, and I'm excited to go to Portugal and Brazil after this now.
Yeah, you're very fortunate. So we met you when you were, I think, 14. You're now approaching 18 tomorrow. Anything you want to say to the younger, you're still very young, but the younger girls that are watching this or listening in?
Honestly, just have fun. I love surfing with all you guys, and I have some of my best friends who are 13, 14, the age that I was here, and they are ripping so much harder than I was at 13. So it's nice to see the younger generation. There's so many girls, and the limits are just being pushed higher and higher. So it's cool for me. I'm getting pushed, still till today. So I love it.
That is great respect right there. Anything you want to say to your folks at home that may be watching, or friends in Hawaii?
Yeah, just hello to everyone at home. Thanks for watching, and hopefully we can keep making a couple more heats.
That's it. On to the round of 2. Smiles for miles. Vaihitimahana Inso is her name. Watch out for her coming down the line.
Thank you very much, Chris, and what a great champion that she is, and a great ambassador for the sport. Okay, 13 minutes, 10 seconds remaining It is Green in the lead with a 4.67 and a 4. Vaast in white, you have a 6.33. You need a 2.34 to take the lead. We are yet to have scoring rides for red or blue. So, Zoe in 4th priority, Vaast in 3rd priority. White, sorry, in 3rd priority. Up and riding now. This is Vaast on her 2nd ride. Heading towards the pier. And looking to get a 2.34 to take the lead. Oh, Lindsay, we're starting to feel the first pieces of an onshore breeze this afternoon.
Absolutely. The texture, a little bit more on the surface. It is nice and steady, though. It's not a big gust, so at least there's consistency, so the surfers can spot their line. So this is the replay of Vaast, her 2nd ride, that gives her a 3.50. So the wave was on the smaller side, but she was still peppy. She was, moving and showcasing her skills and reading the wave well. So she has a good backup score. So that does move her into the lead. In 2nd, Green, Zoe Panettiere. She needs a 5.17. In 3rd, Red, and 4th, Blue. Still priorities up for grabs. 11 minutes. This is one of the slower heats, so we're still waiting on some rides for the other ladies, but plenty of time out in the water.
Yeah, just with that shift in the conditions, it's been clean, all morning. Yesterday, the sun came out very early, and so we did start to get the wind flow a little bit earlier. Stayed smooth all morning, but now you can see the texture on the surface there. Likely make it a little more challenging with 11 minutes remaining. But Vaast is in the lead. Her low score of 3.5. That was her 2nd ride. And Zoe Panettiere, Zoe P, you need a 5.17. For Zoe B, you need an 8.67, as does Havana Cabrero, because they are yet to catch any waves, and we're nearly halfway through this heat. There's some movement here. It looks like Green up and riding. Zoe P looking to improve on her 4. That's just a quick in and out. That's not going to do that. Our round of 32 is also starting to shape up. That is going to come up in just a couple more heats' time. We'll have 8 heats of 32 today before we move into the round of 16. And we'll have to get confirmation whether we're going to do any of the round of 16 today or not. Not quite sure. So we will see. We will talk to the powers that be, or we'll look at the schedule, one or the other. Nine minutes and 50 seconds remaining here. And while we're at it, let's send out a thank you to another of our sponsors, California Walnuts. Fuel your day with the power of California Walnuts. They have a booth down there, so swing by and check them out and get some great product. Zoe, another, just staying busy, just looking to improve on her 4 with 9 minutes and 15 seconds that are remaining. Now we see Zoe Benedetto, her first scoring ride. Nice turn in the pocket. And a 3rd. Bit of flair on that turn. So she gets her score on the board, and priority now switches with Blue. Blue, you have priority. The Puerto Rican, Havana Cabrero. 9 minutes remaining.
Yeah, Zoe Benedetto, definitely a very strong surfer. I've seen her develop over the years. First met her at lowers with her mom, and I just seeing her just grow as an athlete and come to these events year after year. We've got White out the back riding. That's Vaast going for her 3rd ride.
And that was another very big turn by Vaast. That was reminiscent of her first ride, that 6.33, very strong, powerful finish.
So Red's first ride, a 5.33. So Zoe Benedetto being very patient out in the lineup, and she's definitely known to be patient. She doesn't always chase after all the corners. She makes sure that when she gets on a ride, it counts, that it's going to be what she needs. She can find that pocket and get that power and flow that she's looking for. So her first ride at 5.33, she'll be trying to back that up very shortly.
That was great to see there on our live webcast. Malia Lima fresh from the surf, straight out and DJing. And this was Vaast. Big backhand hit. Still waiting for that score to drop in as we see Cabrero up and riding on her first ride, the Puerto Rican. And the wave just dying. It showed promise, but didn't
It
deliver.
looked like it was going to stand up and hit that sandbar as it was coming in, but unfortunately it had a little mix with a little bit more of a south swell, and it kind of just dissolved under her feet, so it didn't stand up, give her that section, but kept her moving. Blue's first ride at 2.0. She'll be looking to chip away and improve on that too, but she's got some numbers on the board, and you got to start somewhere. So last ride of White, a 4.7. So situation as it stands, in the lead, White. Second is Green. You're looking to improve a 4.0. You need a 6.36 to move into the lead. In third, Red. You are looking to back up your first score of a 5.33. You need a 3.34 to advance. In fourth, Blue. You need to back up your first score of a 2. You need a 6.67 to advance. Priority is Green, Red, White, Blue. 6 minutes, 20 seconds left on the clock.
So Vaast with that 4.7, extending her lead. 6 minutes remaining here. Amazing surfing that we've seen today, and we're going to continue to see. And if you're a fan of Malia Lima, or Malia, sorry. One moment. Let's hold as we... There we go. It's Green up and riding. Zoe P on a backhand, looking to strengthen her position, and on the replay at home, that was Vaast also on that wave. So hang tight. We're going to welcome back in Christopher Ernst into the commentary booth.
Thank you, Fuley. And Blue's having a peek to the south, coming at us to the north, and here she comes. Havana Cabrero, the Puerto Rican, making time on this wave, looking to add to her scoreline. This will be her second wave thus far in a little sluggish heat, but you put down what you can. Here's a replay of Green. That's Zoe Penetieri. This is Red real-time Benedetto in her second wave. Lots of action happening and still to go. This marine layer is not burning off as soon as they said it would, but it's offering... the wind's picking up just a little bit, almost the same time as it was yesterday. Mid-high noon-ish or a little afternoon now.
Yeah, well, at least we don't have to put on as much sunscreen, so it's not bad. But if you are a fan of music and you're a fan of surfing, then get down to the main stage, because Malia Ward is performing right now. She is going off DJing there. Very talented, very creative. One of our surfers. So fresh from the water and now onto the main stage. And Havana Cabrero was looking for a 6.96 on that ride. Red, Zoe B. Strong turn on her last ride. We're just looking at the replays. 3 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. Vaast is in the lead. And on our live webcast, that is the roller skating rink. Great to see. Okay. There's some jostling going on there. Zoe P using her priority. Big last turn there.
Yeah. Nice job, Zoe.
Because she needs it, because Zoe Benedetto moved up into that second spot. And now Red does have priority. Havana Cabrero, we're still waiting on a score to come in. So 2 more scores, but it's Vaast and Benedetto who are holding down the top 2 positions. right now. And this was Panettiere. She's looking for a 6.19 with that one turn. Because Benedetto got a 5.53 and then backed it up with a 5.33 and a 5.53. And so you can see how quickly fortunes can change. 2 minutes 45 on the clock, Chris. And we've got the round of 32 that's shaping up as well. The first heat of that round is going to be Reid Van Wagoner, Talia Swindle, Zoe Chait, and Kaya Howard. Strong, but we still have 2 heats in the round of 64 coming up.
Yeah, having a look back. Here's another gander at Havana Cabrero. Here goes White, real time. Woo! Nice. Invert. If you're going to do it well, do one thing well. You did just that. Aelan Vaast just put that thing to the noon o'clock hour. Then Red says, I'm going to superwoman out of this thing. Supergirl Zoe Benedetto dives out, says, that's not what I was looking for. Under 2 minutes left. Blue, Havana Cabrero.
Well, Vaast has her formula, and it is those big backhand hits. And she gets a 5.9 and extends her lead. Red now needs a 6.7 to take the lead. Zoe P in green, you have priority. You need a 6.19. And blue needs a 6.96 with 1.5 minutes.
Yeah, a little bit of wind starting to develop. Here it's going to change the texture. Obviously red. Here goes Benedetto. He's in that second place presently and just gets one good snap. Could replace the 5.33. Just over a minute left. Priority is green-blue. Next up, we'll feature Moana Jones Wong, Gali Puccini, Ruby Stringfellow, and Story Martinez. That's the voice of God letting us know how much time's left. The OG. Again, folks, if you're just joining us here at Oceanside, we're doing live webcast to live beach announcing at the same time. A duality of dual purpose. Making sure we stay redundant here and let everyone know what's up. Our main priority is to the surfers out there. Aelan Vaast, you still have the lead. Zoe Benedetto, you're in second. Zoe Panettiere needs a 6.19 in green with priority. Havana Cabrero in the blue needs a 6.96. White's going for it. This is Aelan, who has the current heat lead. She's milking this wave for all it's worth, just making a nice execution of it all the way front to end and just bows off there. And most likely will not improve her score. But here comes a countdown. There you have it. It's Vaast and Benedetto unofficially advancing on. The wave of the heat there was the first one caught by Aelan Vaast from Tahiti, French Polynesia. Vairo specifically, and great surfing all the way around. Havana and Zoe live to surf another day. And we're ready for the islands. Biggest wave of the day, here it is. Aelan eyeballing it down the line while the countdown for the next heat is on, and she gets vert and rides it on out. We'll be back with more surfing here from the Nissan Supergirl Pro.
Can the Nissan Frontier out-monster a monster truck? Not that you would, but you could. Nissan, #1 in new vehicle quality.
LA is America, only sooner. Our culture, our style, our flavors set the tone for what's to come tomorrow. Where we're from, amazing days turn into even better nights. Because where we're from, good just isn't good enough. Our beers are a reflection of our community. So we know they can't just be good. They've got to be golden.
Marines are made for this. Made for the calling only warriors can answer. Made from an unshakable belief in our nation and a strength that comes from the determination to win together. But you'll have to earn your place among us. Because you don't join the Marines. You become one.
The Supergirl Surf Festival is brought to you by Smoke Flower, OC Born, LA Built Apparel for your SoCal lifestyle. By Revive, fuel your body and mind with all-natural, elevated wellness. Rise stronger with SG Revive. By Beach Break Cafe, great food, great friends, great service. Located in South Oceanside.
Welcome back to Oceanside for you World Wide Web viewers. This is the 19th iteration of the Nissan Supergirl Pro. We're just in the North County, about 100 miles away from Disneyland, give or take 20, depending on traffic. Anyhow, we are talking surfing here, and we just witnessing some great action. This is the red replay of Moana Jones Wong, earned a 4.5 with that one-hit wonder. We've got 3 minutes evaporated off the clock. Here is the Story Martinez out of Virginia Beach making her debut, actually second year in Oceanside. She's done the last couple years in Jacksonville. Good to have her here. She took fifth in Outer Banks about a month ago in the QS. And what a delight to have Story Martinez in the mix. Welcome Dad Ashley, who I believe is in the house as well. We get to know these athletes year in, year out, get to meet their parents or brothers or sisters, some of their affiliated sponsors, and it's really a family affair. My name is Uncle Lee alongside Mark Fuel. We have Olympic gold medalist Lindsay Jacobellis doing interviews and talking as well. We just rotate around for beach announcing and webcast announcing. Fuely, so far so good, yeah?
Yeah, it's been a great day so far. We've seen some incredible performances. We've seen some big rides. And right now we're looking at Kylie Pulcini, and she had priority. She used it on that wave. So now priority switches to Ruby Stringfellow, who is our current heat leader, the 14-year-old from Ladera Ranch, and a split peak here. Big turn by Moana Jones Wong and a backhand hit there by Ruby Stringfellow. Moana Jones Wong, the pipe master. That was huge. That was a turn reminiscent of what we saw Vaihitimahana Inso do in just the last heat where she got that 8.33.
Yeah, pipe master, you claimed it right there. That was what we call the critical mass on that wave. We'll get a look at that for you folks at home on the replay. That's going to score right nice. And a couple scores coming in. These heats are 20 minutes long, 4 Supergirls at a time. We started at a round of 64. We're getting close to wrapping up that round of 64. And we'll get going with a round of 32 after the next heat. And here's a look back at the white of Ruby Stringfellow.
Yep, stringing it together. She was a semi-finalist last year. And this is Moana Jones Wong, a massive hit there on the replay. And scores yet to drop in for both those last two rides. And we also have a wave yet to come in. Kylie Pulcini, her first ride was just half a point. And she has another score yet to come in now. So Moana Jones Wong, a 7.17.
And Stringfellow, a 4.37. So there's your top two. Jones Wong in red, Stringfellow in white in second. Pulcini, need a 5.44. Martinez, you need a 6.2. There's a lot of time left to change that situation.
And Kylie Pulcini, one of our favourites from the Space Coast. She has been here. This is, I think, her 7th Supergirl Pro, and she's only 17 years of age. But let's go down to Lindsay, who is with the winner of that last heat.
Thanks, Bewley. Aelan
Congratulations on that heat win. Tell me how you were preparing yourself for this heat. We can see the tides changing a little bit, texture with the wind. Was that any factor that you were concerned about?
Yeah, I knew that it was going to be a slow heat for us, so I was preparing, like I was calm before, and then I knew I had to choose the good waves, and I was ready to do my heat. And
Well, can you tell us how you are preparing for your next round? You know, it's going to get more and more challenging as the heats progress, but you are such a powerful surfer, and it's so exciting to see you in the water. We know you're up for big things. Break it down for us. We'd love to hear what you have to say.
Yeah, I know I have one more heat, so I'm going back home to rest a little bit and then come back and surf as my best. Every heat I want to do it like a final and then show my surfing. I have a good board. The JS Monster 10 is working really good, so I'm confident in my surfing, and I'm ready for the next heat.
So in that time that you're taking to rest and reset before your next round, how do you do that? Is it you sit in a quiet place? Do you put on music to pump you up or to calm you down? Or are you stretching? Are you meditating? How do you get that reset moment?
I think I'll just go back home with the little team I have with me, the Tahitian team, and then we're going to just watch the TV, take a shower, and I will just rest in my bed and come back as a new heat and a new surfing session.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. Best of luck in your next round.
Thank you so much.
Back to you guys.
Lindsay, great work right there. Nice in-depth questions. That's Lindsay Jacobellis, Olympic two-time Olympic gold medalist in the sport of snowboard cross, interviewing Aelan Vaast with that French accent, as she is from French Polynesia. I can't help but tell the story, but before I do that, with that accent, it brings me back to a place in time. Moana Jones Wong, you are in the lead with a 7.17 and a 4.5. Ruby Stringfellow, you're in second with a 5 and a 4.37. You need a 6.68 to overtake the lead. In the third and fourth critical positions, Kylie Pulcini in blue, you need a 5.44. Looking to ditch a 0.5. Easier said than done. Story Martinez in the green. You have priority. You got one wave. It's a 3.17. You need a 6.2. So in the skiing world, when mogul skiing got to be an Olympic sport in 1992, there's a guy named Edgar Groperon, right? One of the best that ever was. Big, strong guy. He crosses the finish line, and he raises his hands, right? And then comes the interview. He's like, so how did you think you did? He goes, I crossed the finish line. I raised my hands. I knew I win.
Yeah, he was a great character. I remember him. I remember following that. That was, I feel like that was not long after, like, Hot Dog the movie.
Yes.
And he was living up to one of those characters.
He really was. Just so I'm not going to say so French and arrogant, just very arrogant and very confident. And he was Olympic champion on the maiden voyage of mogul skiing in 1992.
But that's one of the great things about sport. And what we do is we do get to speak to and meet characters, and everybody's an individual, and every now and then you get some like really interesting extreme people.
The Hobgood brothers come to mind with that. So, okay, let's go to the White of Stringfellow. Just shock and awe last year, took third place, and just came out like a fierce barracuda, as I like to call it. She's strong. And Mark, what do you see with the green of Martinez?
Yeah, Story Martinez up and riding on her backhand, the 13-year-old. Looks for a nice a combination, but again getting hung up on that last turn. And right now she's needing a 6.2 to advance. Ruby Stringfellow has one score to drop in. We're a little under 10 minutes, 9 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. Priority now is with red, Moana Jones Wong. This is Stringfellow on the replay. Nice sweeping cutback. And up and over that section, and just such control. And that's what's really impressive about this young lady, the composure that she has, and just the control of her board. And she gets a 5.77. It's her highest wave score so far. It's not enough to move her into the lead. She still needs a 5.91 to do that. But Story Martinez, she gets a 2.77 on the last ride. So green, you need a 7.6. And blue, Kylie Pulcini, you need a 6.84. 8 minutes, 50 seconds.
Speaking of story, back in 2022, she was one of the youngest to qualify for a WSL event known as the ECSC. We'll talk more about that in a minute. Here's Kylie Pulcini, who gets into the right rhythm, good open-faced pocket to score another wave. She's looking to improve upon that 0.5. That'll happen. Here goes the white of Stringfellow again. Gets down to the bottom, up to the top. A little more face to work with, and she finds great scoring opportunity there. Well done, Stringfellow. Stringing along the Pacific Ocean, riding those lines. A 5 and a 5.7. That just might be a little bit better. We'll let the judges decide from there.
Yeah, it was certainly a strong ride from the NSSA Under-14 national champion, Kylie Pulcini, on the replay. Nice backhand re-entry there and rides out, but really just a two-turn combination where Stringfellow, one, links up a second turn and then looks for the strong finishing manoeuvre, which she does, always pushing the tail, always looking to get it loose, have a little bit more flair and radical appeal for the judges. The judges are taking a look at that last score. I think that you might be right, Chris. I think it's going to come in at an even stronger score. It does. It's a 6.57. Ruby Stringfellow is in the lead.
Yeah, Ruby. A little meat on that bone right there. Way to chew it off.
So Moana Jones Wong now needs a 5.17. A 5.17 to retake the lead with 7 minutes and 5 seconds. Pulcini now needs a 7.74. And Story Martinez needs an 8.5. Priority is with red. Moana Jones Wong looking for a 5.17 to retake the lead.
Jones Wong shows up at Jacksonville 3 years ago and took a third place. Showed up and had a glorious adventure there. And you recall back in 2022, she was a wild card for the Billabong Pro Pipeline and won it. More on that in a minute. Here goes Story Martinez. The age of 10, she qualified for the East Coast Surfing Championship. And at that point, Mark, she already had 150-plus surf awards. She's well over 200 now. Her dad is her biggest fan and one of her greatest motivations and obviously original sponsor. She earned 8 medals at the 59th East Coast Surfing Championships. I got a photo of her that just popped up in memories the other day. It's just the medals are weighing her down. Pretty darn cool. Good family, so just cool. All about the surf, all about the stoke.
Yeah, and for Story on the replay here on our webcast, nice first turn. You know, again, 13 years of age, has such good style, but the struggling with these waves. That wave just faded out, didn't give her a lot. So that score was a 3.03. So still needing an 8.5 with 5 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. Pulcini needing that 7.74. A 5.17 is what Moana Jones Wong needs. She has priority. And Ruby Stringfellow, a 5.77 is her low score. This is Pulcini, the East Coast surfer. Nice vertical hit there, nice climb. She's looking for a 7.74. Chris, you know, you talk about the sort of family support and we've seen this sort of family atmosphere here at the Nissan Supergirl Pro for many years, but we're starting to see a lot more families that are travelling, no matter what stage of their career, whether they're on the QS, whether they're on the junior series or the challenging series, and it's just got to be a great lifestyle.
Yes, agreed. I've talked to a few parents in a variety of sports like this. They're saying, yes, we're looking at the investment in our future. They could be our retirement plan.
Yes. Well, it's not. It's not. It's. But why not have your retirement now? You know, like If my son Max got good enough to travel around, then that might be the lifestyle that I would I would choose.
So school, I talked to Linnea Mons before our interview, and she's like, I've been homeschooled since I know what school was. That's what I know. And school as we know it, when I say you and I, we're the same generation, it's different. And who knows what's going to happen with our public schools as it is. I'm not going to get into that. But as long as you're getting an education, a lot of these gals, a lot of these girls, and the guys on the tour will tell you, I'm learning more around the world with what I do than I am in a book. And there's something to be said about that.
Yeah, and with 4 minutes remaining, it's also the value of culture.
Yes.
Cultural exchange, meeting people, seeing things in different places. I believe that travel is the great educator.
Oh, yeah.
And if you speak to any of the competitors, any of the ones here that are being homeschooled and traveling, they are worldly, they are wise, they speak well, they present really well, and that is, in many respects, maybe this is the future of our education, not to take anything away from the great teachers and the kind of the established way of schooling, which will be how most people will experience it. But if you are talented enough and you have the opportunity presented by friends, family and supporters to live the lifestyle of a professional or semi-professional athlete or a wandering educated vagabond, go for it.
Yeah, good journeyman. I'll say this to all the young gals that are in this competition: if you don't thank your parents every day for the opportunities that you've provided, you may want to consider doing it, because I've seen a lot in my travels, and not everybody gets to live like this. That's for certain. So thank your good blessings every day. It's nice to have each and every one of you out here enjoying this Nissan Supergirl Pro. We're waxing poetic right now with 2:35 left on the clock. And our next heat's going to feature Vela Mative, Kohai Fierro, Brindley Beckman. Correction, I'm sorry, I'm off by one. Evie Wong, Lily Kolber, Malu Kinimaka, and Amari Moore.
Up and riding, Moana Jones Wong. She's looking for a 5.17 to retake the lead. Big turn. Goes for it with 2 minutes and 10 seconds. 2 minutes and 10 seconds. That would have paid off if she had been able to complete it. Full effort on that wave. Priority now with our leader, Ruby Stringfellow in white has priority, followed by green, Story Martinez. Score did come in for Moana, and it's not enough. It's a 1.23. Kylie Pulcini on her last ride gets a 3.6. And Moana just not able to pull that board down underneath her. So still needing a 5.17. Situation is the same with 1 minute and 20 seconds. 1 minute and 20 seconds to go. Ruby Stringfellow with priority. And it looks like she's sitting on Moana Jones Wong. I think she wants this win.
Yeah, it makes a difference as to how you're seated there. Moana Jones Wong was one of the first graduates of the Bachelor of Applied Science Hawaiian Indigenous Health and Healing Program back in 2021 at the University of Hawaii. So digging into her roots and looking to protect what those roots over in Hawaii are. Good stuff on the Goofy Footer.
Yeah, doing great things for her culture, for the planet, and for the sport. Such a wonderful ambassador and incredible supporter. Right now you can see that with 35 seconds there's some competition out there, but out on dry land, she's a great supporter of the up-and-coming talent. But right now Ruby Stringfellow is not giving her any respect because she wants the win in this heat.
Yep, and she's going to opportunize that right now. But green, Story Martinez needing an 8.5. Here comes the countdown. Martinez is not going to go down without a fight, though. Still rocking and rolling towards you folks on the pier. Blue, Kylie Pulcini, not sure she got up in time, but for Martinez, she needed a last-ditch effort of an 8.5. We'll see what the judges have to say about that. Pulcini's wave did not count. And early on, no such luck. 4.17 Story, a valiant effort. It's Ruby Stringfellow, Moana Jones Wong moving on. For you folks at home, there's a replay of Martinez's last wave. Solid, but not quite what she needed in order to move on.
Yeah, nice style.
With that sound, it's the beginning of the next heat, and we look at, for you viewers online, we wrap it up with the island's biggest wave of the heat. This is Moana Jones Wong. You can see her down low, great bottom turn, sizes it up, and there's the scoring pocket. Floats it and does just fine. She's moving on to the next round with Ruby Stringfellow. We'll be back with the World Wide Web with the Supergirl Pro in just a bit.
Ha! I knew it! You are stealing my Jersey Mike's gig.
Danny, it's just because Jersey Mike's is an official sponsor of the NFL. I'm not taking your gig.
Now you're taking my look.
This is how I dress.
My glasses. I've been looking for those.
I wear glasses. I have astigmatism.
I'll give you astigmatism.
Ready for you on set, Eli.
I gotta go.
This ain't over, Manning.
Jersey Mike's, a sub above.
Hey, that's my line. A sub above.
Take this veil from off my eyes. My burning sun will someday rise.
A new era in women's sports comes to Oceanside's Front Wave Arena. October 28th to November 2nd, the Sports Illustrated Women's Games. 7 sports, 6 days, over 100 world, Olympic, and national champions from more than 25 countries. The Americas versus the world in a new all-star format. Tickets on sale now at axs.com, si.com, and the Front Wave box office.
The Supergirl Surf Festival is brought to you by Front Wave Credit Union. For banking, lending, saving, planning, dream big. We got you. Visit frontwavecu.com to get started. By Golden Road Brewing, Mango Cart Wheat Ale. Perfectly balanced, deliciously refreshing.
Welcome, aloha, welcome back, web viewers. We're on the final heat of 16 in this round of 64. Started out with 64 today. We're going to chop it down to the round of 32 right after this. This is Eweileiula Wong from Mililani, Hawaii in the red. In the blue, Lily Colbert from Laguna Beach. Also Maluhiha Kinimaka from Kauai, Hawaii in the white. And Amari Moore from Puerto Rico, 14-year-old in the green. So truly an island occasion with Lily, our only mainland competitor from Laguna, in the mix. So surrounded by waves most of the time at 75% of this field, Mark.
Yeah, and speaking of waves and the environment, Lily is very passionate about sustainability and social change, so much so that she went off to UCLA in the program up there and majoring in chemical engineering and business economics, but was director of client relations for Clean Consulting at UCLA. And she also worked on the Pure program for a year at the WSL. So she's all in on surfing, and she's all in on the environment and making a difference in this world, which is great. And that was, I think that was Lily with a quick in and out. She's got a 3 in the scoreline. Eweileiula Wong has a 5.33 and a 1. Amari Moore, you have a 0.3, and priority now with Malu Kinimaka in the white, having priority. Put in really strong performance yesterday. She was ripping, and let's see, she's up and riding now on her backhand, as well as Eweileiula Wong on her forehand. 3 surfers on that ride. No interferences at all because they were different breaks. Yep. And so all of those rides will score. 15 and a half minutes to go.
Yeah, Lily Colbert you spoke of. What a QS season she's having so far. 5 events, 4 top 5s. 2/3, 1 at Jackson, Huntington Beach back in June. Most recently, the Outer Banks. She took 3rd place last month after a 5th place in Virginia Beach. So a student, guardian of the environment, and heck of a competitor at 21 years of age. That's Lily Colbert, who is currently in 2nd place in the blue. Well, surfing into summertime, let's have a look back. Surfing into summertime for the red singlet of Eweileiula Wong. And a look back at white. This is Malu with her first wave, Kinimaka. Two Hawaiians representing two different islands. We'll get to the updated scores in just a minute, but right now, I believe Lindsay has Ruby Stringfellow down below.
Thanks, E. Congratulations, Ruby. Awesome job out there. It's so incredible. Great to see your smile out here, and we love that we are seeing a new hue of pink on the boards. So similar shape, but it has to be pink. Pink is power.
Yes, thank you so much. Yeah, always have to have pink. That's number one rule.
Well, congratulations. And I know you've been working on changing up your surfing and getting into some new scenarios. You were just in Nicaragua, spent some time trying to get barreled and just really round out your surfing. So now that you're coming back here, how did that moment kind of prepare you to be facing this kind of competition?
I think it's very important to be a well-rounded surfer. So going from heavy barrels to like 2-foot Oceanside is very different. I don't know, just probably taking not the same perspective on things, just trying to have fun.
Absolutely, but it definitely can make you seem fearless and go after really anything that is presented in front of you. If you've been in a big wave, if you've been held down, if you've been slammed into the sand, you're certainly not going to be, shaken at all to be in a scenario like this that helps you now put yourself in a great striking position. So it's got to up your confidence.
Yeah, I think I've seen some of the bigger sets out here, and I was just thinking, I'll just throw myself at those. Because if I get a big section and I can do a big turn and I land it, then it's really good. So I was just thinking, just go for it.
So you're just going to throw yourself into the next round. Well, congratulations. Keep that vibe going high and that smile big and wide. And we'd love to see you in the next round. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Shout out to all my sponsors and all my family. Love you guys.
Thank you. Good. That is so good. At 14, just really keeping the FU in fun. That's what I heard right there.
Yeah,
so good.
So well spoken and so focused on what she wants to do. In that heat, she went out with a mission, and she takes a heat win.
Yeah, and here's some waves right here. We're going to give you a situation in just a moment. Let's see who catches what. Blue going for it. That's Lily Kolber on her fourth wave, She's currently in second, gets a little something. Over to the right-hand side, a little northbound, we got something developing, and red and green not taking that. We'll let them get through the whitewash and set them up with the current situation in this heat. And here we are, 11:50 left on the clock. Evie Wong, you've got a 5.33 and a 4.5. Surfer in green, Amari Mori, you're taking one towards the pier and got gobbled by the foam. Second, Lily Kolber, you have a 4.17 and a score yet to come in. Stand by for situation update. There's a look back for you folks at home on Kolber's last wave.
Yeah, getting quite radical there.
Yeah,
was Lily. Definitely with such a consistent year, you can just see her development from year to year, and putting some flair at the end of that ride certainly doesn't hurt when you're looking to maximize your points. She gets a 3.63, so it does improve her situation. Evie Wong, red with priority. Her low score of 4.5. Lily Kolber needs a 5.66. White Malu, you need a 4.2 to advance. And Amari Moore in green, you need a 7.5. Up and riding right now. This is Evie Wong. Really strong competitor.
Nice.
Wow.
Oh, boy, those two little floats. She was really aggressive on getting back into the rhythm and just came unstuck on her third maneuver. That was looking like a fine score and wave. She is presently in first with a 5.33 and a 4.5.
We'll see if that improves on that 4.5. 10 minutes and 10 seconds remaining here. And she had a lot of speed working down the line. It was just that final maneuver, just getting a little bit off balance. Lily Kolber now. Up and riding, though. This is Malu. And nice front side hit there for Malu. She's looking for a 4.2 to advance.
All right, something on the horizon blue, going for it. Lily Kolber, open face, and says, I want some of that. Took it, stepped off. Kolber currently in second, needing a 5.66. A lot of times, or sometimes, one hit. If you're going to do it, just do it to the best of your ability. Slap that board straight up vertical. The more commitment you do on the wave in the critical spot or part of the wave, the higher reward you're going to receive. It's the risk reward that we talk about. You've got a big wave to work with. You look at the speed down the line, the power of the turn, and the flow that's going from beginning to end. The SPF, as we like to refer to it. Thank you to the WSL for all their hard work on getting all the logistics of this stuff, the back end, taking care of the front end and the back end. Make sure these events happen. We're at 8 minutes. Scores coming in, waiting for Malu's last wave, which is going to be her second one. Stand by for a situation update. Looked like for a minute the sun was poking through, but now the cloud cover is decided to stay a little longer. Cooler temperatures than yesterday for certain. Wind coming up about the same time. The update is Amari Moore, you need a 5.87. Amari Moore, you need a 5.87. You're in third. Malu, you need a 4.94. 4.94. Surfer in white, you need a 4.94. You're in fourth. Priority is red, white, green, blue. Red, white, green, blue. Welcome back, Lindsay.
Hello, hello. Just at the 7-minute mark, ladies in the water. We are in heat 16, all around 64, up and surfing.
Oof.
Quick in and out. Decided that wave was closing out, so decided to tuck and roll.
Tuck and roll.
Get out the back, get back in the lineup. And green is in and out. Unfortunately, again, that wave just not lining up with the sandbar, just closing out. Sometimes those can hit just nice, and it'll just stand up and give you a nice runner all the way to the inside, but everything's still constantly moving. That's what the ocean is always a guarantee for. The water never stops moving, therefore the sands can keep shifting, especially as the tide changes. So these ladies have to jump. So breakdown. Situation is red, you are in the lead. In second, blue with a 4.37 and a 4.17. You need a 5.46 to move into the lead. In third, white with a 3.63 and a 3.60. To advance, you need a 4.91. In fourth, green with a 2.67 and a 1.0. You need a 5.87 to advance. 5 minutes, 50 seconds left on the clock. Priority is with red.
Whoop, you speak the truth. Thanks to our sponsors making this happen. All sorts of music going on throughout today and tomorrow. We'll give you the rundown on that in just a bit. But right now we want to thank Jersey Mike's. They provide our customers with sustenance and substance. Proud sponsor of the Supergirl Pro. Also, Mango Cart Wheat Ale, perfectly balanced, deliciously refreshing, made with real mango. Proud partner of this event. Enjoy responsibly.
And Revive, something new is launching right here. Supergirl Revive is the all-natural healthy beverage, making it the debut in Supergirl Surf Festival. Stop by the Supergirl Revive booth for a free can, score your cape, and win an autographed surfboard.
The disc changed from green to yellow. It means we're within the 5-minute caution zone where the hammer needs to be put down if applicable and available. So for Malu Kinimaka, she is in that third position, only 2 advance. Malu, you need a 4.91. Amari Moore in green, you need a 5.87. White's getting after it. This is Malu Kinimaka.
A nice backside hit as she works her way to the inside. See if this will stand up for her. Give her one more backside snap. It does. Unfortunately, she buries that rail, not able to finish strong. She was looking to replace that 3.60. See if she can chip away at that. Still plenty of time. 4 minutes, 20 seconds left. She needs a 4.91 to advance. So there still could have been some combo and some, speed, flow, and power that could have happened earlier in that wave. Unfortunately, she didn't finish strong, but doesn't mean that she still cannot accumulate points.
That's right.
Last wave didn't come into play, but still plenty of time. Music you hear behind us right now is Rosie in concert. We'll have free concerts all throughout the rest of the weekend, so definitely check out the Festival Village. Take a stroll on the boardwalk. North and south of the pier, we have events going on the entire weekend. We have, all sorts of sports. We have over 750 women registered for all of the sports that are going on. New sports are added every year. BMX is a new add this year.
And roller skating.
That is a fun ad. Anyone can enjoy the roller skating, so love to have anyone stop by. Bring your 70s style, bring your bell bottoms.
Yeah, shoot the duck. Get after it. Have some fun with it. Malu Kinimaka, speaking of greatness, Father Titus, big wave legend over in Hawaii, comes from a background of awesome surfers. She rised in her competition, then stopped and has focused on her engineering degree at Stanford. Now she is one of the first, if not the first, female pro surfer with a PhD. So great work by Maluhia Kinimaka from Kauai, Hawaii. And let's look at green, Amari Moore, who's racing towards you folks on the pier.
Live action. Yes, she got that backside hit and was trying to revert and get that front floater. Unfortunately, that white water just gobbled her up. She was not able to ride out effectively. It is challenging to maintain control of that surfboard once the wave crashes on that sand, especially on that inside. There is a lot of drag and there's a lot of pull that tries to throw you off, and it's a very unstable board to stand on, and it can easily tip you and send you on your way.
Yeah, and speaking of Hawaii, we go to the larger island, Oahu. Mililani is her home. Evie Wong took a third in Jacksonville and a third in Oceanside. So she's had a couple of great results here in her 7th appearance at the Supergirl Pro. So nice to have Evie Wong in the mix. She was part of some TV shows that were put forth on behalf of surfing, and she's just a great ambassador of Stoke and surf. Wants to carry on the cultural tradition from her family and ancestors, surfing more than for herself. Time left, 1:20. Wong, you got the lead. Lily Colby, you're in second. Malu Kinimaka, you need a 4.91. Surfer in green, Amari Moore, you need a 5.87. Priority is red, blue, white, green.
This is the final heat of the round of 64. In just a few minutes, we're going to be kicking things off for the round of 32. A lot of the athletes that I was catching up with were taking some time to recover in between. So live action out in the water. This is White ripping down the line, getting that first backside hit and finishing off strong with another. She's looking to improve her 3.60. She needs a 4.91. Red is up and getting a nice little frontside hit. Eve just trying to chip away at that 4.5. Out the back, blue and green splitting the peak. Green getting a little bit longer ride, but unfortunately the wave did just die for both surfers in both directions. Counting things down. All right, still waiting for a few scores to come in, and that just rounds out our Heat 16 of the round of 64. Congratulations, ladies. Up next, we have some surfers coming.
That is not the start. That is not the start of the heat. Stand by, next heat. Island's big wave. Here we go. Island's biggest wave is going to be this one. 5.33 held by Evie Wong right out of the gates. Just put it up and threw it on down. Nice job. We'll be back with the next heat after this. Round of 32 starts in.
Front Wave Credit Union, we're all in on you. You're not just a number, you're a member. And we're putting $350 behind what we believe in. Get started today. Dream big. We got you.
The Supergirl Surf Festival is brought to you by the United States Marine Corps. The fight for the future starts now. By Islands Restaurants, Southern California's home of the beach vibes with gourmet burgers, fresh cut fries, and great happy hour deals.
And you folks that are watching online right now, you're looking at Evie Wong snapping some photos, doing some autographs. She won the last heat by about a point and change with Lily Colbert. Those two are moving on to the round of 32, where Malu and Amari Moore were eliminated. Right now, we're setting the stage for another four-pack. This is what we're looking at, is the red of Reid Van Wagoner and the white of Zoe Chait. That was like synchroed perfect. Good hits, and they went up at the same time and fell down at the same time. So Reid's had a fantastic season. We'll talk all about her. Swindoll, another great season for her. She won the Barbados event in a ninth at Jack's earlier in the year. Zoe Chait, Half Moon Bay, 19 years young. She's had a great season thus far, and many times here at the Supergirl Pro. And Kaya Howard, San Clemente Encinitas, she does a little dual duty, knows what's going on out in the water. This is her third appearance at Supergirl Pro. There's a replay. What do you see?
That is the replay of Red's first ride. That is Reid Van Wagoner. And the first ride of white, Zoe. Getting some numbers on the board. Still waiting for scores to come in. 17 minutes, 17 seconds left on this clock. Had a chance to catch up with Reid in between her heats. She said she had a chance to go home, kind of refresh, probably going to take a warm shower, maybe get a snack, just decompress and be able to just take a beat and come back here and reset, so you're not just constantly in the mix. So surfers in the water, splitting the peak, green and white. White kicking the fins loose on that backside, so you're able to transfer your weight and have your weight more on your front foot so you can free up those fins. But the fins have to be high enough on the backside of the wave to get them loose. And out the back, Reid Van Wagoner was able to snag a front side for her. And with the exchange, Blue getting a wave out the back. That's Talia Swindoll's first ride. She had priority, so she was on that last wave that was out the back. So still waiting on scores to drop. 16 minutes, 16 seconds left in this heat. We are in heat one of the round of 32. Wrapping things up today. These heats will be still 20 minutes long. Goal is to complete this round.
Yeah, round of 16. We'll wrap up around the 4 o'clock hour.
We have 8 heats to finish out today, so we got 7 more to go. We've had a fun, action-packed day. We've really just been involved in the surf side of things, but there's so much going on behind us. I can hear it all happening. So last ride of Blue, a 4.33. Last ride of White, a 3.50. So situation waiting for Green's last ride. Then I will give a situation.
And waiting for Reid's last ride as well. So a couple scores to come here. Lupe Fiasco's playing tonight, 6:30. If you're into Lupe Fiasco free concert, get here early.
Okay, last ride of Green, a 3.33. And last ride of Red, a 4.6. So situation stands. Red, you are in the lead with priority. In second, White with a 5.17 and a 3.5. That's
Reid.
Red.
Rad Reid right there. Red Reid, she just went vert and claimed it well.
And currently in third, Blue with a 4.33. She needs a 4.35 to advance. And in fourth, Green with a 3.33. You need a 5.34. So waiting on the last score for Red is a 5.73. So that's just improving her lead. So she's just slowly chipping away at it.
Yeah, nice job. Mark Fuel is with Evie Wong. Take it away, Fuelie.
Thank you very much, Chris. Eve, a great win there. Did the heat go according to plan?
The goal was to make it through and successful, so I'd say not too bad for my first heat. Couldn't be better.
Yeah, well, you were seeded in. You've come in. You're on the Challenger Series again for the third year. So this was the first heat. How is it adjusting here, to Oceanside, following all of the other travels that you've been doing?
Yeah, I just spent a month at home, which was really nice. That's the longest I've been home all year, since the winter. So that was really nice. And yeah, just going from this event to Portugal, then to Brazil. So super excited.
Many people would say you have an enviable lifestyle, but you're juggling a lot. You're competing, you're maintaining your health, your fitness, your preparation. You've also been the last couple of seasons part of making, an international television show while competing as well. How do you approach balancing when at the end of the day your goal really is to be the best professional surfer that you can be?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a lot to juggle, but I'm grateful for what I get to do with my life, and just main thing is staying present and enjoying what I'm doing. So yeah, which I am. So
well, good to see you enjoying it. You look present, you look good, and good luck in the next round. We'll see you again today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Fuely. You know what they say, stay in the present because it's a gift. That's what they say. I love they. They've got a lot of wisdom, don't they? Yeah.
Wisdom.
In the mountains,
So knowledgeable.
In the mountains when the snow is coming, they say we're going to get some, right? When it doesn't deliver, we blame they. When we do get it, we say we got it, and we don't thank they. Interesting, huh?
Interesting. All right, live action in the water. Zoe up and riding. Unfortunately, she didn't like how that was lining up, so she is kicking out. That won't really affect her score line at all. 12 minutes, 12 seconds left in this heat. Green is up and trying to have a little runner to the inside, building some speed, laying back into that nice snappy front side hit. She's looking to back up that 3.33. She needs a 5.34 to get into that advancing position. Here's that replay. Quick to her feet, staying nice on that high line, and laying back, throwing her hand in the air like she just don't care. All right. Last score of Green, a 4.53. So, priority is with Blue. Talia looking to get her second ride.
Sponsors make the world and this event go round. Thank you to Smoke Flower. That's SMKFLWR. Take Smoke Flower, eliminate the vowels, and you've got Orange County's original and official clothing brand of Sublime, Smoke Flower Lifestyle. Shop online at Smoke Flower or their Huntington Beach flagship store. Thank you, Smoke Flower.
And Essence Supergirls ready for fun. Visit the Essence Juice Beauty Bar and makeup touch-ups, products giveaway, fun photo moments, and more.
Thanks to Verizon for their connectivity, and let's go with an update. Zoe Chayet, this is for you. Reid Van Wagoner's in the lead with a 5.73 and a 5.33. Zoe, you need a 5.89. Looking to improve upon a 3.5. You're in second. In the green, Kaya Howard, you need a 4.15. Looking to improve upon a 3.33. And blue, Talia Swindoll is surfing right now. And going to the north in the red is Reid Van Wagoner. Nice snap by Reid, and continuing her momentum in the blue is Talia Swindoll.
Yeah, so I saw power and speed going north with Reid, and we saw nice, consistent flow and smooth execution with Talia going south. So we'll see how the judges want to rate those. Let's get the replay on Reid. Quick to her feet, gets up to speed really fast, kicks those fins out, keeps it loose, keeps it under control, and rides away. We'll see how that scores. Maybe we'll get a replay on blue. But 9 minutes, 45 seconds left in the heat.
That's going to help out Talia because she only has one wave thus far, so it's going to change the situation. Reid's wave is in at the 5.47, increases her just a skosh by a tenth, but 5.47 for Reid there. And Talia still waiting your score.
9 minutes, 20 seconds left on the clock. Priority is with white.
As we await that score, longboard competition is going on the north side of the pier the next couple days. 64 athletes, so they'll chop it down to a final 2, and then we have that final right before the shortboard final on this side of the pier tomorrow around the 2:30 or 3 o'clock hour. So for the first time, longboard final followed by the shortboard final. Score in Talia Swindoll, 5.13. That slides you into second place now. 8:40 on the clock. Here's the situation. Red, Reid, you got the lead. 5.73 and a 5.47. In the blue, you are in second, need a 6.07. Chayet in white, you need a 4.29. Howard, green, you need a 4.94. Priority is white, green, red, blue.
Just about 15 minutes, we're going to have Cheer San Diego Extreme Performance.
Yes.
And the quarterfinals for the longboard competition is going to be coming up soon. So still the amateurs will have the professionals. Reid is actually going to be competing tomorrow on the north side of the pier for the longboard. So she is doing both. Well-rounded athlete. She's also a soccer player, new to the RPRT management team. She is trying to, diversify and show her skill set and market herself as she moves through her QS career onto her Challenger Series. Blue up and riding, Talia Swindoll. She's trying to improve her 4.33, getting a nice hit. Unfortunately, having that front foot slip off just a little bit, not able to complete that. So we'll see.
Look at the little Supergirls on the TV. How cute. You get these red capes at the Nissan booth, the Nissan Supergirl Surf Pro. There's a great ad right there, feature Nissan owners. Did you know this fall the world comes to Oceanside with the Sports Illustrated Women's Game, the SWIG, S-I-W-G, or SWIGs. 7 sports, 6 nights, Team Americas versus Team World. It all happens the 28th of October through November 2nd at the Front Wave Arena, where I think you were there the other night, weren't you?
I was, yes. Absolutely beautiful arena. Excellent food, great viewing, and a spectacular just venue overall. It was my first time going there. Easy parking, easy just, directions to get there. I actually had a really, really fun time.
Did your team win?
Yeah.
There is Sanoa Demfo-Olin from Canada waxing up her stick, and she'll be out next with the likes of Bailey Turner, Puat Soto, and Chesney Guinot. That's our next heat. Sunshine doing its best to break on through here at Oceanside as Reid Van Wagoner has the lead with Talia Swindoll right on her tails. Zoe Chait, you still need a 4.29 in third. Kaya Howard in green, you still need a 4.94. 6 minutes left.
So priority is with green. 5 minutes, 45 seconds left. White up and riding, getting a nice backside floater. Unfortunately, having that wave break on her and kind of slow her down. So unfortunately, that stops her from moving down that line and getting extra bonus points.
Extra points. Well, surfing being the Olympics, the last couple of Olympics with LA on the horizon. It'll be held at about 30 miles north here at Trestles. A lot of these young ladies are vying for spots to represent their country, and there's only so many spots available. Certain competitors, let's say one who won this event years ago, Tatiana Weston Webb, right? She could claim Hawaii or she could claim Brazil. She chose Brazil because there was so much competition with the Hawaiian contingency, and she earned her spot through Team Brazil.
And we see a lot of surfers do that. It definitely just increases your chance to be on that stage. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So if that is something you can do.
Once for many. The gal speaking has been there 5 times. 5 Olympics Lindsay Jacobellis has been a part of, with 3 medals to speak of.
But there was one that was just really good.
There was one that was really good, yeah.
So that was the once in a lifetime.
Yes, it was. It's always worth noting because this is a surf event. Let's watch surfing then. Reid Van Wagoner knows what's up. She's going towards you folks on the pier. The white, Zoe Chait. She's headed south. Look at the buckets of water being thrown by the red, as well as the white of Zoe Chait. She's still moving and trying to close it out, showing good speed and power with a nice flow.
Yeah, she got great distance with that. Both of those surfers were able to be on their front side, Reid being a goofy foot rider and Zoe being a regular. So it is nice sometimes when it is on your forehand. You can see the wave and it's easier to spot, and it's a different body position. So, there is strengths and pros and cons to having front sides or back sides, and some surfers prefer to have their best wave maybe be on a front side.
I love the dancing that Reid does. She's moving her feet while she's focusing on what's next, and she generates some good speed there. Well done, Reid.
So 3 minutes, 25 seconds left in this heat. Priority is with green. Last ride of white, a 4.0.
And last ride for Reid, a 5.13. You are incredibly consistent in your scores this heat of 5.33, 5.73, 5.47, and a 5.13. So she's figuring it out. She's our current heat leader. This season, how's this? 3 second places at Pismo Beach, Barbados, and Outer Banks. 3 runners up. She's hungry like the wolf for a victory. And let's look at green right now. This is Kaya Howard, who needs a 4.94. A little bit of opportunity right there, and rides it out.
Oh, beautifully executed. She had such great control, had extra power into it, able to kick those fins, throw that arm up, lay back into it, and then be able to come out and ride away effortlessly. So we will see how that score falls into place. She's looking to improve that 3.33. She needs a 4.94 to advance. Blue up and riding. Talia trying to kick out her fins and get that nice little revert. 2 minutes, 5 seconds left on the clock. Waiting on scores.
Yeah, Talia in the blue. There's the look back at the green of Kaya Howard as we await her latest score. Talia was part of a 2022 World Junior Championship team of the ISA. And score coming in. There you go.
All right, situation has changed. Green, you have taken the lead. Your last ride, a 6.93. Reid, you are in second. Red, you are in second. You need a 5.74. Blue is up and riding, getting a nice front side layback, still having some fun in the whitewater. So right now, blue, you're in third. You're looking to replace a 4.33. You need a 6.07 to advance. White, you are in fourth. You're looking to improve a 4. You need a 6.03. 1 minute, 5 seconds left on the clock.
Kaya, if you didn't hear, you have a 6.93 and a 4.53. You are in the lead. Reid Van Wagoner, you are now in second, needing a 5.74. Talia Swindoll, you're in third. You need a 6.07. Chant and White, you need a 6.03. Under a minute left. Priority goes to red, then green, then white. Red takes that priority. That's Reid. She's up and out. Priority is green, white. So we can change just like that. None of these scores are unachievable. We've seen some buzzer beaters through the years. None in this competition so far, but a lot of times when we mention it, something happens. So with 15 seconds left, doesn't look like much on the horizon. It's going to be Kaya Howard and Reid Van Wagoner being the opportunists in this first heat of 32 to move on to the round of 16. Here we go. Nice job, Kaya Howard, coming from the back of the pack, and Reid Van Wagoner moving to the next round. And Kaya Howard earns the island's biggest wave of the heat. Nice job, Kaya. The last couple minutes, you earn a 6.93. That's the way to show us how it's done. We'll be back with the next heat in just a bit.
Aha! I knew it! You are stealing my Jersey Mike's gig.
Danny, it's just because Jersey Mike's is an official sponsor of the NFL. I'm not taking your gig.
Now you're taking my look.
This is how I dress.
My My glasses. I've been looking for those.
I wear glasses. I have astigmatism.
I'll give you astigmatism.
Ready for you on set, Eli.
I gotta go.
This ain't over, Manning.
Jersey Mike's, a sub above.
Hey, that's my wine. A sub above.
Hey, guys.
Flexible. I like that.
The Supergirl Surf Festival is brought to you by Golden Road Brewing Mango Cart Wheat Ale. Perfectly balanced, deliciously refreshing. Nissan, turn the wilderness into your personal playground with the 2025 Nissan Frontier. Shop NissanUSA.com. By Owala, the water bottle that keeps things interesting.
Welcome back to the webcast. This is the continuation of day 2, second heat of the round of 32. The Nissan Supergirl Pro. Uncle Lee alongside Lindsay Jacob Ellis and Mark Fuels doing some interview time right now. We just wrapped things up with Kaya Howard and Reid Van Wagoner. Moving on to the round of 16, where it's going to be Supergirl on Supergirl starting tomorrow. In the water, Chesney Guinot from Hawaii. Oahu, the North Shore, she claims home. She's 16. Next to her, a fellow Hawaiian from Makaha. She is 20, and her name is Pua Makame DeSoto, and she is out there in the mix. In blue, Bailey Turner is from Huntington Beach, California. She's 16, and she's got a lot of experience for that ripe young age. And she is in the white, followed by Sanoa Demfo-Olin from Canada. She has got a couple of first places this year. And the QS, one in Pismo Beach, one at Jack's back in June. She had a little bit of ankle issues, so she had a surgery, and she's repaired it, and she said, I'm back. And she had great success in her last heat. It put her into this round of 32. So a couple of Hawaiians, a Californian, and a Canadian in this heat. First score coming through from Chesney.
A lot of mobility is required of your ankle when you are surfing. So coming back from an injury like that is not easy. A lot of physical therapy. You have to rebuild all of those ligaments and tighten those up so you can have quick response time and protect your joint for long-term health so you can keep doing what you're doing. So that is easier said than done. Not a stranger to a PT table, so I feel your pain. I understand your struggle. Glad you're back out there pushing your limits again and showing us what you have to offer. We love that you're here supporting Supergirl and the vibe that it embodies.
Yeah, and she's got a wonderful sister that is no longer competitively surfing, but enjoying all things in the water and hanging out. They competed in this event early on together. Now Sanoa is really the supercharger. Her sister competed at the Olympics, representing Canada with Sanoa in the Junior Worlds back in 22. So all these guys, competitive surfers, that's how they're earning their chops. And we're in the early stages of this heat waiting for the first score from Chesney to still come through. Pua DeSoto in the blue, third place in Jacksonville in 2022. Makaha is where she claims she's one of 9 children. Her dad, pro surfer Dwayne, 2010 world longboard champ. Grandma, Native Hawaiian advocacy, looking to restore the language and equality in the community. Grandpa was a detailed fisherman. And Mom, a hardworking businesswoman with a lot of love and support. Her name, shrunk down, the precious descendant that stands enlightened. If I may try to butcher it, here's the full pronunciation of her first name. Pua Makame Kwai Kahano Haweho. There's a lot of vowels. Almost all 13 letters in the Hawaiian alphabet are in that name.
I'd like to see that on a social security card.
Hey, look at that. White's getting after. We talk long enough, someone's going to surf.
Awesome.
Bailey Turner.
Oh, getting a beautiful frontside hit. Just taking so much speed into that. Bailey Turner, well done. Looking to get some points on the board. Starting things out. 14 minutes, 39 seconds left. Blue having a look, deciding not to go. Probably a great decision as that closed out. Didn't give her an opportunity to get any points there. So she is going to try to find something else, maybe shift her position. We constantly see these ladies moving in the water. They sometimes shift directly to the pier and then come down south. This is the replay of Bailey Turner. That beautiful frontside hit with such power. She had so much speed going into it.
Yeah, working on some scores here. Bailey's score coming in. Chesney's got a 2.33. We want to thank Nissan. Great interview today with the Chief Marketing Officer. Nissan kicks, turns corners as quickly as you can turn heads. Shop NissanUSA.com. Also the Murano, the Frontier, and the Armada. The Leaf is a great vehicle as well. Feel free to check out any of the Nissans at a dealership near you or at NissanUSA.com. Our competition tomorrow starts at 9 o'clock, 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Right now, for you folks watching around the globe, if you're following along, it's 2 o'clock. Sun still trying to poke on through.
So last ride of White, a 7.0.
Yeah, there's not a lot of situation to give. You got 7 minutes off the clock, 13 left. Bailey Turner, you have a 7. Chesney, you got a 2.33. Sanoa and Pua still looking to catch your first wave.
But just to get themselves in that advancing position, they only need a 2.34. So, you know, they need that time. They have that time. They have that experience and execution. We know that they have the capability. So it's just a matter of will they have an opportunity. And we see Green paddling, getting into that backside. One hit, building up some speed, able to kick her fins a little loose. And again, that 3 combo, keeping that tempo. That is Sanoa Dempel-Olin, the Canadian.
Don't you know? Yeah, born the day before our 4th of July. And we'll get back to her score. Stand by. Sanoa Dempel-Olin, a 4.33. And while we have the opportunity, Mark, take it away with Kaya Howard. If Mark is down there.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you very much, Chris. We're just gibbering away here with a local girl, Kaya Howard. Kaya, 16 years of age, another win under your belt. You've already had a 5th here at the Supergirl Pro back in 2023, if I recall correctly. But this is the most important break for you, you know, as a local competitor. What's it like? Do you enjoy it? Is it more pressure? What is it like as a local competitor?
I really like it because I feel like I know this wave pretty well, so I kind of know what to expect and what kind of waves I'm looking for. So yeah, it feels really good. It feels really good to get a win under my belt. I'm just really happy.
Well, clearly your local knowledge paid off, but you've got a big support system here as well. You're part of the all-conquering 2025 Encinitas Board Riders Club team, which people do tell me that it was your 9.77 ride that won that title. But what's the support network like down here for you in Southern California?
It's so amazing. Me and all my friends support me. Everyone in the board riders, my coach, my mom, my dad, all my sponsors. I feel so supported, and I just am so grateful and thankful for all of them. Yeah.
Well, you're ripping. You're not travelling as much as the others. You're still at school. You're just 16 years of age. But what would a win in the Supergirl Pro mean to you?
It would mean everything. I mean, it would mean like the world to me to get a win here. It would be so special.
And what would you like to say to all of the littler girls who are out there who are now looking at you as one of the great local competitors? And what would you say to them to inspire them and encourage them to participate?
I would just tell them to keep surfing and ripping and having fun, and just go out there and have fun. Just be happy.
I love that. Might take that advice on ourselves. Thanks very much, Kaya. Good luck in the next round.
Thank you so much.
Nice one. Thank you. Thanks to our lifeguard also for getting the two spongers in. Looks like they're trying to get in, but the tide is taking them out. Yeah, we want to thank the lifeguard. There's the people that are here to protect us. There's the type of people you don't actually ever want to have to rely upon. But thank you for being here, lifeguards. And we've got 4 surfers out in the water per each heat right now. Tomorrow we'll change it to 2. There's 4 in the water. Just under 9 minutes left. Scores. Bailey Turner, you got a 7.0 with 1 wave. You're in the lead. Sanoa, you've got 1 wave, a 4.33. You're in second. Chesney is in the red. Let's focus on the surfing right now. This is the white of current leader, Bailey Turner, throwing together a nice presentation of her first wave. Here goes the blue, Lindsay.
And blue backside hit into a quick second turn, trying to float her way to the inside, keep pumping. Unfortunately, that wave kind of died as it hit that sandbar. The tide is very, very low, so it's really hard to get that reform on the inside. There's just not much water left as it comes in. So it is important to get those strong maneuvers out the back. So red up and surfing, a nice section coming together. She is able to get a nice strong backside attack and kick those fins and throw some water. So we're waiting on some scores to drop for white and blue. Eight minutes, 8 seconds left in the heat. Last ride of white, a 3.33. Last ride of red, a 3.73. So situation as it stands, white, you are in the lead. In second, blue with a 3.83 and a 2.90. You need a 6.51 to move into the lead. In third, red, you're looking to improve a 2.33. You need a 3.01. In fourth, with priority, green, you're looking to back up your first score of 4.33. You need a 2.40. 7 minutes, 26 seconds left. This is the replay of Pua de Soto, the blue. That nice quick back-to-back maneuvers, shows speed and control. You can see how she was trying to work to the way her into the inside, just didn't really happen. This is red out the back, a nice strong backside turn, so she's able to take some speed into that, hit that backside really, really hard, strong, and give that nice backup score. So she's trying to replace that 2.33. She needs a 3.01 to get in that advancing position.
All about
situation green. You have priority. Your first score of 4.33. You need a 2.40.
You're waving your arms. Okay. Chesney, 3.73 your last wave. You need a 3.01. You're in third position. Situation, again, is such. Fourth place, Sanoa in green. You need a 2.4. Chesney, you're looking to do away with a 2.33. To advance, you need a 3.01. Fourth is Pua. You need a 6.51 to take the lead away from current leader, Bailey Turner in white. It was a 7 and a 3.3. Just under 6 minutes remaining.
Let's thank our sponsors of Ubatuba. Cool off with the Ubatuba Acai, serving up authentic Brazilian acai bowls loaded with fresh fruit and wholesome toppings. Visit their booth today for a taste of pure, refreshing energy. Proud sponsor of the Supergirl Surf Pro.
Supergirl Surf Pro. That's right. Lots of events to attend. Thank you for attending this one. This is the 19th iteration of the Nissan Supergirl Pro. Thanks to all of you for being here. Does the sound carry up to the pier? Put your hands up if you guys can hear this up on the pier. Good.
Not getting any love from the pier. They are so focused on the water, and we are too. Blue up and riding. A nice frontside hit. Unfortunately, coming back down, and that nose bearing in on that shallow water. White up and riding. Bailey Turner is racing down the line, getting that frontside hit, and just ahead of her on that same wave on the front side, getting some nice combos. That is Green Sanoa. So we're waiting for some scores to drop. 4 minutes, 32 seconds left in this heat. Priority is with red.
Yeah, well, the way sound works is if it's at ocean level, it doesn't project up, and there's no speakers up on the pier, so that's why they're not hearing it. It all comes down to budget. How many speakers, how many stacks can you have? Our important factor is to get it out to the surfers. And for you folks watching live online, you've got all the stats. You're comfortably in your home, in your couch, maybe in bed relaxing.
Okay, last ride of Green, a 5.83. So situation as it stands, Bailey in white, you are in the lead. In second, Green with a 5.83 and a 4.33. You need a 4.58 to move into the lead. In third, Blue with a 3.83 and a 2.90. You need a 6.33 to advance. In fourth, Red with priority. You have a 3.73 and a 2.33. You need a 6.43 to advance. 3 minutes, 25 seconds left on the clock. Priority is with red.
Stick with us. Our next heat is a barn burner. It's very similar to the last year's final. Kiara Gold and Eden Walla, who went 1-2 last year. Zoe Kaina and Peta Kenworthy. That is the heat of the hour for certain. Gold, Walla, Kaina, and Kenworthy in the next heat.
Just under the 3-minute mark.
Sun Surf and Superfoods swing by the Jugo, J-U-G-O Superfoods booth to try delicious superfood gummies and enter to win their huge raffle.
Red up and riding, having to give way as Green takes that backside hit. Getting that board so vertical, showing some great control. Blue out the back. Nice deep bottom turn, getting those fins loose on that vertical snap, showing that composure. So waiting on scores of Green, Blue, and Red. Priority is with White, 2 minutes, 15 seconds.
And White looking but no go. Red looking and go. Wing is Chesno. Is not going is Chesney. And taking another look is White by the Sugar Cube. Nope.
So the swell direction in that set didn't quite line up for the ladies as they would hope, as it is coming and breaking on the sandbar on the inside. This low tide can get a little tricky with how things line up, but Red having a look. The goofy foot rider going front side, getting a nice little front side hit, but unfortunately getting a little off balance on that re-entry. So last score of our surfers. Blue, your last ride of 4.87. Last ride of White at 3.40. Last ride of Green, 6.43. So situation is, when the ladies are all visible, not duck diving, Green, you're in the lead with a 6.43 and a 5.83. In second, White with priority with a 7 and a 3.4. You need a 5.26 to move into the lead. In third, Blue with a 4.87 and a 3.83. You need a 5.54 to advance. And in fourth, Red with a 3.73 and a 2.33. You need a 6.68 to advance. 44 seconds left on the clock. Priority is with White.
Oh boy. Oh boy, getting down to it. Just over 30 seconds left, paddling around. What will be on the horizon, if anything? For two, they want the time to evaporate. For two, they want it to extend. Pua and Chesney are the third and fourth position right now, as we're down to 15 seconds. And this one is going to tick off. Listen in for the countdown coming up. no ride. That does it there. So that's going to be the likes of Sanoa Demfa-Olden from Canada and Bailey Turner moving on to the round of 16. Turner representing Huntington Beach and the Canadian Sanoa. Highest score there was Bailey Turner with the island's biggest wave of the heat. Here's a 7.0 on the Ripper scale. Gets up, brings those knees to the chest, claiming it, and we'll be back after this with more action.
Is she coming round? What's it all about? Can you feel it now? I can feel it now. Feel it now. Dance now. Is she coming round? What's it all about? Can you feel it now? I can feel it now.
At Front Wave Credit Union, we're all in on you. You're not just a number, you're a member. And we're putting $350 behind what we believe in. Get started today. Dream big. We got you.
The Supergirl Surf Festival is brought to you by Jersey Mike's A Sub Above, by Pura Vida, makers of the original friendship bracelet, San Diego natives, Pura Vida's waterproof, handcrafted jewelry lets you stack your story, spread friendship, and support global causes with over $5 million donated to people and planet.
And welcome back, surf fans, to the 2025 Supergirl Surf Pro here in Oceanside, Southern California. It is a slightly overcast day still, but it's just alongside we in the water. In red, we have Kiara Gould. In blue, Eden Walla. In white, Zoe Kine. In green, Peta Kenworthy. 17 minutes left on the clock. We're in Heat 3, round 32.
Yeah, lots of activity has happened thus far. We continue on.
We have a few more heats to get through and wrap up this day, and then we are into finals day. So we only have a few more rounds left to crown our champion, to give away a cape. The cape that all the girls want so much. They know how special it is to be a part of this movement. They come here for years to come, and they love what this event embodies in the spirit. Everyone has a huge smile on their face, and I know walking through the village, it's exciting to see all the sponsors and the vendors that activate, that want to be a part of this event. It is very exciting, and thank you, ASA Entertainment, for putting this event together. It gets bigger and better every year. This is by far our largest turnout ever. Over 750 athletes.
Yeah.
And a bunch of different sports and experiences that you can be a part of.
I have just done the math. This is our youngest heat of the competition so far. Kiara Gould, 15. Eden Walla, 16. Zoe Kine, 14. Peta Kenworthy, 12. To give you frame of reference, when this event started in 2008, there was nobody under the age of 15 that was competing. So the tide has changed. There are youngsters that are 10 and 11 that would love to be in this event. The guidelines and the regulations are 12 years of age. There's been a couple of small exceptions of 11-year-olds through the years, but 12 is the requirement that's put forth to get into this event. So Peta Kenworthy is 12. She's got her 13th birthday is coming up next month, a couple weeks from now. And Peta comes from a lineage of great surfing. She is in the green. Her father, Jeff, has got the long lens right now. Parents and family, extended family and friends are here. And Bella, who PETA chased around the house and then around the ocean for quite some time. PETA has learned a lot, and she is really poised for future success. That's PETA Kenworthy in the green. Next up, you have Zoe Kaina. She's only 14. She's a goofy footer from Kauai. 2 words that speak volumes for her: watch out. And let's go with Zoe Kaina right now and PETA Kenworthy, the 2 you're talking about.
Yeah, both splitting the peak and showing great energy on that smaller wave, but able to really work with an open face. Splitting that peak, we'll see on those replays and break that down a little further.
Yeah, for Zoe Kaina, the white jersey surfer, when she was 12, she took 3rd at the East Coast Surfing Championships, and Outer Banks Pro the next week she took 7th. That's when she was 12. So it's so much hope and promise for that young lady. Here's a peek right now at PETA Kenworthy. It was long legs, not a lot of muscle mass at 12 yet, but that's to come.
Yes, but very technical maneuver. So once she builds up that muscle, she will be able to put some power behind those movements. This is the replay of Zoe. She was going backside, goofy foot rider.
Yeah,
so
that's
waiting
what
on
we
scores to drop for those ladies. White, your last ride, a 4.0. Green, your last ride, a 3.0.
All right, we have a break in the action. Let's throw it down to Fuely, who's with the Canadian Sanoa.
Thank you very much. Yeah, here with Sanoa. Tricky conditions up there, but I want to talk about tricky conditions growing up. You started surfing at 6 in British Columbia. What was it like growing up and learning to surf there?
Yeah, growing up in Tofino, we have surf all year round. We can surf every single day of the year, which is about as good as you can ask for. And we actually have some pretty perfect conditions for most of the ways that you have in competition, specifically on the North American QS. So honestly, Tofino is some of the best ways to train for this. It gets very similar, if anything, just softer.
Just gets a little bit colder, though.
Definitely colder. I know this time of year, coming from being in, hood and slowly starting to have to wear gloves at home on the colder days, it's a super nice treat to be back in a spring suit.
And you're one of the athletes competing here who have represented your country in surfing. For those young female surfers who would love to represent their country, just give us a sense of what does it feel like to represent your country?
Yeah, the feeling of representing Canada in my hometown, Tofino, is amazing. I have so much gratitude and pride to represent the town I grew up in, all the surfers and the people who have helped and supported me and inspired me. And so that was like a huge honor. And it was, it was an amazing experience. I think anything, whether it's like an event, a surf trip, if you go into it, you put a bunch of work and you feel like you bettered yourself as like a surfer coming out of it, it's a huge win. And I definitely felt that at the game. So yeah, it was a great experience for me.
Well, and a fantastic philosophy on life. You're ripping. We're looking forward to seeing you surfing tomorrow.
Thank you. And I just want to say hi to my grandparents, brother, sister, mom, and all my family at home. I love you guys so much.
Thank you very much. Chris, back to you.
Thanks, Fuely. Truly Canadian, nice and kind. While we were gone, there's some scores. Walk us through that, Lindsay.
Yes, so first ride of Blue, a 6.67. Let's take a look at the replay as she pops up, able to get up to speed. Nice little floater, makes it around that section. A nice vertical snap to finish things off. That gave her that 6.67. Second ride of Green, a 2.60. This is a live action Blue. Back up, Eden Walla trying to get that action packed, going back to back with her waves, just working her way to the inside, seeing a little section come together. So she's wanting to back up that 6.67.
Oh, there's love down below from the fan club. I tell you what.
11 minutes, 25 seconds left in this heat. Priority is red, white, green.
White up and down. That was Zoe Kaina. A lot of time left. Yep, there is a migration a little bit north and looking at it.
And chipping into
Green.
This one. Green is up. That's PETA trying to get a nice backside snap. She's looking to improve that 2.60. Not sure if that's going to come into her score line. White, just a little bit south, able to kick those fins loose. Have a nice, strong bottom turn. Unfortunately, not a clean
exit.
Yeah, exit. You're from the from the East Coast. My teammates from Colorado always make fun of how I say exit because I
Why?
say exit.
Exit, like an egg basket?
Yeah, they're like, it's EX, not EGG. I'm like, oh.
Yeah. Oregon.
Oregon.
Oregon. Yeah, there you know.
Here's
E
the
on the end.
replay
Yeah.
of White. See how she's able to kick that board straight up vertical. Unfortunately, didn't stay low and strong, composed to ride out. This is Blue's last ride. Still waiting on a score.
Something I noticed with Eden Walla, I was downstairs just walking next to her, and as she walked away, I noticed there's a replay of her right there in the blue Eden Walla. I noticed a little more robust quads. Like she's definitely stepped into the strength training and figured out that, hey, these quads are going to help move this board around. So muscle mass greatly helps with the powering of the waves, as anybody with any board sport will tell you. You know, there's body strength does, in fact, matter. So how are you going to train to it differently and adapt?
Absolutely. Last ride of Blue, a 5.83. So, Blue, you are in the lead. In second, Green with a 3.0 and a 2.6. You need a 9.5 to move into the lead. In third, White with a 4 and a 0.50. You need a 1.6 to move into the advancing position. In fourth, Red with priority, a 0.63. You need a 4.97. Eight minutes, 55 seconds left on the clock. Priority is with Red, Green, Blue, White. And North County's trusted voice, the Coastal News, keeps you connected to local stories, events, businesses, and lifestyles, proudly serving our coastal communities. The Coast News brings you the news that matters most right here at home. Pick up your copy or visit thecoastnews.com and stay in the know. Your community, your news, the Coast News.
The Coast News. That's right. Well, for Eden Walla, the defending champ out here, she's going to look to see if she can do the unthinkable. It's not been done out here. There's never been a back-to-back year Cape winner. There's been multiple winners, but there's never been back-to-back here at Oceanside. Hope that's not a jinx to shouting it out, but so far this year on the qualifying series, she has earned a third, a couple of ninths, and a couple of fifth places. So all top tens. She's doing quite well. 3 stops on the Challenger Series as well. And this is all at the ripe age of 15 and 16. So Eden Walla, a pleasure to have your skill set out here. Kiara Gold, French Polynesian Tahiti, 15, celebrates her birthday mid part of the year every year, and this is for you folks watching online. That's some of the, oh yeah, I like that, Sunny Life hats going on there. You got High Vacation Club.
You got NASM, that's National Academy of Sports Medicine. It is how you can get your career in personal training and fitness instruction. So you can stop by that booth and check out how you can become a personal trainer.
Yeah, become a personal trainer. That's it. Straighten people out.
Seven minutes left on the clock. We are in Heat 3 of the round of 32. Blue, you're in the lead. In second, Green. Need to improve a 2.60. You need a 9.5. In third, White, you're looking to improve a 0.50. You need a 1.6 to advance. In fourth, Red, you have priority. You're looking to back up your first score of a 0.63. You need a 4.97. Red up and riding, getting that backside floater, showing such control, riding away strong.
Yeah, that was good. She got up in the face of that.
Pretty much inverted.
Adversity. Yeah, inverted, and just as it got gobbled up with the foam, she rode it out and then jumped off. So
she has to execute that maneuver so quickly. Let's take a look at that replay. Beautiful bottom turn right into it. Barely any setup required.
Wow.
Right on the drop in, she was able to go straight into that vertical maneuver. So that should be helping her situation.
For sure. That's only her second wave caught. There it is, a 4.47. So, Kiara, you now just need a 1.13. A 1.13 with 5:45 left. Here she goes again. She's going to go south now on her forehand and one solid maneuver there. Only needed 1.13, which that looks like it's going to be greater than that. Leave that up to the judges.
I mean, she does only have to replace a .63,
Yeah.
so it is in the realm of possibility to get that 1.13 required, and
There it is.
gets it. She gets a 3.33. Kiara, that moves you into second place. You need a 8.03 to move into the lead. PETA in green, you are looking to improve a 2.6. You need a 4.80 to move into the lead, or move into advancing position. In fourth, white, you're looking to improve a 1.17. You need a 3.81 to advance. 4 minutes, 55 seconds left on the clock. Priority is with green.
We've got some information that Malia Ward is going to come up and do some guest announcing. It's always great to get her perspective. We're going to put you two together. Probably two of the best hair models in the business for sure, and two great human beings and surfers. Anyway, that's about 4 minutes away. Let's focus on what's at stake here. Eden Walla, Kiara Gold, you are 1-2 in this heat, just like you were last year in the finals. PETA Kenworthy in the green. You need a 4.8. Zoe Kine in the white. You need a 3.81. 4 minutes on the clock. And this is reminiscent of last year. This is about how the finals were. This type of water and wave. It was, 1 to 2 foot. Right now it's hovering at best. There's some 3-foot rollers creeping through. But what we noticed last year, the younger girls with, smaller frames, they're able to whip their smaller boards around just a little bit quicker on the smaller waves. And that was the benefit for the younger gals, where Eden took the victory with Kiara right on her tails, and Stringfellow was in the mix. And it was a neat representation of youth last year.
Anything can happen out in the water. You can get a set that can roll in out of nowhere. You never turn your back on the ocean. It can always give you a surprise if you're not ready. These ladies are constantly hunting for those little shoulders that can pop up and just stand up on this sandbar that's on this inside. Tide's still pretty low. Hopefully we can get some more swell and the wind will cooperate. So up and surfing now is Red. She's looking to improve that 3.33. She's getting some nice flow and some floaters on that little ride. Just showing that she's got some great speed and a collection of different maneuvers. So 2 minutes, 35 seconds left on the clock. This is Heat 3. Let's take a look at the replay.
There's Kiara, just bouncing the board back and forth and just making snappy time with it, and gets right back out there. So the pack of four, they're going to start doing a little defense right now. Priority is blue, green, white, and they're going to split this one with the sun shining on it. Blue snapping off the top, white snapping off the top. White gets gobbled up, blue's continuing on. That's Eden Walla, defending champ, looking good. Red peeking at it, and here goes green down to the bottom and gets off.
I would love to see the replays of both those, of white and blue, because I thought that was absolutely incredible. Blue had such a great, strong bottom turn. White took off like a dash and, got some great speed into their maneuvers. So they had some different variations in their maneuvers, but both executed well. So we'll see how those scores come into play. We'll wait for a few seconds. Here's the replay of blue. Right into that bottom turn, like I said, and then nice snappy execution.
Yeah, super snap. And here goes the white. This is Zoe Kina, who got up and then get gobbled up, so not a completed ride. Here's the red of Kiara Gold, looking to get her air game going. We know she's proficient with it, but not able to hold on. A lot of scores coming in. Stand by. Just do your thing out there. Here's the white with the blue as well. Snapping off the top is Kina and blue.
That was a beautiful bottom turn that showed great control. Gets that body position just right to be able to come straight up and vertical. 1 minute left on the clock. We still have a lot of scores still settling in. We'll get that to you when we can. Here's the replay of Eden Walla.
Oh, Eden, that's nice. And we'll see. Here's green going for it. This is PETA Kenworthy. Oh, she's in a good rhythm right there. Finds one good opportunity to score. At the time, she needs a 4.8, but there's 6 scores yet to come in, so hold tight, everybody.
The strategy there, finish strong, ride out, then do the cannonball so you sink to the bottom and you don't get pushed into the pier, and then it's less of a paddle out. If you can get down to the bottom and the water's not pushing you in as far, that's always my strategy.
That's your strategy.
Cannonball.
Cannonball.
19 seconds left on the clock. We're still waiting for some scores to come in.
Malia Ward is right by our side. She'll jump in a minute, but we are down to the critical mass. 5 seconds left. Listen for the countdown. All right, we're on hold. Next heat, we are on hold. We've got a couple scores yet to drop. Unofficially, it's Eden and Kiara. There still are a couple scores to come through. Hold on. Next heat's going to be Green, Lopez, Leota, and Spencer. We'll have Malia Ward with Lindsay Jacobellis calling that one. Hold tight. Still a couple scores for Kenworthy and Kinda to come through. You can only make it official once it is official. The highest score in that heat was a 6.67 at this point. I don't think those last 2 waves got that. And that's going to be our island wave. For you folks at home, we are on the 3rd heat of the round of 16. Coming up with Osea Green, Alana Lopez, Nora Leota, Alyssa Spencer next. Still working on those scores. We have the power of replay up here, something we did not have many moons ago. But Peter Kenworthy in the green needs a 4.8. Zoe Kinda needed a 3.81. There are scores coming through right now. Hold tight, hold tight. And we have one more score line to drop through with PETA. The last score for Zoe Kinda was a 5.27. Kinda slides into second place at the last minute. Zoe Kinda takes second. Eden Walla takes first. Moving on to the round of 16. Gold and Kenworthy eliminated.
And the buzzer beater is there.
And here is the 6.67 by Eden Walla. This is the Island's biggest wave of the heat. Nice job, Eden Walla, defending champ, inching closer towards another cape. We'll be back in just a minute with Malia Ward and Lindsay Jacobellis with our next heat.
Veil from off my eyes. My burning sun will someday rise.
Marines are made for this. Made for the calling only warriors can answer. Made from an unshakable belief in our nation and a strength that comes from the determination to win together. But you'll have to earn your place among us. Because you don't join the Marines. You become one.
The Supergirl Surf Festival is brought to you by Revive. Fuel your body and mind with all-natural, elevated wellness. Rise stronger with SG Revive. by SI Women's Games coming to Oceanside, October 28th to November 2nd at Front Wave Arena.
And welcome back, Oceanside, to the 2025 Supergirl Surf Pro. With me is Malia Ward. We are in Oceanside, California, and I'm honored to be hanging out here in the booth with you, sharing all things surf. And not only are you a surfer, but you're also a DJ. And love that you're a part of this Supergirl movement, and you've been a part of this for a while. Talk to me about that.
Yeah, I've been a part of Supergirl. I've been coming here since I was a little girl, and it's just so inspiring to be here, watching all these amazing athletes and talented artists create in this awesome space, and I'm stoked to be one of them, too. So.
Yeah, and you've been developing as Supergirl's been developing as well. Right now, we have some live action out in the water. This is Blue, Alana Lopez, getting that nice little front side floater, trying to stay with the wave.
Woo! Go, Alana!
Nice. And your partner is with OC Born and LA built surfboards and Smoke Flower, and it seems like a great natural fit, and it's just wonderful how you're able to tie in to the Supergirl spirit. So what's made that opportunity so attractive to you?
Yeah, I love being partners with Smoke Flower, the official clothing for the event, and me. I'm wearing it right now, actually.
It's absolutely adorable, actually.
Thank you.
Love it.
Thank you. They have amazing style, super authentic, original.
Just Cali vibe and
Cali vibes.
Just sunny days and smiles and surf vibes. So absolutely adorable. And we have some action in the water, 16 minutes, 23 seconds. So first ride of red, a 3.33. First ride of blue, a 4.0. So in the red, we have Osea Green. In blue, we have Alana Lopez. In white, we have Nora Leota. And in green, Alyssa Spencer. So how would you say that you could carve your own path for success? Because you've changed your trajectory somewhat of, competitive surfing, even though we did see you on the Ultimate Surf show and that competition. You have stepped into the DJ world. So how do you see your next path?
Yeah, my path to success is, it starts with like a strong foundation, good family, friends, really good support in doing whatever you want to do. And I think it's important to listen to your heart and not have all your eggs in one basket, all one thing. I mean, you could be really great at all one thing, but like even Kelly Slater, he loves to play golf,
Absolutely.
If you can imagine yourself doing something, then you can be that.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm sure she visualized that turn.
To diversify. And it definitely is a recipe for success to be practicing at one thing, but then seeing what else you have some interest in, because also when you put yourself in a position to learn something new, you might find a skill set that you are now getting proficient at, and seeing what other strengths you can have. If you only stay in that one bubble, you can't really see how far you can grow. So that last wave, Alana Lopez with a 4.23 up and riding right now. This is white Nora Leota from Hawaii. 14 minutes, 30 seconds left on the clock. This is Heat 4, the round 32. So in the lead is Blue with a 4.23 and a 4.00. That was the replay of Nora Leota. Still waiting on scores for White, but she had a great combo. That would be her first ride. First ride for Nora Leota in White, a 3.0. And while we have some downtime, we're going to kick it down to our previous heat winner, Eden Walla.
Thank you very much, Lindsay. Eden, tricky conditions out there, but you always seem to find your way.
Yeah, I was stoked to get a few. It's a little rougher than this morning, but I got it done.
What is it like this year? You're the defending champion. You're the youngest champion we've ever had here at the Supergirl Pro. Just how does it feel coming in after so many years of being around this, but now coming in as the defending champion?
Yeah, there's a little bit more pressure for sure. I think pressure that I put on myself and just pressure from the outside as well, but there's also a lot of confidence that comes with it, so I'm excited.
And tell us a little bit about the season, both what you've had and what is coming up for you after this.
Yeah, I've been traveling a lot this year, and it's been super fun. I have some more traveling coming up, so I'm just excited to keep growing and learning.
And last thing, how will you prepare? What will you do this afternoon and tonight to prep for tomorrow?
I think just rest, eat a good dinner, and get some good sleep.
Well, sounds like a good plan, Eden. Well done, and look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Thank you, guys.
Back to you, Lindsay.
Thank you. And we are still waiting on all scores are in. Alana Lopez, you are in the lead with a 4.23 and a 4.0. In second, Red with a 3.33. You need a 4.90 to move into the lead. In third, White, you have a 3.0. You need a 0.34 to advance. And priority is with Green. Alyssa still waiting on a score. Surfing right now, Red, Osea Green. Goofy Foot Rider going front side, trying to back up her 3.33. Now, it is incredible that Smoke Flower was able to come into this event and on the like last minute side that they saw that this opportunity was available and they wanted to jump on it, and you're alongside partnered with them. So, you know, how do you fit into the mix, and why does this work for you?
Yeah, Smoke Flower is awesome. In my view, it's been clear for some time that the surf brands, the old surf brands, they kind of lack some authenticity and originality. Smoke Flower fills that void with like real people, surfers behind the brand, committed to giving back to the surf community as well. Not to mention the quality of their products. It gives me confidence to endorse this attractive line of women's clothing and swimwear. So it's just exciting to partner with a fast-growing surf brand in the space.
Absolutely. You want to have that fun flair, but also working for athletic bodies and just also fitting the functionality, great materials, breathable materials. It all has to come together, and that's not always fitting in the same brand. So out in the water, here's the quick rundown. We got 11 minutes, 5 seconds left in this heat. We are in heat 4 of the round 32. Last ride of blue, a 4.23. Alyssa Spencer in green, still waiting on a ride. Alyssa, you have priority. So right now in the lead, Alana Lopez coming off a win from the Outer Banks Pro this year. Also at 5th for Virginia Beach Pro. So Osea Green up and surfing. Let's get the rundown.
Yeah, here she comes. She's in the bottom turn and swinging into a huge slash. She feels confident.
Absolutely.
Feeling good.
She's trying to replace that 2.77. Out the back, Blue had a quick look, didn't decide she wanted anything from it. Knew that wave was not going to give her what she needed. It shut down. Here's the replay.
Ooh, let's watch it. Slash, bam. Wow, she's going down the line, keeping her speed. Another one. That's an amazing combo with 3 turns, throw and spray.
Yeah, definitely had some great flow. That last ride of Red, a 4.90. So that does put you into the lead. Red, you are in the lead with a 4.90 and a 3.33. Alana, you are in second. Blue, you are in second with a 4.23 and a 4.0. You need a 4.01 to move into the lead. We're at 0.01 difference.
Alyssa.
So this is anyone's game still. We have plenty of time. 9 minutes, 30 seconds left on the clock. Priority is with Green. Yet to catch a wave, Alyssa Spencer.
Catch a wave.
You know, she will take her time. She can keep herself calm. You take a breath out there, collect yourself. I've seen you do that as well, surfing out. When I catch you in the water, you can just be chatting away, keeping in your space, staying calm, and then all of a sudden, where'd she go? Oh, she's on the wave.
Yeah. Red. Up and riding. She's getting some speed. Doesn't quite ride out. Oh, we got Alyssa. One hit wonder.
Yes, taking some power in that. So she was able to get on that same ride a little bit further north. So she's looking to get some scores on the board. Let's take a look at the replay of Alyssa Spencer. Nice front side hit, a lot of power. So how do you have to position yourself on the wave to get that board to be vertical like that?
You got to get low, very low, but not too low.
8 minutes, 26 seconds left on the clock. Alyssa Spencer, your first ride, 4.0. So you are in third. You're looking to back up your score. You need a 4.24 to advance. Priority is with white. 8 minutes, 8 seconds left on the clock. Still plenty of time if we get some
Alyssa's
little shoulders.
on the move by the pier. Here she goes.
She's on the hunt.
Slashes it back, ready to snap it again. Wow.
And
That was a good backup.
and a nice little revert. So she is looking to back up her 4.0. See what situation is going to change. She only needs a 4.24 to get into an advancing position. So we'll see how that develops for her. Let's take a look at the replay.
Yep, she just cuts it back. So much speed still on such a small wave. Wow. And hits it again. Perfect. Textbook.
It seems like she takes all the time in the world to get that wrap to come around, yet it happens so quickly.
Yeah.
She's so smooth with her upper body and calm, so it looks so controlled. And then all of a sudden she's off into the next maneuver, so it happens so quickly. So 7 minutes, 10 seconds left on the clock. This is Heat 4, the round of 32. We're finishing up the round of 32 here in just a few more heats and closing out the day. And tomorrow we'll start things back up at 8 o'clock, I believe, with our round of 16.
Alyssa, she's asking for something.
All right, situation breakdown. Alyssa, you are in the lead. Last ride, a 5.17. Your backup score, 4.0. In second, Red with a 4.90 and a 3.33. You need a 4.28 to move into the lead. In third, Blue, Alana Lopez, you have a 4.23 and a 4.00. You need a 4.01 to advance. In fourth, White with priority, you have a 3. You need a 5.23 to advance. 5 minutes, 55 seconds left in this heat. Priority is with White. Priority is White, Blue, Red, Green. The last few minutes, 5 minutes of a heat. Does a heat ever get stressful in that last 5 minutes, or are you almost liberated that it's almost over? Like, I guess it can go either way depending on the situation.
Where you are in the heat.
Absolutely.
If you're third or fourth, it's a lot of pressure.
I mean,
and second, because nothing's for sure. You never know. A wave could pop up out of nowhere and someone gets the score.
Yeah, that's very true. And if there's multiple exchanges going down, I guess nobody's safe.
Green,
up and riding.
Alyssa.
Up and riding, getting a nice floater, getting into that next section and leaning back into that last turn. Love to see the replay on that, and I'd love to get your input on it. 5 minute mark right now.
5 minute.
Priority is with White.
Here she goes. She's getting speed. First turn, nice. Second turn, nicer. And yeah, she's just so good at carrying her speed through those sections, because surfing these waves is not easy. Not easy at all. You have to have a really good balance between having a light foot, but you also want to be powerful. We got Blue. Here's a go.
Blue.
Powerful slash. Another one.
Back-to-back action and little
she's
wrap.
not done.
Kicking those fins loose and working her way to the inside. Will she have these sections come together and have a little layback? It kind of broke up and didn't have that same form come together, but a great finish, and she's looking to improve that 4.0. Let's see if that can change her situation. 4 minutes, 12 seconds left in this heat.
We got Red.
Out the back, Red getting swallowed, trying to get into that face. But one of the bigger waves we have seen come through this heat, so maybe we will see another set like that and have another exchange. Last ride of Green, a 6.5. So she is just ratcheting everything up. And the thing that I noticed on that last ride of Alyssa was from the floater, she landed on that front side rail directly into the bottom turn. So she didn't waste it. It's almost like she didn't have any drag to stop her or slow her down, so her speed could just keep going. White up and riding. This is Nora Leota getting that nice front side hit. She's looking to back up that 3.0. She wants to get on the board. Now priority is with green. 3 minutes, 8 seconds left on the clock.
3 minutes.
So waiting on a score for white. Let's see how things break down. This is a pretty stacked heat. Here's the replay.
Yep. Here she goes. Bottom turn, slashes it. Bang! That was a great turn. We'll see what she gets from that.
Your feet have to work independently so much of the time with surfing. We have that a little bit.
Situation.
So situation right now, in the lead is green with a 6.5 and a 5.17. In second, blue with a 4.30 and a 4.23. You need a 7.37. In third, red with a 4.90 and a 3.33. You need a 3.63 to advance. In fourth, white, you have a 4.03 and a 3.0. All right, just under the 2-minute mark. Priority is with green. Having a look, not liking what she's seeing, so trying to reposition herself. Can have some action in these last few seconds. We never count out any lady until the countdown happens.
Corey on the beach. He's communicating something with Alana.
A lot of hand signals.
Paddle down. Paddle battle.
Trying
Here we
to
go.
help her reposition herself.
Situation.
Situation is, Alyssa, you are in the lead. Green, you are in the lead. In second, blue with a 4.3 and a 4.23. You need a 7.37. In third, red, you have a 4.90 and a 3.33. To advance, you need a 3.63. In fourth, white with a 4.03 and a 3.0. You need a 4.5 to advance. Under the minute mark left, priority is green, red, blue, white. All right, white is up and out. Not liking that. Nora's just not quite finding the little shoulder she is capable of just destroying.
Yep. Red's up. Let's see what she's got. The last 20 seconds. Bang.
Last ditch effort, kicking those fins loose. That is Osea Green, the Canadian, out the back.
Alyssa, here she goes.
Green's up, and this will count as a ride. All right, that is wrapping things up. We're waiting for some scores to drop. So while we do that, let's take a look at the island's big wave of the heat in just a few moments when we get our final scores. And here it is, Alyssa Spencer with the nice floater in the front side immediately into that bottom turn. That is the island's big wave. And we'll be back just after this.
Aha! I knew it! You are stealing my Jersey Mike's gig.
Danny, it's just because Jersey Mike's is an official sponsor of the NFL. I'm not taking your gig.
Now you're taking my look.
This is how I dress.
My glasses. I've been looking for those.
I wear glasses. I have astigmatism.
I'll give you astigmatism.
Ready for you on set, Eli.
I gotta go.
This ain't over, Manning.
Jersey Mike's, a sub above.
Hey, that's my line. A sub above.
morning light, she's on the move, riding waves fueled by vibrant energy, racing through the city, nourished by superfruit, conquering heights, driven by vitality, breaking barriers, pushing limits, unstoppable and empowered by Açaí Berry. Empower your journey with Ubatuba Açaí. Feel the energy of real Brazilian açaí. Don't compromise. Be unstoppable.
The Supergirl Surf Festival is brought to you by Smoke Flower, OC Born, LA Built Apparel for your SoCal lifestyle, by Verizon. Stop by the Verizon booth to learn more about special discounts for military, veterans, and families. By Golden Road Brewing, your local craft brewery.
And welcome back, Oceanside. Alongside me, Malia Ward. Lovely to see you up here.
Lovely
It's
day.
always fun to see you out in the water, but you're up here calling the shots with me. So out in the water right now, in red, we've got Kira Pinkerton, and up surfing right now, that was Leilani McGonigal in the white. And in blue, we have Chelsea Tuak. And in green, we have Kaikora Neuenberg. So 18 minutes, this heat just got started. So let's give the breakdown of the scores when they come in.
Leilani McGonigal, you have a 0.5. Probably not going to be the top score.
Probably not what she's going to stick with. Absolutely. We know what she's capable of, but definitely just getting things started. She's trying to see where she wants to position herself in the lineup. We've been seeing these ladies, troll just north and south to find these peaks. And you know how active you have to be on a beach break.
Yep. White's up.
White is up and riding. Look at how nice and vertical she got that. I would love to see the replay on that. I'm always trying to learn, so when I actually get in the water, I can try to apply that. Doesn't always work, though. But here's red. That's Kira Pinkerton. Strong backside attack.
Yeah, she's looking fast. Powerful.
Blue is up and surfing, getting a nice, beautiful bottom turn. So fluid, so smooth. This is blue, Chelsea Tuak.
I like how she really uses her arms and throws them into the turn.
Yes, that definitely helps her, I would imagine, finish the maneuver as well. So I can't wait to see the replays. There was a lot of great exchanges. We'll give some scores when we have them.
Okay, watch it, Green.
So
Green's up and riding, going down the line. Snaps it, and she lands it.
And that was definitely a very technical maneuver because that was a very steep wave, and it definitely ran very fast. So for her to get into that position and then land successfully, well done. Waiting on scores. So first ride of white, a 0.50. Second ride of white, a 4.50. Waiting on scores for the rest of the surfers. Let's take a look at the replay.
Wow.
That was Leilani McGonigal's. That's her 4.5.
That was good. She had a really good wiggle setup before she went into her first turn.
Yeah, that was
this one?
red, Kira Pinkerton, and this is Chelsea Tuak.
Yeah, these girls are surfing great. They're all finishing their waves and getting some turns in, so we'll see what judges say.
Right now, so we're still waiting on scores. Last score for red in her first ride, a 7.17. So we saw the power behind that maneuver. And last ride of blue.
Last ride of blue, 4.3. 4.43 blue. Chelsea just got a 4.43.
Now she was underwater for that one, so we'll wait till she comes up. Blue, your last ride, a 4.43.
Green's up.
So green getting a little hung up on the lip, not able to get into it. But Chelsea, your first ride, a 4.43. Your second ride, a 0.80. So green getting some rides. Her first ride, a 3.17 and a 0.20. So situation is, Kira, you are in the lead with a 7.17. In second, blue with a 4.43 and a 0.80. You need a 2.75 to move into the lead. In third, white, Leilani McGonigal with a 4.5 and a 0.50. and you need to advance a .73. And in fourth, Green, a 3.17 and a .20. You need a 2.07. 14 minutes, 26 seconds left in this heat. Priority is with Red. And while we have a break in the action, let's kick it down to Fuley with our previous heat winner, Alyssa Spencer.
Thank you very much, Lindsay. Alyssa, winds come in all shapes and forms. They're not always pretty. That was a tricky one.
Yeah, it was definitely really tricky out there. I was like sitting with a game plan of like, okay, we'll wait for like 2 set waves before I went out, and I got out there and a set came like right before our heat started, and I was just thinking, I was like, there's got to be another one, and there wasn't really. So halfway through the heat, I still had no waves, and I was like, okay, I think I need to change my game plan and just stay calm and know that, you know, the points for like first place right now aren't super high, so like you can definitely get it done in 2 waves, and that's just kind of what I was talking myself through. And yeah, I ended up grinding it out and got a couple scores at the end.
Well, you made it happen. Adaptable and belief in yourself. The Supergirl Pro is a qualifying series event. Can you explain for our fans at home how the qualifying series and then the Challenger Series points work to qualify you for the World Tour?
Yeah, so this is definitely like the start of getting yourself to the tour. We're competing in like a 4,000, I think, right now for the qualifying series, and you have to be somewhere around like top 6 in your region to qualify into the Challenger Series, and then from there, if you're top 7 at the end of the year, you can make it onto the World Tour. So yeah, it's definitely a lot to think about, all the points everywhere, but that's kind of how it works.
And you've got the rest of the Challenger Series ahead of you. What is your travels after you leave from here?
Yeah, so after I wrap up here on Monday morning, I'm heading to the airport at 6 a.m. to go to Portugal for our next Challenger Series event, and then straight after that to Brazil. So I'm really excited for the rest of the year, and yeah, I can't wait to see what happens.
Well, it's a lot of hard work, but it's also a lot of fun and a wonderful experience. How will you prepare yourself for tomorrow?
Yeah, I think just in the meantime, I'm going to try to get some rest and get out of the sun for the rest of the day, and yeah, just keep a good mindset going into tomorrow and have fun.
All right, well, have fun. Good luck. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thanks, Alyssa.
Alyssa Spencer, big smile on her face. Here's the situation at hand with 12 minutes left. Kira Pinkerton, 1 wave caught in the lead with a 7.17. Chelsea Tuwak, second position, 4.43 and a .8. Leilani McGonigal, you got a couple of waves, a 4.5 and a .50. You need a mere .73 to set up into the transfer position. Kaikora Noemberg, you have a 3.17 and a .2. So, you're all capable of gaining greater waves than what you have. You have 11 and a half minutes left. For future reference, we'll get back to that in a minute. Let's keep our eyes on surfer in white. That's Leilani McGonigal, the Costa Rican, putting it up vertical and aiming it right at the shoreline. Do one thing right and do it well. That's what she just did. Nice job, Leilani. That will greatly increase her scoreline. Let's have a look at Green, closer to the pier, going towards you folks on the pier on her backhand, smashing it, floating it, and riding it out. Again, one hit done well. Nice job. Cora Nauenberg.
All right, we are just under 11 minutes. This is Heat 5 of the round of 32. Red up and riding. This is Kira Pinkerton moving her way down south. She's moving south.
Yeah, she is moving south. So between Kara, Chelsea, and Leilani, they are over 35 years of experience, 35 events of experience in this Supergirl Pro. They all have a dozen years or more of competition at the Supergirl Pro. So our 3 most experienced competitors in this competition.
And let's look at that replay. This is Leilani, beautiful backside. She's very smooth and she's composed. She's able to get into that flow. Kaikora getting that nice little backside hit. She got a little hung up on the lip, so didn't delayed her drop in a little bit. But she was able to handle it very well. And this is Kira Pinkerton's replay. So much power behind those maneuvers. Blue, live action, up and riding. Having that little mogul right in front of her that she had to offload that weight on her front leg so she didn't just hammer straight into it and do an endo, as we like to call it in the snowboard world. So she was able to regain her balance. So let's give a situation when the ladies are not under the water. So 9 minutes, 25 seconds left in this heat. Kira, in red, you are in the lead. In second, white, with priority, you have a 4.50 and a 4.10. You need a 8.84 to move into the lead. In third, green, with a 3.73 and a 3.17. You need a 4.87 to advance. In fourth, blue, you have a 4.43 and a 1.30. You need a 4.18 to advance. So this is the replay
of Pinkerton.
Yes, of Kira. And blue, this is Chelsea, avoiding that mogul that just popped up right in front of her. Doing so very well and able to still get a front side hit out of it. We'll see if that comes into play. She is looking to replace that 1.3. She needs a 4.18 to get back into the mix. 8 minutes, 30 seconds left in this heat. Priority is with white.
That was her 1.3, actually, that score. It didn't ride that one out as effectively. So a lot of opportunity still. Cora needing a 4.87. Chelsea and blue needing a 4.18. Your third and fourth, respectively, in the position and priority. Priority is white and red. And here goes red presently of Kira Pinkerton. And that thing's going to not work for white going on her front side. Leilani.
So Leilani finding that better section. That wave lined up a little bit better than going southbound for Kira. So we'll see if she is able to improve her situation. Leilani looking to bump up that 4.1. See if she can kind of just chip away and slowly work to that 8.84 that she needs to take over the lead. Leilani's last ride, white, your last ride, a 5.67. Here it is on the replay. Beautiful flow, beautiful execution, and power right at the end with that maneuver. Well done. 7 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. Priority is with green.
It's a live look at Kira Pinkerton looking out towards the horizon as the sun is sparkled diamonds out there. Kira walked away with the title last year in Jacksonville with a perfect 10, 5 10s across the board. It was instantly the judges, they just said, boom, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10.
That was an extremely incredible wave to witness. And so amazing that we got spectacular waves at Jacksonville, because it's always a toss-up if we're going to have waves at any contest wherever we are. We can't control Mother Nature, so that we were able to have that and see what Kira could actually execute in that moment was pretty incredible. So
yeah, it's the truth, and that's the way it goes. For people that don't follow surfing, the dates are put forth months ahead of time. This one was put on the calendar almost at the end of the next week of last year. So here we are. We can't order the waves. There's no app for the waves. It's just at the mercy of Mother Nature, and that's how the calendar works. And white, you want some scores. Leilani, you have a 5, 6, 7, and a 4.5. Leilani, you're in second. You need a 7.67. 6 minutes left. Kaikoura has got priority in green. You're in third. Kaikoura, you need a 6.44. Chelsea Tuak, you need a 5.74, looking to improve upon a 1.3. Here, Pinkerton, two highest scores so far, 7.17 and a 6.17. 5:40 on the clock.
I want to give some love to our sponsors. Oceanside Adventures, your premier local California luxury whale watching and dolphin cruises. It's a proud sponsor of Super World Surf Pro. It's always a good time to go out whale watching in Oceanside. Actually, in the distance, I have seen some dolphins in the background. So if you want to go even see bigger and better, sign up with Oceanside Adventures and catch a whale or two.
Go catch a whale, would you? Bambucha. That's right. Get some Bambucha. Supergirl fans, come taste some samples of the Bambucha tent. Brewed right here in North County, San Diego. Real fruits, roots, and botanicals.
And the taco stand, Tijuana-style tacos have landed in Oceanside. The taco stand is now open, serving up tacos and burritos on handmade tortillas alongside fresh guac, churros, and carne asada fries. Find us on the Coast Highway and follow us at Let's Taco _
Let's Taco. So to the parents out there, we want to thank you, all the OG sponsors. I know that the Pinkerton tribe is in the mix. Hello to them. Chelsea Tuak, I don't believe mom is here, but I've had conversations through the years with her mom. Leilani McGonigal, mom and father. They own a great place. If you're ever down in Pavones in Costa Rica, look up the McGonigals. Sean moved down there before Noimar and Leilani were born and started an unbelievable surf bed and breakfast right in front of Pavones, which is one of the best rights in the world. One of the best lefts in the world, pardon me. And it's a great place to go surf and have a great time. Yet to meet Kaikoura's parents yet, but we know that she is very proud to be their daughter. And again, the OG sponsors, making sure your kids get from point A to point B.
And I bet you, if they are here, you will hunt them down because I know you want to talk to them.
I do. As a parent, you want to learn, like, how can you...
So let's just make it easy on Uncle E. Can you just come up to the stage so he can meet you?
That's it, yeah.
3 minutes, 25 seconds
got here?
left.
Surfer in white, headed towards the pier.
Seeing if she had a section to work with. She didn't like that, so she hopped out. Leilani's trying to improve on a 4.5. She needs a 7.67 to move into the lead. 3 minutes, 10 seconds left on the clock of Heat 5 at the round of 32. Priority is with green, Kaikoura.
Yeah.
Behind us, we have some live action.
Yeah,
we have Anora in concert, and then we have Surfer Girl in concert later in just about 30 minutes. Running out to the lineup. They're getting ready.
Linnea Mons followed with Dia McCart in front of her, red and white in the next heat. We're down to 2:34. 3 more heats after this for the day. Tomorrow we start at 9 a.m. with Supergirl on Supergirl. 2-person heats starting tomorrow.
Head-to-head. That's always exciting. You can really focus on just 2 surfers in the water. You can't miss. You won't miss as much. There's not 4 people you have to manage. There's only 2,
yeah,
which is great. Giving the play-by-play action. 2 minutes, 10 seconds left in this heat.
With the situation still being the same, priority is green, blue, red, white. Green, blue, red, white. Pinkerton in the lead. McGonigal in second. Kaikoura, you need a 6.44. Surfer in green, you need a 6.44. Tuak, surfer in blue, you need a 5.74.
Surfing with a hat. Keeping out of the sun, maybe helping with that glare.
Yeah.
That glare can be pretty intense to deal with. It is challenging for our spotters and our judges to always be looking and tracking, so we're making sure we have plenty of people, keeping tabs on the surfers, so we don't want to lose anything. We don't want to miss any action out in the water. 1 minute, 20 seconds left in the Heat 5 round of 32.
And she's got a big following online, is Leilani McGonigal. She's working with a sunscreen company, not an official sponsor here, but take a look at her page, and it breaks down the chemical elements of the sunscreen, and she's in this water all the time. It's a great advertisement that she is helping promote a more environmentally sound sunscreen.
Yeah, having those sunscreens that have those bare minerals or just the basic ingredients, so you can have less on your skin and less going into the environment. So it's always nice, and it's wonderful that these ladies are thinking in that capacity and looking towards the next generation and what we are leaving our footprints. So, ladies, 30 seconds left in this heat. No situation has changed at all. We still have green with priority.
Yeah, we're down to 20 seconds. And this one looks like it's going to fizzle out. So Kira and Leilani are the recipients of right waves at right time. Here comes the countdown. That horn ends this heat. We'll shift right into the next one. Not before we sign off with the Island Biggest wave of the heat. It's a 7.17 held by Kira Pinkerton. Here it comes. She gets up on her backhand and smacking it good a couple of times. Well done, San Clemente's own Kira Pinkerton. We'll be back with our third to last heat of the day.
A new era in women's sports comes to Oceanside's Front Wave Arena. October 28th to November 2nd, the Sports Illustrated Women's Games. 7 sports, 6 days, over 100 world, Olympic, and national champions from more than 25 countries. The Americas versus the world in a new all-star format. Tickets on sale now at axs.com, si.com, and the Front Wave box office.
Front Wave Credit Union, we're all in on you. You're not just a number, you're a member. And we're putting $350 behind what we believe in. Get started today. Dream big. We got you.
The Supergirl Surf Festival is brought to you by Visit Oceanside, San Diego's North Shore, by Clean Reserve Fragrances, consciously crafted by master perfumers. Reserved for you, available at Sephora, by Bright's innovative technology and expert event service. You can trust that every event detail is handled.
And welcome back, Oceanside, to the Supergirl Surf Pro. Ladies in the water in red. We have Diane McCart in blue. We have Sky Suit in white. We have Linnea Mons, and in green we have Kohai Fierro. First ride of red, a 1.10, and first ride of white, a 0.60.
Had a chat with Kohai before the interview, and she gets to go see her two sisters, Hemiti and Vahine, in France. The Quicksilver Festival is going on over there, so she'll fly over there after this and spend some time, and she gets ready for the next 2 Challenger Series stops as well. So these gals, man, they're lucky. They get to be all over the map and have a great time enjoying surf. Here's White getting after it. This is Linnea Mons. Hoppa Hoppa.
I have the 16-year-old from Jacksonville Beach, Florida. She had a second in Virginia Beach Pro this year. Went up against Ella McCaffray. And just came super, super close to claiming a QS victory. So she is really excited about just getting in the mix and continuing her QS journey as she works her way up. She also has a win at the Outer Banks Pro in the previous year. So she has a lot of consistency on these beach breaks. So this is her replay. She has that quickness. She's able to get to her feet, and she's able to get her speed up even in these smaller waves. So that is a consistent skill set you need to have when you're working a beach break, especially in a competitive scene. So last ride of White, a 2.83. So that moves you into the lead.
Well, you know, Linnea says this: I want to live in Molokai, surf, and have a horse. I want a pony.
Daddy, I want a pony. I mean, I think every girl's dream at one point is to have a horse. I know I had that moment.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
And then my parents are like, well, we go to the mountains all the time. Who's taking care of the horse? So you have to pick. Do you want to shred in the powder or have pony? And I said powder, no pony.
No pony.
So unfortunately, you have to make those hard decisions in life. And choose your path and see what you can make of it. So ladies in the water, 16 minutes, 25 seconds left in the heat. We are in heat 6 with around 32. Only a few more heats left as we wrap out today.
Yeah, you can find all sorts of information. We don't have a research department here. We do it on our own. Linnea Mons, born on New Year's Eve, 2008. That puts her at 16 years young. Dan McCart, for instance, she won an event the Rich Salek Surf Fest in Cocoa Beach Pier. She walked with $1,200 prize and a 14-karat gold surfboard attached to a stainless steel necklace. Did you know? Let's talk green here. Here goes Kohai Fierro.
All right, a nice backside attack. So that wave didn't last long, but it was a very aggressive maneuver. So we'll see how that comes into play. White trying to get ahead of that section. Unfortunately, that wave just kind of completely shut down on her and just broke right in front of her. She was not able to get ahead of that section. So it did improve her score. She was able to replace that 0.6. Her last ride, a 0.73. So, chipping away at it. Still in the lead. Most waves on the board, so that helps. Last ride of green, a 1.10. So that moves you into second place. And red, you were in third. You still have the same score, 1.10.
Looking ahead to the next heat, just to give you a heads up, it's Vaihitimahana Inso, Aelan Vaast, Moana Jones Wong, and Lily Colber. There's no easy road to the top in any of these heats here. In conditions, they're about where Surfline said they would be. 1 to 2, occasional pulse coming through a little bit bigger. Ceteris paribus, all things being equal in Latin, and right now all surfers are doing the same thing. Here's the blue and green. Blue going north towards the pier, green out already, and a couple scores coming through out the back. What do you see?
Red finding a nice little shoulder to chip into. She's able to get ahead of that section and build some speed. Nice little quick wrap, and then a nice inside section to lay back. Unfortunately, that wave didn't have a lot of energy, so she fell off the back of the wave, but she is trying to back up her 1.10. Dea is trying to just get that second score on the board, get her back into the mix. 14 minutes left on the score. Last ride.
And Linnea Mons had a good hit also. And the gentleman out there with on the board, keep paddling to your left. Gentleman without the shirt on the longboard, go left. Head towards Mexico, please. You're in the contest zone.
If you are unable to go against that current, please just come straight in. You will be paddling against that current as the current is pulling more north. So if you are having trouble fighting that, just come straight in and take a walk.
He's just having a great time out there. Look at him go. I'm gonna go hang out by the sugar cube. That's the contest buoy, sir. Please stay away.
He wants to get scored by a WSL judge.
Yep. And
as many do.
Well, what's happening now is the lifeguard's looking to get that guy's autograph. So he's swimming out there and saying, "Hey, bro, they got free tacos and margaritas in here at the booth."
All right, let's give a situation rundown. In the lead, White with priority. And with a 2.83 and a 1.50. In second, green, a 2.40 and a 1.10. You need a 1.94 to move into the lead. In third, red with a 2.20 and a 1.10. You need a 1.31 to advance. And in fourth, blue with a 2.27. You need a 1.24. 12 minutes, 34 seconds. Priority is with white. So priority is white, green, red, blue.
Let's take this opportunity to throw it down to Mark Fuel and with Kira Pinkerton right now.
Thank you very much, Chris. Kira, you were saying you feel like you've just warmed up because you didn't surf yesterday. That is a benefit, but then you kind of thrust straight into this greater, I guess, level of competition.
Yeah, throughout the rounds, definitely the surfing gets better and better. Everyone's feeling warmed up. They're more in their skin. And so not surfing yesterday, I definitely was more nervous in my first heat, and I felt like I was really able to let loose and kind of show my surfing in that last one.
Well, you look super strong. Tomorrow you'll have plenty of time to warm up if you make it all the way through to the finals. That's 4 heats. How do you approach the energy of a day like that?
You definitely have to pace yourself. I actually remember in Jacksonville, we did the same thing. It was 4 heats, and I got down to the final, and I just laid there and poured water on my face. I'm like, just one more heat, you got this. So, I'll just pace myself, have some good food, and hang with some friends.
Any pressure on yourself? There's nobody that's kind of gone from Jacksonville into a win here in Oceanside.
Yeah, no pressure. I'm just having fun. I'm enjoying surfing a lot, and I'm not trying to put so much focus on the results. It's more of how I feel heat to heat. So,
Well, it looks like it's paying off because you've surfed this year. This is a qualifying series event. You're also surfing on the Challenger Series, and you've also been into World Championship Tour events. So what a great experience.
Yeah, no, this year has been a dream. I feel like it started off amazing. I got to go to Micronesia and then got to do so many CT events. I was tripping out every day. I was like, wow, this is really happening. And to surf at home at Lowers was like a dream come true. So yeah, this year has been like opening a bunch of gifts, and they just keep coming.
Well, let's hope another gift comes to you tomorrow. Good luck, go home, get some rest and relax, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Awesome, thank you so much.
It's Fuely. Great stuff there. Kira Pickerton on her way. We've got a lot of action in the water. Hey, all surfers that are not in the comp, please clear out, head south. We have white, green, and red going at it right now. A lot of singular maneuvers been thrown down while that interview is happening there. Thank you, lifeguards, for getting that gentleman in. Hey, you guys, if you can hear this, in the contest zone, just sitting on your boards, listen up. Go a little more south, please. Start paddling. We know the current's taking you. Lifeguards coming out to get you. There you go. Keep paddling south. Thank you. Having a look back for you folks on home. What do you see there, Lindsay?
So that was Kauai's last ride. And red, Diego McCarts, we are seeing the scores come in. Still waiting on Green's last ride. Green's last ride, a 3.0.
There's a current ride for Green right now. This is Kauai Fierro going towards you folks on the pier, and that is one of the longest, most consistent rides we've seen this heat so far. That's going to bode well for her scoreline.
Yeah, she wants to ditch that 2.63 and see if she can up her ante. She's trying to increase her lead. 9 minutes, 15 seconds left in this heat. We're in heat 6 of the round of 32. We're getting ready to close things out today, but there's still so much excitement happening in these last few heats. Red up and riding and really getting those fins loose and spinning around, but showing some control. Hopefully that's deemed complete. We'll see how those scores come in. We'll give a situation in just a few moments as we are waiting for some scores to drop. 8 minutes, 45 seconds left in this heat.
Yeah, one score yet to come in for Kauai. It's going to improve her lead. And I got a question for you after that, Lindsay. 8.5 minutes left. Thanks again, surfers. Keep paddling south. Our contest field is the furthest white sugar cube to the pier. Thanks to all our sponsors making this come to life. The WSL, which is the World Surf League. All the judges, all the back end, making sure this all comes together properly with the ASA Entertainment staff that produces this event. Thank you. Great work, everybody.
The judges still deliberating on Green's last ride. 8 minutes left in this heat.
Yeah, historically, between the 3 and the 4 o'clock hour is always the trickiest time of the day. The wind is up. Tides, generally, we've seen it either way out or way in.
So we'll give you a situation in just a second. We're waiting for one last score to drop, but here's the replay for you back home. Green. Kauai getting that nice little floater, getting to travel a lot with that wave. So last ride of Green, a 4.0. So situation is, Green, you're in the lead. In second, White with a 2.83 and a 1.50. You need a 4.17 to move into first. In third, Blue with priority, a 2.27 and a 2.0. Blue is riding, so we'll give that read again because she was too busy surfing.
Yeah, give it a minute. We got a couple scores coming through. Let's keep our eye on the prize. Here goes White, headed towards the pier. This is Linnea Mons, presently in second with priority and nailing that second turn. So
absolutely. Great body position, great control and power in that maneuver. So we'll have another score to wait to drop. Last ride of Green, a 3.93. So 2 rides of Green, a 4.0 and a 3.93. Still waiting on last of White. Here is the replay. A nice little frontside hit into a vertical little snap. Getting a nice little floater. A little ride that and finish that out strong. Here's Red.
Ooh, Dea getting the fins unstuck just a bit.
I love how she dips that front shoulder in preparation in that bottom turn.
Hold tight, Green. Hold tight.
Absolutely get that board so vertical in such a short amount of time.
Yeah.
Very, very cool to see in slow motion in those replays. You see what goes behind the movement and showing what the judges are looking for and why certain things are rewarded. So last ride of red, a 5.0. So situation is last ride of white. So white, you are in the lead. Last ride, a 6.33. Your backup score, a 2.83. In second, green with a 4.0 and a 3.93. You need a 5.17 to move into the lead. In third, red with a 5 and a 2.2. You need a 2.93 to move into the advancing position. In fourth, blue with a 2.27 and a 2. You need a 5.66 to advance. 5 minutes, 5 seconds left on the clock. Last ride of white, a 3.73. So just improving her situation just a little bit, making it a little bit more complicated for the other ladies to be catching her.
Yeah. So there's a school of thought for coaching, and I'll talk about that in a second here. PT, one of the first world championships, Peter Townend, and this goes to the person waving their hand here, Linnea Mons. It's the same situation we announced less than 20 seconds ago. You're in the lead. You're looking to improve upon a 3.73. Kohai Fierro, you're in second with a 6.07 needed. Dea McCart, you need a 2.93. Sky Suit, you need a 5.66. 4:20 on the clock. Priority is green, blue, red, white. So here's what PT said. Years ago, we didn't have priority, nor did we have the ability to go through scores like this. He said, you know what you need to do out there. You stick to your game, you surf. You do the best you can with each wave, and that's going to end up being the best that you can do, right?
Well said.
The difference this day and age is that the availability of information is ever present. It is tough for them to hear sometimes based on the wind and the conditions. Right now, surfer in white, Linnea Mons, taking advantage of what she knows about the situation. She's currently in the lead, looking to improve upon a 3.73.
Yeah, the goofy foot rider, 16 years of age, taking that right, trying to work her way to the inside, trying to improve that 3.73. So 3 minutes, 25 seconds left on the clock. Last ride of white, a 4.40. So she does replace that score. She is increasing her lead. Priority is green, blue, red, white. 3 minutes.
Yeah, Enzo, Vaast, Jones, Wong, Colburn. Next up, final heat's going to be a Gary Benedetto, Stringfellow, and Evie Wong. All right, down to under 3 minutes left. Mons in the lead. Kohai Fierro, you are with priority in second. Dea McCart in red, you need a 2.93. Sky Suit, you need a 5.66. You are in fourth. Get some sponsors for us?
Yeah, let's call all adventurers. Stop by the Wet and Wild Adventure Company tent to talk all things travel. Check out our awesome branded gear and grab a raffle ticket for your chance to win a custom surfboard. So there's a couple surfboards up for grabs there. So you have to cruise through the venue and check out where you can grab all the goodies. 2 minutes. 15 seconds left in this heat. Heat 6, round of 32. Priority is green, blue, red, white. Blue up and surfing, finding a nice little front side on the smaller side for this wave, but she's able to keep some speed and find a little section to work with. Unfortunately, getting grabbed by the cousin of the Snow State snake.
So Seaweed Monster got her. That was it. That was Sky Suit. Took a header right there. Under 2 minutes left. Some paddling going on. Priority is green, red, white. Green, red, white. White and red splitting that. Going towards the pier is the white of Linnea Mons. Red, Dea McCart out.
So these ladies are shifting their way towards the pier where they're needing that, that bottom sand to really help that wave stand up and they're on this inside section, so these waves are going to be a shorter ride. We're not going to necessarily see those waves start from the back, so they really have to make something happen right in that first maneuver and hopefully get a little combo if they can, but we are seeing big scores with just a one-hit wonder, so it is possible.
Go high
up and surfing right now.
Priority.
That's white replay that we're looking, but live action was Kohai, and this is the replay of red on the screen.
Didn't amass to much. It's still Linnea Mullins in the lead. Kohai Fierro in second. Dan McCart needs a 2.93. Surfer in red, you need a 2.93. Sky Suit Surfer in blue need a 5.6. 25 seconds left. And that sun just is not going to break through full time today, it doesn't look like.
This is the replay of Kohai's last ride. A nice little fun floater. Live action out in the water. We have red splitting the peak.
Dan McCart.
Counting things down.
All right, that's going to be interesting. Dan McCart, right before the buzzer, put together a nice ride. Only needed a 2.93. On hold. Next heat is on hold. Stand by. 2 scores to come in. One for Dea, one for Sky. Sky, your last score, a 2.57, not a factor. Dan McCart, you earned a 3.5, enough to slide into second place. Linnea and Dea are moving on to the next round. Unofficially.
Right at the buzzer.
Yeah, there's the buzzer beater we speak of. Linnea Mullins.
And there was that last ride, and she was stoked. She knew that was possibly what she needed. So getting ready for the next round. Counting things down.
Island's big wave of the heat before we get going with the next one is the white of Linnea Mullins. Put it together properly, and that earned her the Island's biggest wave of the heat. We'll be back with our next second to last heat of the day.
What if you got rewarded just for doing what you love? With the Verizon Visa card, you can get up to 4% in rewards. That's 4% when dining at your go-to spot, 4% when you swing by the grocery store, and 4% when you fill up your car. All those rewards can go towards your Verizon bill, and there's no annual fee. Plus, when you enroll in Verizon's AutoPay, you can unlock a discount on your Verizon bill. With the Verizon Visa card, get rewarded just for living life. Apply today.
Mango Card from Golden Road Brewing. The wheat beer brewed with real mango. Crisp, refreshing, and always perfectly balanced.
The Supergirl Surf Festival is brought to you by Celsius, the official energy drink of the Supergirl Surf Festival series. To learn more, visit www.celsius.com. By Front Wave Credit Union. For banking, lending, saving, planning, dream big. We got you. Visit frontwavecu.com to get started.
Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. It's time for our second to last heat of our round of 32. The top two will advance on into the round of 16, which starts at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Let's break it down for you. We have Vaihitimahana Inso from Hawaii, the 17-year-old. She turns 18, old enough to vote tomorrow. She is in the red. Aelan Vaast from Tahiti is in the blue. Here's surfer in white from a replay for you folks at home, but right live right now. Look at Vahiti lighting things up, racing down the line, putting together one nice, powerful maneuver that will score well for her. And watching blue get after it for you folks on the pier. Have a look. She gets one, about a 2 o'clock snap, we'll call that. If you look at the clock, a vertical high noon assault is putting that board straight out towards the ocean, then whipping it right back around towards shore. Not an easy feat, but we see it done by these goddesses. Our next competitor, Moana Jones Wong from Haleiwa, the North Shore of Hawaii, the famed North Shore, where so much legendary action has happened. For you folks at home right now, here's a replay of Vahiti getting a whole bunch of speed and finding the opportunity in the critical part of the wave to score. And another look here for surfer in blue, Aelan Vaast from Tahiti, with one of the biggest waves of the year over in Chopu that she's very familiar with. And rounding out our field is Lily Colbert in the green from Laguna Beach, attended Laguna Beach High School. Now she's doing some studies, getting smarter. And 3 ninth place finishes through the years in the Supergirl Pro. This year, 2 podium spots, one in Huntington Beach at the Jacks Open and one at Outer Banks, and 3rd place as well about a month ago. Scores in, Vahiti a 4.83, Aelan a 1, Moana Jones Wong a 3.83. As we wait for Lily Colbert to catch her first wave, we'll throw it down to Fuely, who's with Linnea Mons.
Very much, Linnea, a strong win there in what were really scrappy conditions.
Yeah, it was really tough out there, especially with the dead low tide during my heat. Kind of made it really tricky, but I just tried to get some waves, and I was kind of struggling at first, but then I got a couple.
Well, you're looking strong. You're into the finals day tomorrow. That means you go into head-to-head competition just against one surfer in each of the remaining rounds. How different is that?
It's so different. It's crazy, but I love doing the head-to-head heats because I don't get to do them that often, and they're really fun, and those are definitely my favorite type of competing because it's just you have to be so intentional and just super in the moment with that, so I'm excited.
You've got a lot of other interests in your life as well. You've said that your values include activity and creativity. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, I like doing anything active, like all sports, of course, surfing, sailing, and I also like to be creative, so like creative in the kitchen with my music, art. So yeah, I have a lot of hobbies and activities that I like to enjoy.
So there's no downtime for you ever?
Never downtime.
Well, that energy will carry you into tomorrow really well. You're surfing excellently. How will you prepare tonight to be ready for tomorrow?
Probably eat some good food, get some good rest, kind of get settled early so that I can wake up early tomorrow and hopefully have fun.
Well, good luck. What would you like to say to your friends and family at home?
Thank you to everyone who supports me, all my friends and my family. Shout out to my mom and my dog at home and my sister in Italy. And yeah, I love you guys.
Thank you very much. Chris, back to you.
Mons, she gets creative with her music in the kitchen is what I picked up on right there. That's good. So she's banging pots and pans and getting musically inclined. So she's on to the round of 16. Love it. Great work down there. A few really good questions. A lot of scores coming in. Here's a replay of Lily Colbert. While we were gone, she caught a wave. That score's coming in. Moana Jones Wong, a replay. There's your second wave, a 4.27. Moana, you have the lead with a 3.83 and a 4.27. Waiting for Lily's score. Stand by. Highest score thus far is Vahiti with a 4.83. Single score, that is. Lily Colbert, a 3.83. Here's the lineup. Here's the situation. Moana Jones Wong in the lead with a 4.27 and a 3.83. Vahiti, you have one wave. That's a 4.83. Third place, Lily Colbert in the green. You need a 1.01 to advance. And Aelan Vaast in blue. You have a 1.0, needing a 3.84. 12 and a half minutes on the clock. Y'all got time. We welcome back Mark Fuel, who's had a nice time to talk to some of the athletes, interview here and there. Good energy, Mark. Good energy.
Yeah, it's always great to talk to some new surfers, some people that we haven't seen as much as they start developing their careers, and they're just as a whole, they just speak really well, super passionate. You just feel their excitement, and so it's great to find out a little bit more about them as well.
On screen is Eweileiula Wong. She'll be in the, as you can tell, greenish, yellow, goldish singlet coming up in the next heat against Stringfellow, Benedetto, and Aguirre.
Yeah, our final heat of today, and then tomorrow we move into that head-to-head competition, or as they say in the men's field, the man-on-man competition. But that was an innovation that came out of a contest in Australia way back, and prior to that it was always 4-man or 6-man heats. And so now the head-to-head competition just means that it is sudden death. The heats, I think, are going to be a little bit longer, maybe 25 minutes. We'll get confirmation on that. And then the final oftentimes is 30 or 40 minutes. So last heat in the water, that's Zoe Benedetto there from Palm City in Florida.
Big smiles.
Yeah, big smiles. She's competed here a number of years. And the Florida contingent, very, very strong this year.
Yeah, agreed. It's really nice to see them go coast to coast, and then a lot of the West Coasters will go to Jacksonville come November. This year, the Jacksonville event is only 2 days. They've changed the format, so not as many competitors. But that's what happens with the WSL. They say, this is what's happening here, this is what's happening there. We abide. We abide.
So 10 minutes and 5 seconds remaining in this heat. Moana Jones Wong in the lead. She's the only surfer who's had 2 waves. They're much trickier conditions this afternoon, but everybody's in the same boat. And so you just have to manage your time a little bit more. And for Vaihitimahana Inso, she has a 4.83, so her first scoring ride is strong. Up and riding, though. Moana using her priority, and ahead of her that was looks like Vaast.
Yep,
from Tahiti. Interestingly, Linnea Mons was just telling me that after here she's heading off on a surf trip to Tahiti.
Well, that's I feel sorry for her.
Yeah,
that's too bad.
Beautiful part of the world.
Red getting after it. This is Vahiti with 1 smash. Looking to add to that 4.83.
Well, that approach served her well in heat earlier today, going for, looking for a big manoeuvre.
Yeah.
And a 4.83 is her starting point. So it's a good position. 8 minutes and 52.
Blue, what do you have for us, Aelan Vaast? She's got some enormous waves in her time. Now she's managing to what this competition has in front of her. Looking to replace that 1.0. Actually add to that 1.0, I should say.
Yeah, so right now she only needs a 3.84 to advance, but Vahiti does have a second ride that's going to drop in to make it harder. Up and riding, though. Oh, Moana Jones Wong, and staying very, very busy.
Yeah, we're at that part of the day where there's a lot of one-hit wonders available. For instance, let's see what Vahiti has right here. She's going to go towards you folks on the pier. She's got 1 maneuver and then 2. Nice quick snap, showing her composure in the critical part of the wave, and then rides it out. So 2 waves yet to be scored for Vahiti. 1 more for Aelan Vaast. Hold tight.
And this was well surfed. You just see the strength and the power and the flexibility that Vahiti has. And this was Vaast. She was looking to set it up, and the lip never really gave her anything really hard to hit. This was the other wave here of Vaihitimahana Inso. And a nice little combination of turns with a sharp, crisp finish. So she is now in the lead with another score yet to drop. So Moana Jones Wong moves back up into first position. A 4.1 was her last ride.
Vahiti has a score.
But there we go. Vahiti now Her last score, a 4.87, so she is in the lead. So Inso in red in the lead. Moana needing a 5.43. Vaast needing a 5.17 to advance. And Lily Colber needing a 4.54. Lily does have priority. Although the way the waves are at the moment, it seems to be just staying busy is the best strategy to have.
Yeah, that's quite apparent. Well, for Lily, she's had a great QS season thus far. 2 fifths, 2 thirds, and a 25th in Barbados. Here goes the white of Moana Jones Wong. And maneuvers through it. That will not do better than her 4.1. Scoring potential on a wave is a combination of 3 things: speed, power, and flow. How fast are you going down the line? How's the power on your turns? And how's that overall flow from beginning to end? You can do the sickest maneuver known to man, but if you don't land it, it ain't going to score well. Simply put, that's good in any judged sport.
This looks like Wong again on her backhand. Moana is staying so busy in this heat. Nice combination here and puts it together. Incredible surfing. You often think that somebody who is a pipe master would not be able to adapt to conditions like this, but Moana showing that she can surf well in any type of condition, and that was a great combination of maneuvers for Moana Jones Wong. 5 minutes and 20 seconds. It's just this little section where all of our surfers are just congregated right now. Inso.
Vahiti, one more time. Boy, she's staying consistent with that maneuver. She knows it's been hovering around the 5s, and she's in the lead with a couple of high 4s. That's right in the same range. 5 minutes left. 5 minutes left.
Moana's last ride was her best. It's a 4.87, but Vahiti still in the lead.
Vahiti, your last wave of 4.63, so right in the same range, but does not change it. You folks at home are watching Moana Jones Wong, her last wave of 4.87. Here goes blue, Aelan Vaast. Got something to work with here, Mark, and she puts together a nice presentation.
Yeah, she's needing a 5.94 to move up. And Wong again, Moana is just so busy here. She's looking for a 4.84 right now. So priority shifts to green. Lily Colber has priority. Second priority with red. 2 scores yet to come in. We'll see if Moana's wave is enough to move into first. And Vaast was looking for a 4.42. So no situation change. Vaast gets a 4.73. She still needs a 4.68.
Mark, we're looking, we have a situation out there. 3.5 minutes left. Lily Colber, you need a 5.57. Lily, you need a 5.57. Aelan Vaast, you're in third. You need a 4.68. Looking to improve upon a 3.2. Moana Jones Wong and white, you need a 4.84 to overtake the lead from Tahiti Nui, who has a 4.87 and a 4.83.
Well, this looks interesting. Let's see here. Vahiti up and riding again. A lot of speed. Projects over that section.
And blue is up and down, Aelan. That was not going to help her cause, but Vahiti still hovering right around that mid-5 score. That was really nice. White, Jones Wong, one and done.
Yeah, but
nice.
It was good.
Yeah, it was really nice.
Critical positioning on the wave there. Seeing some sets pushing in. Not a lot of shape to that wave. Best shape is going through the pylons right now.
Tough place to be. All right, couple of the bigger waves we've seen in the last hour.
Well, maybe this is portending for some bigger waves tomorrow. Perhaps. You can never really tell unless there's a good hurricane swell or a big south coming.
Yeah.
We do expect it to be in the 2 to 4 feet range.
That's fair. A little different than last year.
Plenty contestable. We got 2 minutes. 2 minutes remaining.
Score in for Moana Jones Wong, a 5.43. Highest score of the heat puts you, Moana, into the lead. Vaihitimahana, you are now in second, needing a 5.43 to overtake the lead. Third place, Aelan Vaast, 4.97 is your requirement. 4.97. And Lily Colbert, you need a 5.87. You folks at home just watched the replay of Moana Jones Wong's 5.43. Priority is green, blue, red, white. Green, blue, red, white. Minute 30 left.
And what Moana did there is just use the most critical part of the wave. She bottom turned up and then rode up and over and down with the lip. And so even though it was just one turn, it was a turn where the energy of the wave was. Very, very radical maneuver. And so the judges are rewarding that even though it was just the one turn. In the conditions like this, oftentimes it is those big maneuvers that are going to score well.
Well explained. Under a minute. We're approaching the last minute of this heat. And green taking a gander. That is actually white having a go at it towards you folks on the pier. A couple of nice snaps by Moana Jones Wong, current heat leader. That may help extend her cause. We're down to under 30 seconds. Red striding for it. Green and blue going for it. Green says bye-bye. Aelan Vaast and blue, who's in third, took that priority. Looking to earn a 4.97. That's going to do it there. Countdown coming in 10 seconds. Here's Lily Colbert. Last-ditch effort. She's up. Needs it. 5.87. What does Lily have? All up to the judges. 3 scores yet to come in. Stand by. Next heat. Next heat. Stand by. Stand by. Next heat. Scores yet to come. Will there be a change? You folks at home are watching Evie Wong. This is her final wave. She was the current heat leader before this. That may just replace her 4.87. We'll see. Green bows out. Blue had priority. That is Aelan Vaast. Aelan Vaast, who needed a 4.97, was that enough? And finally, Lily Colbert, with just a couple seconds left, does just this on her backhand. One good snap and then one at the 3 o'clock charm. And that needed to be greater than a 5.87. 2 scores still coming in. Hold on.
Always nervous moments for the surfers.
Yeah, Moana Jones Wong, your last score was a 5.23, so that helped your cause in the lead just a skosh. And our judges having a peek at the replay. Here's a look at Aelan again on her final wave. Aelan Vaast, rather. And the big wave of the heat goes to, Island's big wave of the heat, it goes to, actually Moana Jones Wong in the white for the 5.43. We'll be back in just a bit. And this just in, it is...
This veil from off my eyes. My burning sun will someday rise.
The Supergirl Surf Festival is brought to you by Golden Road Brewing, your local craft brewery. By Nissan, favor the bold. Experience the totally redesigned Nissan Kicks. Shop NissanUSA.com. By Islands Restaurants, Southern California's home of the beach vibes with gourmet burgers, fresh cut fries, and great happy hour deals.
And welcome back, Oceanside. Supergirl Surf Pro happening now. We're in our round of 32, down to our last two heats. This is heat 8. This is our final.
Is the last heat.
This is our final heat of the day. It's been a long day. Those two last heats just kind of blurred together for me, but a lot of activity on the water, a lot of exchange. Ruby, you can see with that pink board, she told me she likes the pink board. It has to be a pink board, just maybe a different hue of pink, but pink has to be in the mix. So she is looking to get some numbers on the board.
Eweileiula Wong also was on that wave closer to the pier. So 2 waves ridden there, 20-minute heat. First and second progresses through into the next round. Third and fourth are eliminated from competition. We've got just over 18 minutes remaining here, and this is a very tough heat. Let's firstly look at Stringfellow.
Look at this replay, getting her speed up nice and low, loading her board into that nice little turn and front side and get that nice little snap at the finish. So a lot of variety, and this is Eve's front side, nice hit. We'll see that score come in soon. Blue up and riding, staying nice and high, then loading that low bottom turn, a very signature style that Zoe Benedetto is known for. Red up and riding, immediately into the bottom turn, nice backside hit, and into that combo, keeping her balance and maintaining, able to ride away clean. So waiting on score, 17 minutes, 10 seconds left in this heat.
There's a good exchange of waves there by all of our surfers. I feel like Sol Aguirre of Peru, similar conditions yesterday, a little bit more of an onshore breeze, a little bit bigger. But I feel like these tricky conditions with wedgie lefts really suit her. But this was Zoe Benedetto, the 20-year-old from Florida. Beautiful turn. That was a very nice re-entry. And here is the Peruvian.
Absolutely.
Just throws it up.
I love that finishing maneuver. You know, that first turn executed well, but almost even a setup turn to even help her just get lined up for that final. Blue, Zoe up and riding, getting herself into position, getting her feet in that correct position so she can get that board up vertical on that front side maneuver.
So all our surfers looking really strong right now. Ruby Stringfellow with the lead, but Sol Aguirre gets a 7 for her first ride. That puts her in front. Zoe Benedetto at the moment, a 6.17 for her first ride as well, and we'll wait for one more score to drop in. So Zoe Benedetto in front. Sol Aguirre in second, needing a 0.67. Ruby Stringfellow White, you have priority. You need a 1.84. And Eweileiula Wong, you need a 3.01. We'll just keep a look outside as we see. We're taking a look at that, and while we're in a break, let's go down to Christopher Ernst with the winner of the last heat.
Thanks, Fuely. Thanks, Lindsay. Hanging out here with Moana Jones Wong. What a pleasure. We've been having a nice conversation. It looked like it was just a one-hit wonder party out there. Challenging conditions late in the day. Could have been anybody's game. Talk to us about your strategy.
Well, I just wanted to go out there and catch waves. I was actually frothing. I actually love surfing junk waves like this, surprisingly, because everybody sees me surfing pipeline. But I mean, I just went out there and I always pray. I always ask God to send me waves, and He sent me all the waves I needed, got me into finals day.
That's so good, because you didn't just start out getting good at pipeline. You had to start out with smaller waves, right?
Yeah, of course. That's where we all start in the shore break.
Yeah, what do you want to say to the young surfer girls that look up to you? You're much more experienced. You got a few years under your belt. You're married. What do you want to say to the young gals that are 12, 13, 14?
Everybody has a different path. I wouldn't compare yourself to anyone else. My life looks so different from all my friends' lives. And I still accomplished like so many amazing things. So just never give up and keep doing what you love, and remember to put God first and your family and your friends, and just be kind to everybody.
That is so nice. Well said. Huge smile on her face. Moana, you go on into the round of 16 tomorrow. What are your plans tonight?
I'm going to definitely sleep and eat some good food.
That's it. Great. Back to you guys up top. Good luck. Have fun.
Thank you very much, Chris. And Moana Jones Wong is an absolute delight. Ripping surfer and just such an incredible person. Situation with 13 minutes and 55 seconds to go. Ruby Stringfellow in the lead. A 5.17 and a 3.83. Zoe Benedetto Blue in second. You need a 2.83 to take the lead. Sol Aguirre Red, you need a 0.67 to advance. You have a 7. And Eve Wong with a 4, you need a 3.68 to advance. 13 and a half minutes remaining. It is Stringfellow in the lead. Priority is with green, followed by red and white. So Stringfellow, interestingly, so a 5.17 on her last ride. In the interview that she gave on the last round when she won, she said she was looking out, she wanted to go out, and if she gets a set, she just wants to hit the lip. That's exactly what she did.
Absolutely. She was very aggressive and taking that time to be in that position. All right, let's give a rundown. So situation in white, you are in the lead, 5.17 and a 3.83. In second, blue with a 6.17 and a 1.50. You need a 2.83 to move in the lead. Red, you have a 7. You need a 0.67 to advance. In fourth, green, you have a 4. You're needing a backup. You need a 3.68 to advance. 12 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. Priority is green, red, white, blue.
Just having a look there. So if you look at the scoreline, there's some strong rides. There's a 5.17 from Ruby. There's a 6.17 from Zoe. There's a 7 from Sol. Eve yet to have a strong ride, but nobody has a strong backup score at all. Ruby and Zoe, the only two that have any backup at all. So it's still anybody's heat with 11 minutes and 45 seconds.
This can easily change just in moments' time. So these ladies have to stay active. They have to be trying to position themselves. They're trying to just basically shift north or south to see if they can get into a little shoulder that can essentially just pop up right in their face, because the tide is super low right now. So they're not going to really see it coming until it's right upon them.
Right on them, yeah, you're right. And most of the last few heats, it's this little pocket where they're sitting right now that has thrown up most of the waves closer to the pier, whereas yesterday we saw much further south. We were seeing those left-handers pushing through. So
you do see this current that's still pulling much north and dragging them to the pier. So they are able to sit in that spot and float without having to fight the current too badly. But as they move to the inside, it does change. That means the sand's moving. So that means where the wave is breaking is constantly going to be shifting. So they have to be adjusting to see, is this going to be a wave that's going to maintain its shape and give them a run to the inside, or can it shift and just break not in the ideal direction?
Yeah, or is there just enough time to put in one big maneuver, because we've seen that has created big scores, and it has led to wins when the conditions are tricky like this. Yeah. Sometimes they call it the Hail Mary, just got to go for one big moment.
Yeah.
And that
big risk,
big reward. 10 minutes and 5 seconds. 10 minutes and 5 seconds.
All right, surfers having a look. Green up and surfing. This is Eve. She's looking to back up that 4. A nice crack at the lip. Very strong, very composed. As Zoe had a look, but Red took it, and she is on her forehand. Nice front side snap and into a nice little wrap. This is Sol having a run with this. She had her first wave score of a 7, so she's trying to get that backup score. She needs barely anything, a 0.67. We know she's going to acquire that, and that will change the situation. So 9 minutes, 16 seconds left in this heat. We're waiting on scores for red.
Well, that was a combination of maneuvers there by Gero. White Ruby Stringfellow up and riding now. Oh, pushing the limits on that board. Her low score is a 3.83. So looking to replace that. We're still waiting for Surfer in red. Priority right now is with blue. Zoe Benedetto with priority. Eweileiula Wong, your last ride was a 4.67. And looking at Sol Aguirre's replay here on the live webcast, and it was a series of maneuvers, one big turn also in the middle of that. And the judge is taking another look at that. Ruby Stringfellow also having another look at this one.
Wasting no time. As soon as she pops up, immediately into that bottom turn into a nice little floater. And like you said, she wanted to attack that lip, be aggressive. She learned a lot of that skill set while spending some time in Nicaragua. So she is fearless. These waves are obviously a lot smaller, so it gives you that confidence to just charge and, leave it all out there. We got 8 minutes left. A lot can be done. Here's that replay. Right into that bottom turn. Nice crack at the lip. So she's looking to improve that 3.83. Let's see what scores come in to be.
Yeah, we're still waiting on another ride for Sol, but her previous wave did move her up into that first position. Still one score to come in. Red, you are in the lead with one more score yet to come in, but you are in the lead. Ruby Stringfellow in second. Eweileiula Wong in third, needing a 5.53 to advance. Zoe Benedetto with priority in blue. You need a 4.03 to advance. And it is a Surfer in red up and riding again. Looking to extend her lead to... right now, she's got 2 scores yet to drop.
Ruby up and riding again. This is White chasing that line, trying to get to that section and get that front side hit. So we'll see if that can slowly help her gain back that lead. 6 minutes, 45 seconds left in heat. So situation is for green. You have a 4.67 and a 4.0. You need a 5.53. Waiting on scores to drop for white and red. White, your last ride, a 3.17, so didn't factor in. Still waiting on a score for red. Doesn't look like it's going to factor in either. So situation priority is blue, green, red, white. 6 minutes, 15 seconds left on the clock.
And Zoe in blue needing a 4.03. Eve needing a 5.53 to move up into that second spot, that advancing position. Red, Sol, your low score is a 5.8. And Ruby needs now a 7.63 to retake the lead. So the top score right now is at 7 of Sol Aguirre, which was her first ride. 5.5 minutes remaining in this heat. 5.5 minutes.
Situation for red, you're in the lead with a 7 and a 5.8. 5 minutes, 25 seconds left on the clock. Ruby in white, you are in second with a 5.17 and a 5.03. You need a 7.63 to move into the lead. In third, green, a 4.67 and a 4.0. You need a 5.53 to advance. In fourth, blue with priority. 6.17 and a 1.5. You need a 4.03 to advance.
And Eve there on that wave, looking for the 5.53. Got the tail loose. It's a complete manoeuvre. So wait for that score to come in for Eweileiula Wong with 4 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. And this is Ruby up and riding. And a quick in and out. That won't change the situation. 4.5 minutes. You can see here Ewei Wong's wave. Really nice finishing turn there.
Yeah, still waiting on that score of green.
They're pushing the tail out all the way.
She's looking to replace that 4.0. Is it going to give her that 5.53? Not enough. It's just under. It does help and shorten that margin that she needs. She got a 4.4 on that last ride. She needs a 5.53. So priority is blue, red, white. 3 minutes, 42 seconds left in this round. This is heat 8 of the 32 rounds. This is our final heat of the day.
And Zoe, having priority and needing a 4.03, is in the box seat.
Oh, 100%.
3.5 minutes to go. Ruby Stringfellow is in the danger position. Her low score is a 5.03. So plenty of time still here, but it is Zoe Benedetto with that priority. Red with second priority, followed by white.
Feel you want a bank that actually has your back? Front Wave Credit Union gives you new gives new members $350 when you open a checking and savings account with direct deposits. No hoops, no hassles, just $350 to prove you're worth it. Conditions apply, but see all details at thefrontwavecu.com/new member.
Nice. We'll go open up an account.
That's like partway to a new surfboard.
Okay,
all right,
here we go.
Live action. Green up and surfing. Eve getting a nice backside hit and getting that little floater at the end, just proving that she's got some control. So she wants to chip away that 4.4. She needs that 5.53. 2 minutes, 22 seconds left on the clock.
She was already lower on the priority totem pole, and so that was a smart move from Eve just to get a wave. She's still got time for at least another one. But, you know, it's using the time that you've got and the opportunity that you've got. There was no point her sitting out the back and waiting until she was going to get priority. She was already in fourth situation. Score has come in for Ewei Wong. A 3.93 does not change the situation. Our leader is Red Solagere with 1 minute 45 remaining. Her low score of 5.8. Ruby Stringfellow in second. She needs a 7.63. Ewei Wong needing a 5.53. And Zoe Benedetto with priority needing a 4.03. There is 1.5 minutes in this final heat of the day at the Nissan Supergirl Pro. We have one more day of competition ahead of us tomorrow. Head-to-head competition, starting off with the round of 16. We will be starting a little bit later for the surfing at 9 o'clock. And just because we're wrapping up here today doesn't mean that the festival is finishing today. We have plenty of concerts on hand in the main stage, Lindsay.
Yeah, we also have a fashion show that will be presented by Smoke Flower, and that'll be on the main stage. And at 6:30, we got Lupe Fiasco in concert. Right before that, Article Sound Machine. So you can definitely check it out. The Festival Village is still up and running. Check out the booths before they shut down for the evening, but everything starts back up tomorrow.
25 seconds. Here goes Zoe Benedetto. She's looking for that 4.03. Big turn onto the inside. With 10 seconds remaining, that score will count. And it looked like Ewei Wong also got to her feet in time, needing a 5.53. So we need to wait to see what the scores are, to see who will progress through into tomorrow. The island's big wave of that heat was definitely Sol Aguirre with her 7 on her first ride.
So, situation, last ride of Blue, a 4.7. That moves you into the second place position. So congratulations, Red and Blue, moving on to the next round. See you tomorrow. Congratulations, Sol and Zoe. And we're going to take a look back on the island's big wave of the heat to Sol Aguirre with that 7.0. Beautiful backside hit, and with that follow-up maneuver showing great control.
So, a frantic and exciting end to that last heat of today, Lindsay. It's been an incredible day of competition. And we just saw there in the last 10 seconds, Zoe Benedetto scraping into tomorrow. What are you looking forward to about head-to-head competition tomorrow?
I mean, I just love that ladies have more opportunity and they don't have to wait as much in the rotation for the priority. I also just want to give Zoe a shout out because that was great. You know, she didn't get a lot of waves out there, but she kept her composure, and that is so important to do. And that is an acquired skill. You know, there's so much happening, and you can get so frantic trying to scrape around and find a wave to get into, especially in conditions such as these. So that she's able to find that and get in and sneak in as the buzzer, that's incredible. So just want to thank everyone for tuning in. Come back tomorrow. Join us live for more Supergirl surf action.
And we will be giving away the cape. So there will be a new champion tomorrow. So join us at 9 a.m. in the morning for the live webcast. And Lindsay, on behalf of yourself and Christopher Ernst, Malia Ward today, who joined us as well. Thanks very much. Look forward to tomorrow.
Yes, see you later. Bye.
morning light, she's on the move. Riding waves fueled by vibrant energy. Racing through the city, nourished by superfruit. Conquering heights, driven by vitality. Breaking barriers, pushing limits. Unstoppable and empowered by acai berry. Empower your journey with Ubatuba Acai. Feel the energy of real Brazilian acai. Don't compromise. Be unstoppable.
The Supergirl Surf Festival is brought to you by Jersey Mike's A Sub Above. By the United States Marine Corps, the fight for the future starts now.